Eat rear, squat lumbar, table 6. That's eat rear, squat lumbar, table 6.
Top of the morning to you guys. Neil Cormack and Greg McMillan. And we're underway. Quick setup from the squad this morning. And we're ready to go. Out there doing tablet duty. Trying to get all the tablets going. For some reason table 2 was hard work, but we got there. And here we are now. Ready to go for today. A chance for Neil. Early doors. And it is 1-0. Neil Cormack. Cracking player. Some brilliant individual results over the last number of years. And I was lucky enough to have Neil in my Scotland team in Malta a few years ago. And didn't do himself any harm at all. Played some fantastic stuff. And since then, he's moved into the senior sections. He's won some titles with the guys. So yeah, very good player. And tough game for Greg here. Tough game for both players, so it should be a cracker. And Neil to break frame number 2. Not a bad break, to be fair. Just the opening shot. He's got a yellow, but then there's a yellow up next to the black, so he's going to have to work his way out there. I think if he can get an opener on reds, they are probably the balls for me. So we are back at the early stages, guys. The way we do the IMC race, so we're at round number 1. Davy Forrest, David Ross, Graham Dunbar, Jimmy Gibson, Ethan Lang, Sam Hoa, Neil Cormack, Greg McMillan, as you see here, Chris Tinney, Norman Young, Barry Wraith, Michael Bissett, Terry Skirka, Ryan Martin, Scott Gillespie, Grant McNairn, Stevie Ainsworth, Chris Hutton, Sean Cookson, Thomas Munley, and Ian Weir, Scott Dunbar, all underway. A good chance here for Greg to get one back on the board. I was about to say, I wonder if that red passes, but it looks like it flies in. There's another red pass in the screen. It's not bad, just widens the angle, gives them more of an opportunity. David Ross is 2-0 in front of Davy Forrest. Race to 7. And the likes of Ryan Fleming, Robert Stephen and Liam Dunster still to play. Scott Gillespie already on the table, so some big guns in today. An IPA professional, Greg McMillan, makes it all square. Ah, Mr. Ross Ewan. Good morning, Ross. Welcome to Walker in the Morning. I get myself on the radio, man. Aye, get myself on the radio. I actually had an email for a mob. Offer me a wee slot on the radio. They basically give you free rein to do whatever show you want to do. And I'm like, that's quite good, that, aye. Much you paying us? Oh, it's voluntary. I was like, all right, that seems to be in line with everything else I'm doing. So aye, bring it on. I'm hoping this voluntary work leads to tons of millions. Scottish Q Sports FM, Walker in the Morning. Don't know why I had to put on some crazy accent there and sound like some Texan. Howdy, partner. Walker in the Morning. Well, Roscoe, I hope you did well today, son, at the All Select Series. I was talking to Paddy this morning. He was getting himself rocking and rolling ready for it. I wasn't sure if he was going a night out or what was happening, because he was getting his monthly shower. So that Paddy boy, man. Right, a scrappy looking break here. Looks as if there's a lot of balls in the open, but black tied up, red just below it tied up. Or is it? Is there a place to maybe sneak in if you get low enough? Don't think so. Taking care of business. It's a good song to have on in the morning. Taking care of business when there's a bunch of people on the table looking to take care of business. I've retired for that, Derek. I'm trying to use the phrase, used to be a Tyler. I used to be a Tyler, so I did, but I just can't seem to get away from it, man. Just cannot seem to get away from it. But aye, I won't lie. I try my best to not work for nothing, but a couple of big jobs to finish this year, guys, and then hopefully I can look at my tools in 20 years as old relics and remember the good old Thailand days where I done my ankles, my knees, my wrists, my elbows, my shoulders, my back, and I'll remember it fondly. Oh, I don't know. They tell you in school, guys, go out there, you need a trade. Oh, you need a trade to fall back on. Very clever marketing tool. Getting the school teachers to convince you that you need a trade so that you get involved in the government slave trade. Modern day slaves, that's what tradesmen are. Give you just enough money to survive, go a wee holiday, have a decent car, and maybe start your own wee business, but know enough that you can get a 50 million deal to make fake masks during COVID. Yeah, it's all a scam, team. It's a scam. I ain't no conspiracy theorist. Just a realist. I'm realistic enough to know that one more back injury and the world of Thailand's took out the Walkman. Haha, there's wee Evan. Good morning, young man. The amount of people that said to me That was quality when you and wee Evan were in there. He was absolutely brilliant, and I said, I've got to hand it to him. If he doesn't do well with a cue, he might become very good with a microphone. So watch out, Evan Corrigan might be your new Bowie at breakfast in the next few years. Move over, George Bowie. In fact, move over the talker. Young Evan's in town. Are you playing today as well, Evan? Are you playing in the select? You got a Celtic game. Off to Paradise. I think if I was Neil here, I'd just drift the gap behind the black and play the yellow. Is he going to try and play the gap here? Oh. Right, so he's going to come high. He's going to come high and then play round. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Good shot, Neil Cormack, and it's going to be 2 frames to 1. And a wee break of serve, or a break of break. He just broke his break there. Well done for broken his break. Breaking his broke. We need to fix that. A break of serve, a break of throw, a break of break. Gary, I'm going to need to get Chat GPT to try and figure out what you just wrote to me there. Why are you wearing my mask, mate? What? You're big fat texting fingers, mate, where you're just hitting the wrong letters on the QWERTY board. Another wee cluster just to the left of the set-up line. He's got an opener on yellows, however. How brave do you want to be? You want to bang it in 100 mile an hour, try and spin into the cluster. Or you just a little jab through the gap, and then he's maybe got it into the left middle. Good shot. So what's everybody's plans for this wonderful Sunday morning into afternoon? He's going to the football. He's watching the football on TV. He's watching Formula 1. He's watching a wee bit of the pool. Oh, it's 48 of you stuck on right now. We were in the high hundreds yesterday for a couple of matches, then it dropped off later at night. I think as the day goes on, we're going to have some massive, massive matches with some of the best players in the country, which is excellent. But the old weekends are absolutely stacked right now. So anybody that does tune in, I do appreciate it. Some of the scores right now, guys. David Forrest 1, David Ross 2. I don't know a whole lot about David Ross. If anybody on the chat does, fill me in. Graham Dunbar, who's absolutely quality. He's 3-0 down against Jimmy Gibson. Again, don't know a whole lot about Jimmy Gibson, unless I do and I just can't remember. And that's maybe another symptom of the tyrant. Breathing in too much grout through the years, and it's fried my loaf. Ethan Lang 2, Sam Hoare 0. Chris Tinney and Norman Young.
Michael Bissett, if you go to table 5, please.
Ah, somebody's not turned up. I was wondering why that was 0-0. So that match, Chris Tinney and Norman Young, has just been pulled. Ah, right, okay, Jonesy. I feel like I know the name. But while I'm sitting, I'd need to go to the table and have a wee look. But sitting in here, I'm not really sure. I can't picture him, but aye, I'll need to have a wee peek out. He's 3-0 up on Dunny, and Graham Dunbar can obviously handle himself. So good result so far. Jimmy Gibson backing the Jordy Meek ratio. Aye, that makes even more sense. We were talking about some of the older players in here the other, well, not in here, I think it was in McGoldrick's maybe Tuesday night. Or during the week anyway. And Kev Trainer, his name came up. One of the kind of players that can maybe drag you into a game you don't want to play, and that's just that's your own tough luck. I'll need to go and have a wee peek out, because I say the name Jimmy Gibson's kind of stuck out to me, but I'm looking at it and thinking, can I picture him? He's 4-0 up now, guys. 4-0 Jimmy Gibson against Graham Dunbar. I don't know about grinding, mate, but he's absolutely flying. Goobsy's 3-0 up on Grant McNairn. Grant McNairn's a good player. I played him myself a wee while ago and got the better of him, arguably quite comfortable. But I found he's a cracking QS, played the game very attack-minded, but probably, I don't know, I'm not going to act as if I'm something that I'm not, but I felt that he gave me a wee bit too much respect. And I wonder if Goobsy's in a whole nother stratosphere, so I wonder if he's doing the same there, because I've seen enough of Grant to know that he can definitely play. Aye, good on Kev. As I say, there was a lot of names getting spoken about, Jonesy. It was through the weekend here. Maybe even do you know what? I'm a lie. It was last week. It was last week at the Masters in here. There was a couple of people talking about different players that can play in different sections and different guys that came before, and Kev's name came up 100%. I'd be telling a lie if I said I had watched a lot of him myself, but he's a name I've heard constantly through the years. No, Dunster was not playing yesterday, Gary. Dunster's supposed to be playing Jamie Simpson today, but Jamie has withdrawn. So Liam will be on a wee bit later. Barry Wraith 2, Michael Bissett 2. That's probably an even better trait to have, Jonesy, in it. He's, no matter what he's went on and worked hard to achieve in his life and how good he was on the table, that when you're an even better guy, then that's ticking the biggest box out of everyone, if you ask me. Definitely the biggest box of them all. So his name came up. Quite a few conversations, and obviously it was only last weekend. I was thinking it was during the week. I was trying to think what I was in here for last weekend, but it was the Masters, so it was definitely the last weekend that he was spoken about. So, good on him. Good on him for succeeding in life. Massive chance here for Neil to really turn the screw. A slightly awkward shot. Just the way he lands on this is the key. He can come behind it again. Screw behind 2 cushions. That's what he's played. That makes life a whole lot easier. There's obviously the option to drop it in there, but that's a fantastic shot. Yeah, the hold up yesterday is God's honest truth. No, it's not even. It's really boils down to a system of scheduling, I think, that's been used for a long time, and it's wrong. And nobody hides it. That obviously the staff here, Elaine and Renzi were refereeing, myself in here, the players. There's just too many matches scheduled for specific times, and I understand in the past it might have worked when, if the IM was in Dundee or it was in Edinburgh, or it was whatever it might be, certain people from further away would maybe not go, maybe not want to travel, whatever distance. Maybe they had a few beers the night before and they decided, no, I'm just going to leave it. So you'd have loads of pullouts to an extent, and it would allow it to kind of run at a half-decent time. But with the events sponsored now by Saltire Promotions and essentially in the Central Belt, although it's still far to travel for a lot of people, it's not as far as it probably would have been all of the time. So, plus the fact that I've got an amazing venue like McGoldrick's, and most people will show up because they can come here, they can enjoy the pool, they can enjoy the football, they can have a bite to eat. So they come probably 99% of the time when it's in here. So I think that plays a big part in the reason why it needs to be altered some way in the schedule. And we still got to a certain point last night. I think we finished a round before where they would have liked to be. But yeah, 16 matches were scheduled for 10 a.m. and there's only 10 tables. And then the same for the next session and the next, and it's far too much of a backlog. A match is straight after the first session, so you're just chasing and chasing. But I'm 100% sure that it's something that the guys at the SPA, because they're proactive, that's just what I expect, that it's something that won't happen again. I can't imagine that that's a thing that they would want to normalise, and I know we've had a few issues with it over the last while and it's not really been altered, but I don't think it will continue the way it is. There's going to have to be a plan, and then a plan that's obviously well executed. That's a great point, Jonesy, as well, that you might have one win and obviously you're on a wee bit extra, and if you come here and you don't, no matter what, if you qualify, you're on a tenner, which is amazing value. The tournaments themselves, I think I could be wrong here, but I think, is it no £30-35, something like that, for 4 events? I don't think it gets much better than that. So you get to play all your qualifiers, and then if you qualify, go to an event where you're guaranteed money. It's actually a great point, Jonesy, that a lot of people will be able to basically take the punt and say, do you know what, it covers some fuel, or it covers a bite to eat, or whatever it might be. It's just, there's not as many pullouts as you used to get, and it was funny, like every IM they would say something needs to change, there's far too many withdrawals, you're turning up at X amount of time and then later on you've not played for 7 hours because your opponents haven't showed up, and that's not something that's happening as much, and it means that most of the matches are having to be played, most of the rounds are getting played fully out. It just means that the scheduling is it's no longer feasible for it to work the way it does. And as I say, I've got no doubts that the guys will be trying to figure out some way of sorting it out. Just had a wee peek down, guys, to the last 16 for today. Some tasty ties already. I think with the nature of where we are, we did a lot of polls yesterday to get the matches on for each section. Each session, should I say. But now, what we'll probably do is roll it until we get to roughly the last 16, and then we'll maybe get a poll up for a few of the last 16 games. We'll see if we can get something from there. But I think the best thing that can happen is as soon as there's a table available, we get someone on, try and get things moving. Well, I don't think we'll be too fussy at the moment about who comes on and off, as long as the matches get played in a quick, or as quickly as possible. I suppose that's all you can ask. Neil Cormack with a very, very uncharacteristic miss. I'm a bit surprised at the way he played it. I mean, playing that more like a little jab out. And it's like he's kind of pushed it. And in doing so, he's pushed the red towards the top knuckle. And yeah, I've just had the luxury of seeing it again on the slight delay that I've got on the second screen. And yeah, he's gave it a wee push there. Norman Young and Chris Tinney. I'm guessing Chris is not going to make it. I'm actually a wee bit gutted at that. He's playing out I can't think the Coatbridge area, but good player. Very good player. I think he's only maybe been involved in the pool world and the team stuff for maybe the last few years or something. I could be wrong in that. I've not played a lot of pool in Coatbridge over the years, but I know Chris for the Glasgow area. He's good mates with a lot of good pals of mine, so I was hoping to see him in action this weekend. And it looks like he's not managed to make it, and Norman Young is going to be handed that tie because it's 5-0 right now. And as far as I'm aware, Chris isn't in the building. How we doing, guys? So Neil Cormack 4-2 up. I was just getting myself organised there, guys, with a wee latte from the best staff on the outskirts of Glasgow here in Northern. I'm just getting the machine and that sorted. Now we catch up some of the guys that's out there ready to go. Ryan Fleming, Barry Lee just getting started. And it did. What was it? It was actually... Yeah, Chris Tinney didn't make it, so Norman Young managed to get himself through. And the next match on our stream is going to be Robert Stephen and Sean O'Neill. And John Reid and Kieran Riddle will go on the next available table. And then we'll start hitting the second round matches as well. I actually said to the guys there, I've not got any problem. If they want to just fire the games on, just fire them. But it saves any hold up. But I think we'll make good time today anyway, guys. So probably still be here till dark o'clock tonight, right enough. But some tasty ties. Morgan McInnes, Vincent Bimendi, Willie Bigham, Keith Robertson, Lewis McCool, Scott Rorty, Hugh Thompson, Gio Edgar, Ryan Davey, Aaron Saunders, Mark Fleming, Michael Gallagher. Some absolute belters. He's going to have a double here, Greg. And he's managed to nail it. Good morning, Andy Neil. And 4-3, Neil Cormack is the scoreline. And let's keep you posted with some of the other ones. David Forrest 3, David Ross 2, Graham Dunbar 2, Jimmy Gibson 6. Fantastic result there for Jimmy. Ethan Lang 6, Sam Hoare 1, Barry Wraith 6, Michael Bissett 1. Well, Michael's going to need to up his game, and he's going to be heading home early. Terry Skirka 1, Ryan Martin 4. Terry got off to a good start there, 1 in the opening frame, but young Ryan, absolute phenomenal talent, 4-1 in front. Stevie Ainsworth 3, Chris Hutton 3, Sean Cookson 5, Thomas Munley 2, Ian Weir 3, Scott Dunbar 6, Ryan Fleming and Barry Lee just getting started. Chance on Reds here. Big chance on Reds for Neil. Charlie Shaw, how you doing, old legend? I was going to say legend in yin, and the one go there and said old Lynn. Charlie boy. Jamie McCutcheon, how you doing, young man? Jamie, hope your old boy's operation went well, mate. Says to, I think Paul was on last night. We're all thinking about you, mate, so hope the operation went well. Thoughts and prayers coming from me, mate. Neil, I think taking the red down here, this is a shot. Take this red, little cushion onto the yellow, and then just, oh, he's took the yellows. Wow. It looks to me like that red at the top goes. The one between the yellow and the red at the baulk line, so That's a nightmare. That is a nightmare. How often that happens. Well, mate. Fingers crossed, mate. Fingers crossed everything just goes swimmingly. Perfect. We'll be thinking about you all day, mate. I'm guessing that yellow passes as well then. So, fair enough here if Neil takes these out. I thought reds were the balls. Sometimes it's very easy to be wrong. Neil's making light work of these yellows. Yeah, fair enough.
Sean O'Neill, Robert Stevens, table 3, and Sean and Robert, table 3.
Yeah, it had to be put on. We don't have time to hold the game back for TV purposes, so Sean and Robert have been called. There's not a lot that can be done there, guys, and that's what we're trying to do, just roll it as quick as we can. Good finish, Neil. Didn't think they were the balls, but a cracking finish nonetheless. So we're just going to have two winners straight on here. Looking at the draw right now, there's not a whole lot. There's a few matches heading towards finished, so we'll just kind of roll them. I know Elaine was hoping to leave that match with Sean and Robert, however, it really didn't make any sense. It's funny, I went out and says, listen, you're probably better just rolling them on and off. Roll on and off, and then once we get to the last 16, we can get a poll on again and try and get the matches picked. But they said, well, no, let's pick a match, but it doesn't make any sense. No, they actually didn't hold any matches back yesterday. They never held, not one single match was held back yesterday. Not one. The players from these sessions actually played early. So when the draw had ran behind, for instance, the match from 11:15, the match from 11:15 didn't. That match ended up on earlier than the other 11:15 matches. The 12:30 session match that was picked for TV was on earlier than all the other 12:30 matches. So that's very, very wrong, mate. Very, very wrong. The TV matches were not held back. They were actually played early. So all the matches from these sessions actually got an earlier call. If you think about it this way, the last match that was played from the 3 o'clock session was at 7:30 last night. 3 p.m. matches went on before 13:45. The 3 p.m. match that went on, that 3 p.m. match that went on at 4:30. So it was from that session. All the session matches were picked out, but it didn't hold anything up. It didn't hold any match, and no match was held back. Every one of the matches were put on late from that section. So no match was held back. The TV table was set for the matches, knowing that they were all going to be late after the first one, and the other 9 tables were set for the outer matches. That's just the way it was, and it was nothing to do with the TV table that any of that draw was held back yesterday. Not even close. But good effort there. But that, as I say, every TV table match actually played late. Every single one played later than normal. The 3 o'clock match, as I say, that ended up going on at 25-5 or something like that. So let's call a spade, my man. I've got Mark Fleming going to join me, I think, for the next match. I think he's not on till about 2:30. The last 16. Jamie Simpson, there is some belters, mate. Some absolute belters. Yeah, just looking at that last 16 again, it's unreal. Absolutely stacked, so that should be... Looking at the guys that are going to have to play through, it's at Scott, Gillespie and Dunster at the bottom half of what they're playing in just now. And also Robert Stephen in that bottom half as well, Ryan Fleming in that bottom half, Scott Dunbar in that bottom half, all to make those last 4 spots. Well, sorry, Goobsy is in the top half, looking at the remaining games from yesterday, but they're all going to run into each other. That's just the nature of it. And the last 16 is absolutely stacked. Absolutely stacked. Brilliant. That's the thing for me, Jamie. You look at the strength in Scottish pool, and if you want to go deep in one of these tournaments, win one of these tournaments, whatever your aspirations are in the game, you've got to get by. I mean, obviously Mark Boyle, he's busy with Lola's pool party, so he wasn't in it yesterday, but the likes of Mark Fleming, Ryan Davey, Hugh Thompson, Lewis McCool, Willie Bigham, Morgan McInnes, Vinny, Keith Robertson, Scott Rorty, Gio, Alan Saunders, Michael Gallagher. That's the guys that are already cemented. That's the 12 that are in the last 16. You've still got guys like Campbell Dunlop, who won the last event, didn't make it. Stuart McCulloch didn't make it. There's no Brian Cumming here. You look at it across the board. Ross Fernie got put out yesterday. Scottish pool. I only wish, Jamie, that all the very best players were available to go to international events. I would absolutely love that. To get to see the very best. And that goes for basically England and Wales and stuff like that as well. Getting to see the very best play the very best is, to me, what it's all about. And we probably don't get to see it enough. But aye, mate, Scottish pool's in some place, and the last 16 is going to be unreal. Young Evan Robert is playing Sean O'Neill. We were hoping to get them on the TV table. Well, Elaine and Renzi were hoping to get them on, as I say. Actually made me look a bit daft when I think about it. I says, what we're going to do, we're going to just roll on, roll off until we get to the last 16. And they said, well, let's pick a good one for the next match. So Sean and Robert stood out, but there's only 3 matches left of that draw, of that section. So it'd have been a bit mad to wait. But yep, Sean O'Neill, Robert Stephen. Jamie, that's the thing that kind of, I get it. It's like, I think a big part of it, and I mentioned it yesterday when I was in here with Renzi. I think when they started cutting the teams, and then they cut them again, and they cut them again, for me, it's always going to cost you. It always costs you money to go and play international pool. That's just the way it is. But you do it because you love it. But I think that used to be offset against the fact that you had the time of your life. It was amazing. Not just represent your country. It was just the atmosphere was electric. The amount of people there, the noise generated in the venue, the buzz created in the streets. It was just second to none, to be honest with you. It's one of the greatest experiences of my life when I started playing international pool all the years ago. Whereas now, you get down there with these 5-man teams and there's 3-man teams. And I mean, the men's Bs had 7-man teams there, but it's still in the venue. To me, it's a bit like a morgue. It's just absolutely quiet. You might get the odd wee rush for certain teams when they win a frame or 2 frames or win a match. You hear a wee bit. But it used to just be the norm that the place was electric all day, every day. And I think it's only natural when you cut teams from 11-man to 7-man, from 7-man to 5-man, and then some of the 5-mans to 3-mans. And it's no surprise to me that Bridlington Council kind of didn't feel that the deal was up to much anymore. There's just not enough bums on beds. There's just not enough people in the restaurants. There's just... yeah, it doesn't work out for them, and I don't blame them. I don't know the exact reasons why it changed at either side, but I've heard some murmurs, and it's a shame. %, 11-man teams were... It's when I went for the first time, and honestly, some of my best memories in pool were part of the teams. It was absolutely electric. Looking around that venue, place buzzing, the noise generated in the arena was just a totally different type of atmosphere to what we're witnessing these days, and that's no slight on the players. It's just a lot more difficult to get. If you've got a 5-man team, say, and you've got 6 players in it, so you've got the 6 men. If you've got maybe one guy who's a bit up for a bit of rowdiness, and then there's 1 or 2 that might get involved, unless you're really kicking into gear, it doesn't really generate through the full team and then kick on to... I mean, you could have your team at one end of the venue and start getting tore into a bit of singing or a bit of atmosphere, and the other side of the building would join in, and then to the right would join in, and it would just be... yeah, it was pretty special. It's just not the same anymore. It really isn't. Gary Murphy. Good morning, my friend. On the well. Good chance for you today, Gary. As we're absolutely rotten. Evan, you're right, mate. What about the one at Craig Tara a couple of years ago? Gary Moore won a last frame decider. I think he won 2 of them on the Friday night, and everybody singing Gary Moore. Don't think he's ever had his name sang in his life, and that was the Friday. And then all of a sudden, all the way through, oh, that's massive. You've got to just bang that in, Gregsy. You've got to just bang that in. He's just gifted that frame. Yeah, Neil Cormack on the hill now. But yeah, Evan, it was absolutely class. I actually remember, I think your ma had it on video, my kind of crazy fluttered dance after I potted that black. That was mental. Brilliant. Greg has probably given himself as good a chance as he's ever going to have here to at least get a frame on the board. Obviously Neil giving him a wee opportunity, but me and Robert, that was class. Absolutely loved it. I must admit, that's the thing for me. Obviously, international pool, county pool, even league pool on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever day you play it. I think the team element. You see the guys at the Ryder Cup, they love playing in the team probably more than anything else. I think that's what our game misses. We've got so much team pool that everybody loves. We've got so many players that love being involved in teams. Yet for some reason in our game that we've not actually pushed the team element. I don't understand it. It seems to be that we're trying to create something big in the individual kind of aspect of the game, follow snooker and other things, but I think where our game differentiates is the fact that we've got a massive team element, a massive participation base. And we're missing a trick. Oh, Van Veen. I actually was a big advocate, Gary. I didn't want. I know he was a wee bit older. I think it was 30. Was it? You keep me right. I think he was about maybe 30-year-old or whatever. But I can't believe we didn't take him and just keep him here. And having him as a squad player and the goals and the way he put himself about, I thought it was a no-brainer. But it just goes to show. I don't think he had as much joy when he left, right enough, but he just had a great time at Motherwell. Played some good stuff earlier in the year when he's played at Fir Park against Rangers. He's played great, played them off the park. So I definitely playing some good stuff, mate. And a good chance for you today. Just looking at the way the balls have been for the start of this break, there was just gaps everywhere. So every yellow had a bag, every red kind of had a bag. Greg's a wee bit off the ball here, to be honest. I would never, ever in a million years have considered Greg missing these. The red he's missed in the last frame, the yellow he's missed there, a couple of shots he's played at it. It's very, very unlike Greg McMillan. The boys from the town that makes the killie pie. Aye. Killie and Kettlewell, it's a decent combination, mate, to be honest. I think he'll be a lot better, Bill, once he's get back to the good old grass pitches. I know it's coming. Put it this way. This year, anybody, saying I need to stop Hearts right enough, but aye, good a chance as any to beat us. Neil Cormack pouncing on the mistakes that Greg McMillan unfortunately kind of tossed in there. It's just the nature of the game. Greg not at it. Unfortunately, that puts him out the tournament. It is now Neil Cormack who goes on. Good result for Neil though. Big game. Greg McMillan. It's no mean feat to beat Greg these days. He's got himself right up there in the rankings. Made it to a professional status. So fair play. Oh, let's go to Killie. Morning, Stevie Brown. Aye, that's now we're talking, guys. We Kilmarnock win against Hearts, and that's the wheels off the bus. The only match I can see possible is Ethan Lang and Neil Cormack. So give me 2 seconds, guys. I want to check because we might as well keep rolling here.
Ethan Lane, Neil Cormack, sorry, table 10. That's Ethan and Neil, table 10, please. Sean Cookson, Scott Dunbar, table 5, please. That's Sean and Scott, table 5. Ian, if you're still here, can you come and see me? Ian Weir. Star, table 1, please. That's John and Neil, table 1. Barry Wraith, Ryan Martin, table 6, please. That's Barry and Ryan, table 6.
It's chaos. I've just noticed that there. I've got the Q score on right now, so let's see if we can. I don't. Craig's good at all this. Sorting things out, making it look good. he's not here this morning. Sort by match number, sort by start time. Not got a clue what I'm doing, to be honest here. Flow chart, let's see how that works. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Aha. Who knows? Who knows, but I think, well, I'm not even in the right tournament there, I don't think. There we go, there we go. There we go. My Q score's working, mate. I think you just need to go to live on the top of your Q score, click live, and then if you go for there, it should bring up the Mick McGoldrick IM Series Event 4. I just had a wee 5 minutes there with Greg McMillan, guys, and he's absolutely distraught right now. He's not happy with his game, but we're talking about a guy that's managed to get himself to the pro ranks of the IPA after a fantastic year in the amateurs last year. But he's obviously had the harsh reality that the pro game is not like any other game, to be honest. It really isn't. The standard's just incredible. You know, if you get a chance, you need to take it. If you don't, you'll be punished. And I think he's get caught up in the fact that he's lost quite a lot. Some heavy defeats and what have you down there. And I think it's maybe playing on him a little bit. And obviously, it's led to the fact that he's struggling to go over the line in some other matches now. He's thrown in some uncharacteristic misses. Yeah, he's not having the best of times on the table, but he's far too good, far too talented, so I wouldn't be too worried if I was Greg. He won't be far away, that's for sure. Davy Forrest 3, David Ross 6, Stevie Ainsworth and Chris Hutton, that's 5-all. Ryan Fleming making light work of Barry Lee, 5-1 in that one. Sean O'Neill 2, Robert Stephen 3. Knew that one would be a good one. Stephen Fox 1, Norman Young 2. And the only other match with a free minute, Sean Cookson 1, Scott Dunbar 0. Chance for Ethan here. I thought Mark Fleming was going to join us for this match, but he's maybe pop in. He's not on till 2:30, so we might get him. Might get him in the next one. Liam Dunster in the building. And he is up against John Reid. I can tell you, is at the table. Looking through the gap to table 1. John Reid at the table. Long red from the cushion. He's absolutely in all kinds of trouble, because even if he pots this, I don't think he can get on the black, guys. So I think Liam's going to be huge favourite in that one. But back to our main match. Ethan Lang. It just goes to show, guys, blind squirrels and all that stuff. Ethan Lang. Love you to bits, my man. Congratulations. He's in the Scotland A team. Rab Edmund has picked him for the Scotland A team to go to Ireland. And although some people will maybe throw in there, yeah, there's a lot of guys missing and what have you, that might be the case. But there's still a lot of players that Rab could have chose. When he's went with Ethan, he is one of the most amazing team players I've probably ever played with. In the Glasgow team, he's been in my Scotland teams. He's He's unbelievable on and off the table, so he'll be a huge asset for Rab. A huge congratulations to him. He's an A-team international. And I'm really sorry, Ethan, but that's going to exclude you, son, from a lot of tournaments. Cracking finish. Ethan Lang 2, Neil Cormack 2. So Davy Forrest, guys, I can tell you, is on a finish. Oh, he's unlucky. He's landed, now bridging over the last ball, and he's having to play a 2-1 to win the match, to win the frame or lose the match. Oh, what a 2-1, Davy Forrest. What a brilliant shot that is. Davy Forrest 4, David Ross 6. He's just played a wonderful 2-1 to stay alive. Absolutely brilliant. Frame number 5, Ethan Lang and Neil Cormack. Boom. Yeah, not a great contact there. You can see the way they split. You have a word with him. We go to the county soon, and if he's going to be breaking like that, there's a good chance when they're in the caravan, I'll get Robert to jump right on top of him when he's sleeping. He did that to me, Big Bob. Oh, I'm in my bed sleeping, guys, and there comes Robert Stephen, half canned, 3 o'clock in the morning, and just dive bombed me, man. Dive bombed. He's you don't mind me saying it, but he's not the lightest guy in the world. And when he's about 30 vodkas deep, he wasn't the best smelling guy in the world either. Big Bob, brilliant, man. Absolutely brilliant. And he's 5-2 up on Sean O'Neill. A good opener there from Neil, banging in the plant. However, it's made the red just below the yellow. It's made that a bit more awkward than it probably already was. However, it does go in the bottom left if he can drop into that right-hand side. Might be thinking right now. Yeah, he's having a look at it. And that could not have landed any worse. Oh, I'm howling at that. Big Bob gave wee Bomber a slam and broke the bed. Just as well it wasn't a caravan at the top of Petticoat Bay. That'd have been a STV news story the next day. Oh, wow. I just get a vision of that. So I was reading it. Oh, brilliant. I think Neil asking for a total. I don't think Ethan's giving him it. No, I don't think Ethan's giving him the total snooker. So it can't be as bad. Well, it's obviously bad, but I don't think it's as bad as... Well, has he given him the snooker? He has. Yeah, he has. I thought I seen him shaking his head the other way, but he's giving him the gas cooker. It's not a bad shot, although the red still doesn't really go anywhere but the bottom left. Unless Ethan can pop this yellow into the left middle. Yeah, that's fine. I was going to say, unless he could pop it into the left middle, the yellow was stone dead. But he's managed to pop it in there, and he's now given himself a chance to maybe take the lead for the first time in this match. And there was me thinking that that was a plant. Well, Ethan Lang, Shang-a-lang, he's made his decision. Nice and simple, just smash them open. He needs it to stop. It's just about right. It's just about right. I was worried that it was going to end up stuck to the yellow there. But he probably could have been doing another 1 or 2 rolls. It looked like it was going to slow down and land on the yellow, but if I'm, yeah, I mean, he's obviously going to jab by the red here, but that's totally fine. Yeah, good shot, Ethan Lang. Queuing well. Stevie Ainsworth 6-5 in front against Chris Hutton now. And David Forrest has missed a black against David Ross, and David Ross has a plant on yellows close to each other, top left corner. If he gets them, he'll have a black over the top right corner to win. Ethan Lang 3-2 in front against Neil Cormack. David Ross with a great chance to beat Davy Forrest. He's got it. Nice simple yellow. Davy Forrest is out. Very, very well played. And again, guys, I asked earlier, I don't know a whole lot about David Ross. All I know is he's got 2 first names. And if you've got any information, please send it over, because I don't know much about this guy, but he's just beat one of the best players I know, Davy Forrest. So, yeah, fire me some info.
David Ross, Jimmy Gibson, table 7, please. That's David Ross, Jimmy Gibson, table 7. Scott Gillespie, Stephen Ainsworth, table 9 please. That's Scott and Stevie, table 9.
He's obviously played really well there against Davy Forrest, who's a tough game for anybody. I think I'd need to look at the rankings, but I'm sure Davy's been at the top end, maybe top 16 for a long time. So it's most definitely a big win based on that fact alone. But he's back on. He's back on against Jimmy Gibson. He's another one. Had a big result earlier as well, so it's some results that maybe some would say slight shocks here and there, but Jimmy Gibson beat Graham Dunbar 7-3, and then David Ross has just beat Davy Forrest. So a couple of big results, and both of them go head to head. So one of them will be another stage on. And as I say, I don't know any of the two of them that well, but I now know that both of them are very, very good players and more than capable of taking a few more scalps this weekend. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe one of them can go all the way. Ethan Lang just quickly there as he was having his break, and he feels like he's struggling on the break. Feels like the balls aren't breaking very well, not opening great. But he's queuing well. I said that to him there. I said you've took a couple of really good finishes. Look pretty composed. Well, the break might not be going as good as he would like, but he's definitely playing well. He's 3-2 in front here, and good value from it. He was 2-0 down, and he's managed to get himself in front against Neil Cormack, who beat Greg McMillan in the previous match. So yeah, good players going at it throughout the weekend, and today it won't be any different. So Neil's landed slightly wrong side, but he's going to have a good line in to get on the black. That much is for sure. So pop this in, just bring the cue ball back maybe an inch, and then it's just a little stun off the cushion. He's going to go up the stairs first. Yeah, I don't think that's the way. Yeah, this is better. Let's come back an inch. A little stun off the cushion. You don't really have a whole lot to do with the cue ball. It should go at an angle, just maybe an inch or two down, and then just out towards the centre of the table. So pretty straightforward. Absolutely spot on. What a match this is, guys. This is two players that look, for me, right on the money just now. So good finish, Neil Cormack. It is 3 frames all, and the standard so far from these two has been absolutely sensational. Robert Stephen beat Sean O'Neill 7-2. And where does that put Robert then? Is he at the top end of it? Wait a wee minute here, what is going on? What is going on? Why can't I find them in the second round? Because that was a first round tie. Why can't I find a Robert in the second? Am I tripping? Am I tripping, boys? Girls, whoever's watching. Must be. Let's see. See, that's what happens when you let Walker the Talker start messing about with buttons, guys. You let this guy mess about with buttons and people's names start disappearing off drawers. I was pressing... I don't know if anybody messes about with the Q score. I don't know what you call it. The draw thing. There's probably a name for it, but flowchart. Ha. The flowchart. So I've got a feeling. What do you mean I've got? Anyway, I've obviously pressed some buttons that took some names away, but I was clever enough to be a problem solver. And Robert is awaiting the winner of Ryan Fleming and Barry Lee. Ryan Fleming 6-2 in front. So Ryan Fleming most likely will be playing Robert Stephen right after he finishes his match with Barry Lee. That would have been a good TV match, but unfortunately... In fact, it'll probably go straight back on the other table, so that's fine. That's totally fine. No chance for Neil to get in front once again. And ladies and gentlemen, just tuning in, it is the SPA IM Series Event 4. We're in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar. That is brought to you by Sol Tyre Promotions, who are taking care of the IMs this year, and I'm hoping and thinking it's maybe going forward. I don't know how long the deal is, but we have got two fantastic venues. Why not use them? And we've got the right guys pushing it. So Saltire Promotions leading the way in Scottish Pool right now, and it is no surprise that the SPA decided to link up with these guys. And it is, as I say, live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. And Walker the Talker in the afternoon, keeping you guys going till the very end today. No doubt Alan Reynolds will pop his head in at some point, throw his glove and his marker on the desk, pull on the earphones, grab a microphone, and join in the proceedings. So I did say Mark Fleming. He said to me, "You in the comms booth?" I said, "Yes." He's like, "Okay, I'll join you. I'm not on till 2:30. Absolutely fantastic. Now, unless he's managed to find some invisible paint, sit down next to me and use the force, and I don't know where he is. Yeah, it was good to see as well, guys. Yesterday popped into McGoldrick's, watch a bit of football. Mark Armstrong, absolute legend when it comes to a game of pool. I remember obviously away in international duty and stuff like that with Scotland, and Mark was one of the guys that could talk to you about a frame, a shot, a certain pattern from 10 years before, and just have that photographic memory when it came to the world of pool. Absolutely exceptional. But what a player as well. Good to see him yesterday. I don't know if he's tuning in right now, but what a guy. Absolute legend. And it was good to see you yesterday, Mark Armstrong, if you are tuning in. If not, well, you need to rewind it if you want to find your name. Slightly awkward. Neil, I understand why he's leaving the ball at the bottom for last. It's the automatic connector. Just minding his work a little bit at the top end of the table. I don't see him just dropping us. I think he'll play both of them in the same bag. He's underhit it slightly, but he's just a little stunned down, so I think he would have liked a tiny bit more space between it. But he's as good. He's as good as perfect. He's as good as perfect. This black away from the man from Orkney, going 4-3 in front. Well done, Neil. 4-3 against Ethan Lang. And just on the subject, actually, just thinking there, when I managed the Scotland team in Malta a few years ago, both of these guys were in my team. We lost in the semi-finals to the eventual winners. We lost to England in the semis and they went on to win it. Sure it was the semis. There's an actual picture of us on the podium next to them. I don't think it was the final. I don't think so. I'm sure it was the semi-final. But anyway, Neil and Ethan, brilliant guys to have in your team. And as I say, Ethan now in the Scotland men's A team for the upcoming event in Ireland, and Neil has been a stalwart in the senior setup over the last while as well. So both of them wearing the Scotland jerseys with pride. I can't take all the credit from Neil. Chris Ferrier was the one that looked into bringing Neil into the men's setup when we were going to Malta before. Chris couldn't, I can't mind what happened, but he couldn't basically make Malta, and then the manager's job moved to someone else, and then they couldn't make it, and then it was offered to the talker, or there was going to be no team going. My first kind of job as the Scotland manager was to go to Malta and take a team of kind of half misfits, put us together and try and do well, and we did okay. Climbed out of a hospital bed on the Friday after almost lost my wee life there. Got a couple of major operations, and then I was on a flight on the Monday. How's that for commitment, guys? How is that for commitment to your nation? Yeah, these two were quality. Two good guys. Two very good guys. It was a pleasure to share some egg rolls with them. Neil, 4-3 in front. If you were a betting man, it would be hard pushed to bet against him. He's played amazing stuff, as I say, beating Greg McMillan. No mean feat. And if he can wipe out Ethan Lang at the same time, that's some going. He's got a bit of work to do now. think the yellow just above the black will still go to the left middle. He's looking at stopping the cue ball roughly where the yellow is, and then playing the cut. Right, so he's left it in that position, so he's going to cut the yellow in. The big issue from here, he can slide it in with some left-hand side and come towards the red. The one just below the black, and then he's on the yellow to the bottom left. He can swing round and play the yellow to the left middle. However, he can play to come towards the yellow and black here. He's actually really unlucky because he's played to cannon the red, and that was the shot he was going to play. He was going to play to come round the back. Yeah, he's still looking at it. So it's exactly what he was thinking. He's just unfortunate that it's caught at half ball. Listen, he'll still have a double here, guys. If he can just get over, he'll still have a double. But I actually think the shot here is to pop it in with the opposite side, a little tracer right-hand side, and just go towards the red at the left and play the double in the opposite bag. He seems to be heart set on getting to the right-hand side, but maybe he can go. Right, okay, he's giving himself a chance. That wasn't easy, didn't have a lot of room. But I don't think if he can pop this in clean, he's really fortunate when he's played that kick. Yeah, he can. Well done, Neil Cormack. He is so fortunate that he didn't end up absolutely killing the Yellowstone dead when he's played the kick shot. But fair play. He's taking them out. He's taking them out fantastic. So Neil Cormack, Ethan Lang, it's 5-3 to Neil. David Ross 0, Jimmy Gibson 1, Ethan Lang 3, Neil Cormack 4, Stephen Fox 1, Norman Young 4. Barry Wraith 1, Ryan Martin 4, Scott Gillespie 1, Stevie Ainsworth 1, Sean Cookson 4, Scott Dunbar 2, Ryan Fleming and Robert Stephen just getting underway, and John Reid 1, Liam Dunster 2. Be absolutely magic if that plants into the left middle. Looks like the red just above the black on the right hand side. Yeah, not a big fan of that. I think he's got away with it. I understand why he's played to run towards them, because the top red of the two, slightly awkward. But it's come out well. He's got the red to the top left now, top right, and then he can play the red inside the yellow at the right middle. And then he can pop the red in the bottom left, bottom right, 8 ball in the top. So the pattern's there. Top left, top right, middle right, bottom left, bottom right, top right. I think they worked themselves out pretty well here. Wants to bring the cue ball back. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. I don't know what he's thinking here. So he's going to go one cushion and try and drop between the red and the black. Yeah, that's just absolutely madness from Ethan there. I don't know why he's not just playing to pop the red in the top and then just play the red in off the yellow in the middle. I don't know why he's not seen it. I can't believe he's not seen it. He's going to have to pull something out now. So he's tried to go in to the 8-ball for no apparent reason. Let's see if he can pull something out. Yeah, I don't see a finish here now, guys. Straight in off to the top left corner, straight in off to the top right corner. How's he getting a shot on the last red? That's the question for me. Let's see what he's got in the tank here. Yeah, I think he knew fine well if he potted that, he was in off. I'm hoping he goes and watches this back and realises the mistake he made and how he went about those top balls. I think Renzi, there's no better guy on earth than Renzi when it comes to pattern play. I think the pattern was quite obvious there, to be honest, and he's missed it. However, he might tell me that there's just not a big enough gap to play the red in off the yellow into the middle, and that's totally fine if that's the case. It looks like it on the camera that there's a huge, huge opportunity to play the red off the yellow into that pocket. Maybe he thought the yellow would go down and cover the bottom right back, or whatever it might be, I don't know. But from what I can see on the screen, it was pretty straightforward, the pattern. Doesn't mean that you're going to get them bang on. But the shot to roll through on the ball to the top left was where everything started to unravel. And all of a sudden, from 5-3 and a chance to get to 5-4, you're staring at the jaws of your opponent being on the hill at 6 frames to 3. So Ethan needs a bit of help now from Neil. And Scott Gillespie on a finish to go 3-1 in front of Stevie Ainsworth. It was 1 each, and Stevie had a chance, a really good chance. And I've looked away to this match and looked back round, and rather than Stevie being 2-1 up, he was 2-1 down. So a little bit surprised at that, because as I say, it was a very, very good chance that he had. I'm surprised he didn't take it, but it's 3-1 Scott Gillespie now. Well, something's not right. Unless guys, unless Stevie Ainsworth put the wrong score on, because it was 2-1 Scott Gillespie and it's now went 2 each and Scott Gillespie just took a finish. So work that out. Yeah, I need to keep my eyes on that. I'll have a check of that probably after this frame finishes. Yeah, simple stuff from Neil. Very, very simple stuff and doing it well. Yeah, 6 frames to 3, Neil Cormack. Just having a wee glance there because Neil, I've always said that he reminded me of somebody, and I was always thinking James Nesbitt, but it's actually Titus Welliver. Plays the part of Jimmy O'Phelan in Sons of Anarchy. Titus Welliver. Yeah, that's quite good, aye. You bit of James Nesbitt and about him as well, right enough, but Titus Welliver, I'd never guessed that name. In the hospital, what are you calling the wee man? Titus. Titus Welliver. Aye, that's a belter, that one. Well done, big TW. 6-3 Neil Cormack. Ethan Lang needs a bit of magic, needs it soon. Oh, this match will reach its conclusion. And Neil will be a very, very worthy winner. Yeah, he's went a wee bit far. I'm not 100% sure if where he's looking at is really feasible, because he's going to be running straight into all the balls at the bottom, and there's no guarantee when you're playing a kick on the last balls it's going to come out. And the fact of the matter is, he's not. You don't want to be kicking a ball that already goes. That's the problem. He might feel he's not got a choice, so he's decided to play on the plant. Very, very tough plant to stay alive. Good shot. Still got work to do. But doing everything as straightforward as he can. Very good. might have given himself a better chance if he just screwed into that a bit harder. What a tough black this is, to keep your tournament alive. Unlucky Ethan. It was just awkward. Could not land where he wanted to. Probably on his last 3 or 4 balls. Yeah, is Neil just going to play the yellow onto the yellow, try and get the 2 of them into a good position and run the cue ball through it? Might opt to play. He's looking at the yellow to the right middle and then play the double. But the black is in such a safe area of the table. He's got so many options that keep him favourite. And Jimmy Gibson 2-0 in front of David Ross. Good match that one. 5-2 Norman Young against Stephen Fox. 5-2 Ryan Martin against Barry Wraith. All the matches well and truly on the go. Liam Dunster 4-1 ahead of John Reid. Oh, double casts in. He's left a shot. Didn't like that. I preferred his first shot. I preferred the first one. Where he was going to play just to drop the 2 yellows out. Take the cue ball to the left-hand cushion. Well, he opted for the latter, and it didn't work out great. And it's now a chance for Neil to get over the line in this match. It's not a tad straight, but I don't think there's anything to worry about here. Yeah, no hassle at all. One at the bottom left. It's always going to be last. Of that, there was never any doubt. Yeah, nice little angle. Just a little delicate screw towards the middle of the table. So this yellow will most likely bring down the curtain on the match between Ethan Lang and Neil Cormack. Very well played Ethan got off to a very... Well, saying that, Neil went 2-0 up and then Ethan went 3-2 up. It was a great start, great standard. Well, Ethan lost his way. And Neil put him to the sword. Well done, Neil Cormack. So Neil will play the winner of David Ross and Jimmy Gibson. Cracking little section that. Good run. Possible for all the guys in it. Missing out a lot of the big players at that point. So, yeah, good stuff. Who will we see join the team in the last 16? Be back soon, guys.
Right, good afternoon. The talker is on a little break at the moment. He's having a little food. He missed out yesterday, so he's not missing out today. And the next game is Ryan Fleming. Good to see him back against possibly tournament favourite Liam Dunster. Scott Gillespie 6-2 up on Steve Ainsworth. And that's the round 2. And Jimmy Gibson's 5-2 up on Davy Ross. That's all the action up to date. We've got some mouth-watering last 16 games to look forward to. And it's all here live. I'm having a little practice at the moment. While he awaits Ryan, who has just played back-to-back matches. He's just taking out a Robert Stephen. It looks as if he's breaking very well, Ryan Fleming. But he has to do more than break well against this young man. So keep the questions coming, guys. Keep interacting. Young Ryan Martin just won a hill battle there against Barry Wraith. That's a really high quality game. So in round 3, Norman Young is now playing Ryan Martin. Oh, the guys are now chasing the ranking points to either keep them in the top 16, promote them to the top 8. There's battles for top 4 spots. And it's only the Scottish singles to come after this. I believe that the president, Mr. Ross McInnes, will be doing some sort of a Calcutta for the Scottish singles, as he does every year. I think that's happening on Monday evening, before the draw's done. And I believe, having did a bit of chatting yesterday, that 4 of the current top 16 are already eliminated from the Scottish singles, which always throws up surprises. Also because of the non-seeded draw. It basically means that, even though thousands of pounds can go in the Calcutta, that you could get 2 of the top players drawing each other if they do qualify in the first match. So as I say, with Ryan having back-to-back matches, I think he is just away for a little comfort break or a little drink. Scott Gillespie just completed victory, I see, in table 9. A 7-2 winner on Stevie Ainsworth. And indeed, we do have Ryan coming over now. Both brothers still in. Sean Cookson still in. Their young prodigy, Ryan Martin, still in. So a good representation from the Dundee and surrounding areas. A lot quieter in here today than it was yesterday. It seems to be running a lot smoother today. And our team, Michael and Dave and Yvonne, always take a wee bit of constructive criticism's the wrong word. Constructive points is probably the better phrase, and I'll take it on board. The great thing is, IM4, which is normally not the best attended event, has been superly well attended this weekend. And long may that continue. Are all you guys out there looking forward to the Supers? Who's going to be winning the events this time? Andy Neil, how you doing, mate? Hope you're enjoying it. You're just about to watch Liam here. You know how good he is. So I hope everything's good over in the Isle of Man. Wish I was coming over to see you soon, but unfortunately I've just got some stuff to do here. Not the best start break by Ryan. One guy you don't want to be going off against is this young guy. Just had a conversation actually with Ryan's brother Mark about situations with the free shot. 6'2" Jimmy Gibson, and how probably this guy's use of it is probably better than anybody's within the game. Never takes anything to chance, always makes sure they're all out, tries to make the finish as easy as possible for himself, and it's just one of the things he is masterful at. I hate singing his praises too much, but credit where credit is due. So it would be total commentator's curse if he was to make a rip-roaring of of the free shot here. A lot of arguments recently as well about whether this should change, and it should not be a free shot in a visit, therefore encouraging you to keep smashing them and sacking the free shot and visit. Or, as everybody kind of knows, it has two shots and just going with one shot for the break if the cue ball comes off or the cue ball goes in off, but especially if it goes in off. So here he goes. Liam's going to open the yellow and the red downstairs. Yep. Aye, reds all day long. The only maybe slight issue is you would actually want to keep a red downstairs to be able to connect it to the 8-ball. So can he do it? Can he play the one at the bottom left to get him going? So it's all about how he plots his route. You might see him get upstairs just for the ball over the top left, yeah? Yeah. So the matches are starting to go up. We've got Liam here, plotting his way around the table. Scott Gillespie straight back on against Sean Cookson, who's a very, very dangerous player for Dundee. That's a brilliant shot, yeah, William. It truly is. Has he came a smidgen too far for the one to the left middle? I think he played to an area there. Yeah, I still fancy him to get out. Top right, left middle, bottom right, bottom left, 8-ball in the left centre, possibly. Yeah, it's looking like the bait. Yeah, he's just going round to check to where exactly he wants his cue ball. Has he gone left middle first? Yeah, he has. He's gone left middle. That's fine. Oh, has he came a smidgen too far? Now he can't get as close to the one down the bottom right as he possibly could if he had a wee bit more angle, but I still think he'll get him. But maybe all of a sudden he has to cue a ball in. So he wants to bring this back 2 inches. That's pretty good. Roll through, 8 ball into the left centre. Should be 1-0. Dunster barring some sort of a kick or something like that. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. 1-0. So what have we got to look forward to? Morgan McInnes, Vincent Biamendi, Willie Bingham, Keith Robertson, Lewis McCool, Scott Rwarty. An all-Ayrshire battle, Hugh Thompson, Gio Eggert, Ryan Davey against Alan Saunders, former Scottish champion, and Mark Fleming against Rebel M, Mad Mikey from Midlothian, Gallagher. These are all last 16 games, all scheduled for 2:30. But the game we're enjoying at the moment, it's just started. Is Liam Dunster, Ryan Flynn. Interesting to see what Liam's breaks like. It's normally deadly, his side break, but his table's playing slightly different this weekend, so we'll see if he still nails one into the bottom and one into the ball that he hits into the left middle. No, a wee bit out. No, a wee bit out. So Liam will be sitting there and the wheels will be going round in his head and he'll be saying, right, okay, how did that not go there and why did that not go there? And he'll be trying to work out if there is anything he needs to move or hit lower or higher or over a little bit to make it a more successful break the next time. Tell you what though, it's a great chance for Ryan to get on the board. Been watching a wee bit of the players over this weekend, and for me there wasn't really a standout yesterday. Matt Fleming played really steady. Ryan Davey, as always, played quite steady. Morgan, he's still in the tournament, so that makes him dangerous, but he wasn't at his best yesterday. Lewis was a wee bit kind of bipolar performance. Box office, however, don't get me wrong, box office as usual. So it's going to be an interesting day.
Do you know what's even worse about that?
Oh, who's this?
Do you know what's even worse? When Lewis comes to me and said, Stevie, I feel like I can talk to you about it because you understand. And I went, oh, all right.
I don't know how I'd quite take that.
I know. We're standing just outside the toilet and I'm like...
a bad head case as well, sort of a thing, yeah.
I think that's what he was saying, mate. You're in the same wavelength as me. Do you know what I'm talking about? Aye, mate, that's it. He's
a character. He's just such a good guy.
I actually said to him, I went, the good thing where he's improved is he still managed to go and win a match, whereas Lewis could be 6-0 up in a race to 7 and throw the entire match for there. And he's done it many a time. But I said to him, on the flip side here, he says, you've still got that wee element of mentalness, which is good to watch if you want a wee bit of that. I says, but on the flip side, you're still going on and winning the match.
Yeah.
That's where the difference, and that's what's showed in the IP as well, Renzi.
Very much. So there's one game. There's always one game that holds the thing a little bit, and the game that Neil Cormack, it was a brilliant performance with Neil.
Yeah, so he's waiting on Jimmy Gibson getting over the line against
David Ross.
Yeah. But Neil's, listen, I know Neil quite well. Obviously, had him in my Scotland team a few years ago. But I said earlier, it wasn't me that picked Neil. I went into a team knowing that it was going to. Chris Ferry was picking the team, and I knew it was going to be myself. He had mentioned that he was picking a guy called Neil Cormack. He'd heard a lot about him. Chris added him to the team, and then it was only really me, Chris, Neil, I think, and maybe there was a couple like Jamie Burnett and Lewis, and that was supposed to be it, but they all pulled out 1-1, and then Chris dropped it. Then Andy McKinnon was meant to have the job, then he dropped it.
I remember the situation.
So it ended up a bit mad, but Chris, I'll put my hands in the air and say Chris was the guy that kind of had a wee.
Yeah.
However he heard about him.
Well, I think he'd done his research.
And he added him in. Neil would probably be the first guy to say that it wasn't by a million miles his best team week, if you know what I mean. But
first time away with the Scotland team can be tough.
No, it can. But individually, I think he got to like the quarterfinals of the men, something like that. Do you know what I mean? So. You knew right away that there was something there, and it's actually no surprise to me that he's shown how solid he is, because I think up in the Orkney and in the very high north of Scotland, I think he's won a lot.
Yeah, sure.
I think he's won a lot.
I've definitely heard about Neil in. Is it Inverness area? Or is it further afield?
He's for Orkney.
Is he for Orkney?
He's for
right,
Orkney,
okay.
aye.
Some good players for the Orkneys as well.
But I know he obviously comes off the island to play in the stuff at the high north kind of thing. So.
Obviously, like the places closest to the Orkneys are like Aberdeen and Inverness and these places.
He showed his mettle. I actually spoke to him about it. It took a few really good finishes, and there was one in particular I was a wee bit surprised in the way he was going about it, and then about maybe 3 shots for the end, I knew exactly what he was planning. I've called it on here, and I said to him about it, I said, you got fortunate though, I said, because you flicked the red, then the black, and the black almost basically killed the yellow, and he said, Stevie, I was trying to play the red full in the face so that I can then just come round the back, play the yellow to the left middle, and then the black. But he was fortunate then because he flicked the black further across the yellow, but the yellow still went in the left middle. But you could see what he was doing, and he wasn't far away from taking them perfectly the way he was planning it out. So he's maybe used that in his own. He's feeling good about his patterns. They might seem to a lot of people, if you're watching Liam, for instance, or a boy or stuff like that, it'll be a wee bit more unconventional.
Yeah.
But you can actually see the way he's going about them. You see his thinking in it and his logic in it, and he takes them well.
Yeah. Talking about taking them well, Liam looked as if he had no chance in this for him. He's actually just played a pot and then a combo. And now he's giving himself a chance. I don't know if he's going to play a further combo or he's going to try and get in. It looks as if he's pretty good on it just now. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. And
I think,
see if he gets this finish, what a head record it would be, because Ryan was sitting great in the frame and missed a ball down the line.
Just as I came in, Renzi, I heard you. I like the way he played that. So he's used the physics there to play that shot. It's fantastic. The yellow's on the bottom side of the table, basically the right hand jaw. So it's on the bottom cushion. So you've got to play it on the slight inside, so that basically the laws of physics take over and it follows through. And a lot of people have got a bad habit of playing it full in the face.
Absolutely.
And when you play it full in the face, you're cutting away from it, and that's the big part of working these shots out. And people, they tell themselves, I'm hopeless at these shots. And it's not that they're hopeless at them, they're just not playing it. They're not using the physics. They're not using
they're not using the physics. They're getting the same thing wrong over and over and over instead of standing back and actually working it out and then playing it and understanding it.
That's the shot. Where that red is on the left-hand cushion, it was similar to there, but it was on the top cushion, and I played it. The game against Ants I was talking about, and he went, that's the best. And it actually wasn't that tough a 2-1 as long as I caught it right. And he's went, that's along the cushion. And I said, I know, mate, but it's where the ball was over the bag that helped the 2 of them fall in. He was, at the time, he wasn't really understanding it. He's just thinking, how's he played a 2-1 along the cushion kind of thing? But I was talking to Gibbsy about that shot no long ago there, and I said, you're getting better at them, mate. And he said, cheers, I appreciate that coming for you. and he says, no, I mean that genuinely, Steve, because you're obviously, you were quite good at them. And I say, but I've noticed in the last while, in big matches, Gibbsy just came down and playing them like they're nothing. And he said it's because it became such a big shot, and if you want to win at the very top level, you can't just refuse them. Now, you can't go, I need to try and play inside, I need to try and kick it. You can't do that all the time. Sometimes you have to just play on them.
It's more understanding it than anything else.
He actually chinned me there, Renzi.
Gibbsy did?
Aye.
Okay.
Oh, that's a big miss. He said, Stevie, see when you break, do you think you hit it any harder than you would hit a snooker on a snooker table? And I went, definitely no. I says, I just don't. And he says, right. He says, I agree with you. He says, but see when you play a controlled shot on a snooker table full length to the table and you're trying to screw back. He went, what do you use? And I went, what do you mean? He says, do you try and time it nice? And I says, of course. He says, but see when you're breaking, he says, would you say you time it perfect every time?
Absolutely not.
And I says, never. I says, probably every now and again. He says, that's the reason why I use a break cue. Because I know if I miss time it once...
I was wondering where that was going there. Right,
he said, if I miss time it just once, it can be the end of my tip. It could be a kink in the ferrule. It could be a...
Well done, Gibbsy.
And he said, but I'm not... He said, that's not me being... He said, because I agree with you. He said, I don't believe you can hit it any harder than you can on a snooker table. He says, but I believe on your break, you can time it worse than you can on a snooker table. And
I'm
that's
sure
where you
all
can
the
rig your
companies in Scotland that promote and sell break cues will be absolutely delighted with Gibbsy, to be honest with you. So well done, Gibbs.
But when he finished the wee, and he just gave me a wee smile, thumbs up, and walked away. And when he was walking away, he was looking back at me, and I went, "It's good."
I love the fact he's listening to us.
Aye, it's good.
I love the fact that Gibbsy is sitting listening to the commentary because aye. So he's still a pool head. Whether he says it or not, he's still sitting listening in that after all these years of playing at the highest level.
It's funny that because
that's
that
class.
is aye,
That's class.
But he was just about to start this match, and I'm basically went to the bar and says, "Pup, use a wee bottle of water." And I'm just as his pup's getting the water, he says to me, just right out the blue, "Stevie, see when you play snooker, do you?" And I thought it was I'm like, this is a weird question, but okay. And then just tossed it in at the end.
It wasn't weird, it was loaded.
Aye, that's the reason why I use a break cue. And I went, right. But it was funny because it was actually quite a clever way of explaining it rather than having an argument with somebody. He led me in a way. And as much as, again, the likes of Mark.
But that's him getting mellow. Because normally would they just come over and say, boom.
He's just a wee bit more savvy, and that's quite good for Scott. But he's, but then again, what I will say, Renzi, is that probably equates more to the front ball break, whereas the cup break has to be timed with more control.
I agree.
Do you know what I mean? So that's where,
Mark is probably the biggest exponent of the harder cup break, right? And I think Mark has flirted with umpteen break cues.
he has. He's been back and forth.
Yeah, oh my God, Liam's
He's
played
got
an unbelievable effort, but it needed to be harder than that. He's tried very, very hard to replicate his own cue. Tip size wise, weight wise, and things like that, so that his own cue doesn't bend the way we commentated on, which it undoubtedly does. And I think he's just ended up saying, I just can't get anything to do what this does.
Do you know what's weird? I got the idea from Mark to have a break cue the same size as my playing cue.
Yeah.
Like tip size and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The length and stuff didn't really make much difference. Just more about what I was seeing going down it and where I was hitting in the cue ball. And I said to him, I've got a tip on it right now that's actually not too bad, but it's too hard for me. I says, but my idea was, Mark, I use a medium Legends tip. I was thinking I'm going to get the hard Legends tip, the same as that, on the break cue. So two of them are similar. Same kind of feel, but one's just harder than the other for breaking. And he actually says, that's quite a good idea.
Yeah.
But it didn't seem like... Good finish. It didn't seem like such a... Now, like, one of the out of left field kind of ideas. It seemed like a simple idea to me, thinking, right, there's no point of the same because I'd be as well just using my, but I suppose you're protecting it at the same time.
The harder tip for breaking thing, I believe, is not a bad idea. What I do think is a bigger tip for going down the middle.
Aye.
And a smaller tip for side breaking. To me, that's quite obvious because I think that you can, if you're playing me a 9.5, 10mm tip for side breaking, and I know because I've tried it numerous times.
Aye, I've done the same.
It's just not the same as hitting me an 8.5mm tip for side breaking. There's much more control, even with the power, with the smaller tip. So
there's times I've done it, Renzi, where I think Paddy had a 10.5, and I've creamed a few crackers. The side break, and you go, oh, and then you go to cream the third one, and the cue ball goes flying, and you're like, and it's just no worth it based on the laws of averages. It's just no worth the hassle. But then my thinking now is I'm actually considering for what, only because of what Scott just said there, and it's amazing how your mind can change. And it's not that to say that I'm mad about the break cue, but I'm actually tempted to just put the same tip, the very same tip that I used to play on my break cue.
Well, I watched Ryan's last game against Bob Stevens there, and he was absolutely creaming the break down the middle.
He does it like Davy Markey.
Aye, very much so.
The two of them stand kind of upright and then swing the body into it.
He obviously, after giving him the big build-up, he breaks and goes in off the first frame and Liam finishes it. But my God, look at the yellows here.
Aye, he was. I seen that when I was standing out there when they were obviously on table 8, and his break was exceptional.
That was an unforced error, William, there, who had eked out an absolutely top draw finish to miss. For him,
it's very
a comparatively easy shot. Is that because he was just flicking a wee bit of side on it? I don't know. It's
funny, Renzi, that you say that, because when I talk to loads of people, and obviously in the world of pool, tons of people like to, I don't know if they like to come and speak to me about stuff, hoping that maybe I go and have a wee blether about it on it, and that's great. They can say, oh, that was me, I was talking to Stevie or whatever. But you don't hear many people say, I mean, when it comes to Liam, they say he keeps it so simple. Everything's plain ball. Everything's just stun, simple. Now, delicate screws, simple run through. It's very rare that he's flirting with loads of side.
Aye.
And that shot...
But he's very adapted to it, Stevie.
I know.
Because
he's missed it with so much.
That's not a good shot Ryan's played there.
That's a strange shot. I've just watched it back on the slight delay, and it's... I don't even know why he was playing as hard as that to come round into that area. It's...
He's obviously tried to come right round, but the red was going to block him for the yellow downstairs. It was a strange one. Only Ryan will know.
Tough position he's put himself in now, but...
And that's the Ryan of old, the killer instinct would have been Liam comes back to the table 2-1 down. And then he's stewing on that miss. Obviously he's got loads of things going on now, Ryan, and he's doing other things, and
he's trying to get into the UFC, isn't he?
He's not as sharp as he once was.
If you want him to throw some bin bags out for you, he'll do it in style. He's in the throw the body about game these days, Ryan. Fair play to him. Takes a lot of work, a lot of dedication to get involved in that stuff, so fair play.
But good fight. William being the former karate guy. See if this goes how they could just roll a bit for a wee while. That'd be box office.
My uncle used to say, if you turn up to something like that and there's somebody you think you're getting a second prize, just bring an equaliser. That's what he would say. Bring an equaliser. Just make sure you don't take the second prize. No ifs and buts and maybes.
Bring an equaliser. Bring an equaliser to a boxing match or that. Martial arts.
How you doing, guys? I don't know what you're talking about. This 14-pun mallet's party man. Brilliant. I liked it. Obviously, I'd done a lot of boxing growing up because of Bully. Not just because of him. I enjoyed it. I never had any aspirations to go and have fights or become a champion or anything. But I boxed most days. I was in the gym quite a lot doing it, and I loved it. And I loved the kind of discipline and the the art of boxing and stuff like that, and I was pretty good at it, to be fair.
There is an art there.
Of course.
It's never been my bag. I'm not going to lie. I've never even considered it.
I really enjoyed. I mean, to be honest with you, I liked it a lot, and if it wasn't for the fact that I was really deep in football, there might have been a wee chance because I was all right at it, but.
And obviously your best mate.
Aye.
it was top drawer at it. So it's your circle at times as well, isn't it?
You never gave. I'll be honest, Renzi, he never gave me many opportunities to no box. Because even if we weren't in the gym, if we were in his house, he would turn up to my house on a Friday night and we'd be going to have a couple of beers and watch a football and he'd bring the boxing gloves.
Yeah.
There was no night where we didn't end up in the back garden or whatever with the gloves on.
But I think if you want to be good at something, if you want to be great at something, it's like turning up for a couple of drinks with your pool cue.
Aye.
With a football, whatever it may be, it was in his DNA, and
aye, that's it.
That's how he became like so good.
It's funny you say that because Friday night with all my mates when they were all doing the young team day, and I would turn up with my ball.
Yeah.
And although everybody, all the boys are all on the drink and they're doing what they're doing, they would be kicking the ball about as well.
Yeah.
But they would be wee murmurs. Walker's he's going to be a superstar. He's going to, and it was you're right, mate. If you're going to succeed at something, you need to live it. You need to live it every day.
Live it and breathe it.
Aye,
a surprising poor tactical shot for Liam as well.
See, Ethan felt that the table wasn't breaking great, and he felt it was. He used the term quite heavy. Right? I just felt as if it was heavy, and I'm like, does it throw you off your game? Does it throw somebody like Liam off their game? Because I've seen him adapt better than anybody on planet Earth to any kind of environment. So maybe he's just played a couple of shots that just.
I think that.
I don't know.
It's weird. You know, I probably always tip Liam anyway, right?
Aye.
But I think he does play on different styles of tables and heavier tables. Probably as good, if not better, than anybody else as well, right? However, based on what I've watched so far this weekend, which is a heck of a lot so far, Gibbs is probably the one that's adapted best. He looks as if everything's no problem. It's like almost like just totally brand new tables with new cloths and what have you, the way he's playing the game. And it's a lot more difficult than that. Okay, so Ryan has thank his lucky stars that Liam has played one bad pot, it's cost him a frame, and one bad tactical shot, which all barring a real error is going to cost him the next frame.
Big swing. And Ryan's as steady as they come, Renzi. So
he's right. He's a rock.
If Liam's not careful.
It's a big break here for Liam.
In the last of those matches in round 3, starting now, Jimmy Gibson, Neil Cormack. And I mean, we won't be a million miles away. Obviously, that match probably a touch behind. But we won't be a million miles away from all the last 16 matches going on at a similar time. So that's pretty good.
Excellent.
Well done on the Sunday, guys.
Yep.
We seem to have this Sunday thing mastered, Renzi.
The Sundays.
The Saturday's
Simple
a bit
Sunday.
bonkers. Aye.
Just wondering that I'm not going to. The thing is with the IMs, it's that many different, right? And somebody was saying to me about it was simpler. It was so simple when it was just 2 matches. I think we had that convo yesterday. Two matches. You played your 2 matches. You come back the next day or what have you. And that was great if you didn't have bye-bye.
Aye.
And you then came for a full day. And then come back the next day and having not hit a ball. So it's.
But there's a lot of people out there. There's a few that would like to go and play pool, but there's a few that are going, you dancer. bye to the Sunday in the cash dough, a wee bit further up the pecking order.
I had a conversation with Mark Gohilly yesterday, and he was like, "I know I've been here for 3 years, or what have you, but I'm still delighted that the guy's not turned up when I'm through to the next round." And I agree.
Aye.
I agree. Liam's dry again.
See, it's funny, as I say,
And Ryan's gone shooting right at the finish.
Ethan didn't like the way the balls were breaking.
Yeah.
He felt the table was playing heavy. But Ryan's break a moment ago makes me say, well, there's breaks out there.
See, Ryan spots it right away. Ryan's going to probably get in off 2 here and then leave the 2 yellows that are closest to each other. He's going to leave the outer one that's closest to the right corner and then pot that and then try and develop the 8 ball. I'm sure that's what he'll play. Or he could just miscue and
he was trying to play the kick.
Why though?
I know. He was trying to play the pot kick there. He's trying to zip that and he's miscued and playing
right,
it.
Okay. So he's trying to bring the 8 and play from that shot.
But the problem for me, I can't think of anything else because of the way he swung at it and miscued it. He's putting loads aside on
I actually quite like his shot. When I called that instantly and then you said that, I was like, aye, well, no time like the present to play it.
It's just a case of, are you going to get it perfectly into play from there? Probably no, but worst case scenario, maybe a double, but you'd rather be getting it for the high side. But, listen, he's miscued, he's gave Liam a chance, and you can't give Liam a lot of chances.
I know, but this will tell you everything you need to know about how difficult the table is or what have you.
Was Liam playing the pot kick here off the plant, Renzi? I think he might be.
Yeah, look at the fight. He's okay because he's forward for the win into that. They couldn't have played it much better. Now he needs to find the gap. That's the only issue.
Are you jacking up? Or are you just playing towards the yellow on the right hand side and then you've got the cut back?
I don't think he plays towards the yellow because that would... I think he likes to be much, much more in control than flicking off a yellow and hoping to get there or hoping to...
It's...
So he's down on that, but he's no intentions of playing that just now. He's just looking at...
He's working out. He's. I can imagine when Liam goes to play something a bit un-Liam like cookies deleting his brain and all that now. Things are just because he works at every eventuality, and when it's when he's got a wee bit more thinking today and there's something extravagant that he's got to play, you know it's killing him inside. When he's got, as you say, when he's got to kick into stuff, when he's got to kind of take a risk on his next shot, and he's got a bit of work. A wee bit of thinking. I mean, probably myself, I'm already down and played it. Nudge the yellow and I'm playing the cutback on the red and dealing with it for there, but I think that's not perfect enough for him.
I think 90%, maybe higher, already have. Do you watch the show The 1% Club?
Aye, every now and again, aye.
Liam's the 1%.
Aye.
He is, he just is. It's... So he has used it, and look, and he hated it.
Why did he play it so hard?
Just hated it, because he thought there was more eventuality of him coming out, spinning it in my side a wee bit, he wouldn't get stuck. What's ended up happening, he's got it a little bit thick. It's kind of bananaed instead of spinning out, and then that's what's... So he's tried to spin out there. What's happened is because he's got it thick, it's then killed off the cushion in behind.
Yeah, that was...
That was not very Liam-like.
No,
that's
because the thing for me is, even though he was playing, he was always getting into the yellow, I felt anyway, unless he power stunned through the gap and got lucky, but he doesn't play that way. But he actually played that shot to get lucky, because he never played it controlled. There was no... It was just, I'll just cannon into it. And that's as far away from Liam Dunster as I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, but that's me like him, because he's just played actually a really good recovery shot. Just a simple wee shot that's made it very difficult for Ryan.
Aye, but Renzi's...
4-1 Ryan Martin, Stevie.
But he's played it from miles away.
Aye.
That's a great shot.
Oh, that's brilliant.
That's a great shot. Aye, Ryan Martin, he's... beating Norman. I seen a couple of shots earlier with Norman. He was a wee bit kind of forcing the issue, tried a double,
Yeah.
tried a kick, tried it. And Ryan's, for such a young, obviously he's got loads of ability, but for such a young man, he's a wee bit well versed in ruthlessness. And if Norman makes mistakes,
He's a winner.
he'll just
He's a
punish
young
him.
winner
Exactly.
now, that's the thing. And he's vying for a top 16 place.
Aye.
He's 4-1 up. Gibbsy, Sean Cookson ain't going away. That's a good shot. Ryan Fleming as well. Very good shot. Aye. He was 2-0 down to Gibbs. It's now 2-all. Jimmy Gibson, Neil Cormack is still 0-0. That's just started.
I was told earlier, I think it was Jonesy was saying that Jimmy's a bit of a grinder.
Oh, definitely.
And I says, I was just looking at his scores and I went, like, he's flying, so we've got a flying grinder.
Grandmaster.
Aye.
Grandmaster. He's flying the flag for the
He's had
Grandmaster's pool.
Some big results, Renzi.
Yeah.
Right, this is huge. Does he trico this down, Renzi? So that if it doesn't go, he stops that yellow. Aye, so that's, he's not happy with that. He thinks it's moved.
That move. But it's a tough shot because when you're playing it, you know it can move.
100%.
But his hand was kind of forced. What's Andy? What's Andy saying? Andy did a good result yesterday.
He's saying that Liam hates any kind of sort of risky shot, so he wants to control it.
But that's his buddy and his practice partner, of course he does. Andy, we've had that conversation many times.
I honestly, I can just imagine him having to go home and plug himself into the computer to do a reboot innit, to try and get rid of all the kind of errors that have appeared in his
Well, he'll
viruses.
have to plug himself in here because this looks as if it's going to be 3-1 Ryan, barring a disaster.
Has Ross Fernie just walked in the building?
What's Ross Fernie doing through here today?
Nobody told him he's out.
You still out, Ross? What's going on there?
He's been whooped.
Who's Ross Fernie? Oh, he's come on, he's come in with his pal Rorty. I'm going to see if he wants a season ticket for the football. Take him back in a couple of hours. But I'll tell you what, I think we should get Ross Fernie in here.
I said to him yesterday, and he said, this is what he said to me, Stevie, I guarantee you next time I'm in, I'll do it with you. And I said, well, Saltire next week. And he went, right, all right, maybe do the Saltire.
Because
He's just walked in the building, mate. So he said next time.
Civilised and intellectual conversation with Ross Fernie about
sober Ross Fernie.
Oh yeah, about the grip, about the grips of pool players and snooker players yesterday. Oh, we've got to get the boy in. He's a top player. Very good, very good.
Yeah. 3-1, potentially Ryan Fleming and Liam Dunster in all kinds of trouble.
Yeah. So, Dunster's 3-1 down. Gibbs is getting pegged back. And he's gone for a wee toughie. That's on table 9. Any Gibbsy fans or any Sean Cookson fans, you can watch that on Scottish Q Sports live streaming, table 9. Any Ryan Martin fans, any of the under 18s, under 15s, I tuned into all that stuff, Steve. I thought it was excellent. And you could see it, the young guys just absolutely loved the fact that they were getting recognised. And it was you, it was here. And I don't want to blow smoke to the place that the sun don't shine, but no, the fact that they listen into this, right? And it's like, Stevie's coming to do yours. Stevie's coming to do yours. Fantastic. You must have. I know it can be hard to graft at times, but you must have enjoyed that.
I loved the fact that the youngins were kind of in their element. They were comfortable. So I'm having a wee chat with them outside. After some of the games, I've jumped out of here and went out, just having a wee chat with the ones that won, ones that lost. talking about things that they did do and things that maybe they could have done, and they were loving it. And I thought young Nico, it was the first time I met him, I was absolutely blown away. Not just the fact that he's not been playing pool very long, but the fact that he was such a brilliant young kid. He had a big cheeser on his face when I was talking to him. And then young Brodie McPhee, we blather with him about his match. He played a match, Renzi, that was, honestly, it was a kind of match and level that could have won against anybody in Scottish pool. It was one of the ones I'm going, and I says, this kid is going to take some storm. This is unbelievable. Consistency just wasn't there for him to go over the line in the next matches. But I was absolutely, I loved it. I loved the fact that they
think for the Scottish Championships,
they got what they deserved.
Fair play to
they got the full
SBA,
show.
for the SBA pushing the boat out a wee bit. No, it is. I think it's important that all of the categories, when it comes to the Scottish Championship,
I think the Scottish Championship should be celebrated, Renzi.
Aye, and they should have the referee, they should have the commentator, and what have you for it. So, aye, fair play to you guys at the SBA for getting Stevie involved and making it a great show, because I thoroughly, I much prefer watching the pool now with commentary, and to have a couple of the young lads and all that and me as well. It was very good.
Well, young Jamie, who became a 2-time Scottish champion, had sent me a message, and I only clocked it on my phone just at the last second, and I went, where is he? So I've jumped out and I said, come on, let's go then. So he asked, he wanted to come in, and he sat down and he was rattling.
Aye.
And I said, I looked round to him and I said, don't get nervous on me now. You asked to come in.
I listened back to Junior last night, and oh man, what a slag I gave him this morning. Yeah, Stevie.
Renzi,
yeah, Stevie. Yeah, Stevie.
He was sitting like this. Mike, he's going, well, yeah, Stevie, and I'm
Aye.
but then he was showing me something, and he was going,
Aye.
and he was talking, and I'm like, but he was, he started to come into it, but he started to get that, and then I started to notice the microphone was getting closer.
Yeah.
He was getting that wee bit more comfortable, but then he told me he was coming back, never came back. I think it was one of the one. I'll try. I'll humour him.
Yeah.
Then
I don't think I get enough messages saying you were brilliant there, Junior, because I don't think I get any. Why we were setting the world to rights there and talking about all the youngsters and all that. 4-1 Ryan Fleming.
Unbelievable. But his break's been unbelievable.
Yep.
And it's a big weapon to have.
Yep.
But that's not what's standing out to me. It's the way he's going about his business. Mm-hmm. The way he did it against Robert Stephen. Robert was leaving the building and said to him, you were amazing there, stick in, mate.
I wonder here. He said, was it? So Liam's away at his seat because Ryan's away for a comfort break. I wonder if he's pondering what basically kept Morgan in the tournament yesterday. I wonder if at 4-1, it is 4-1, isn't it?
It is, mate.
Yeah. I wonder if at 4-1 Liam is deciding I've had 2 dry breaks and he is going to go with the famous tap break to try and...
Infamous.
Yeah.
He done it against Fernie last year.
Yeah.
In the Players' Lounge, and after the match, Fernie's head was fried after it, and Liam came up, and I had a wee chat with him, and he said, "That's Fernie on the list," and I went, "What?"
The list.
I went, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "I've got a list." And he basically 4 people, and Fernie was added to it.
I think we've had this convo before. It's like the Game of Thrones, Arya Stark, Game of Thrones list.
He put them on the list of who tap breaks against.
Benny is on the list. I think young G was now on the list.
I think Gio is probably added to that list. Aye.
Who else? Oh! Look at this. He's changing sides. Ryan Fleming's just went on the list. Stephen Benny was on the list when he played.
Oh, he's just changed side.
Oh, nah, very clever. Oft. So he's having none of this. Liam's finally thinking that the best form of defence is attack. See, I thought he was going over there to tap break.
It's strange.
That's a much harder side break than what you normally see Liam doing.
I said to him, Renzi, after a match, and it was evident, obviously I've maybe commentated 5 of his matches over the course of this weekend, and I said to him, so you started to hit the break a bit harder. Was that something that you you thought of mid-match, it's maybe time I need to hit it a bit harder, I need to put a bit more into it, and he went, did I?
Ah, okay. So it was unbeknownst to him then?
Yeah, and I went...
And it wasn't premeditated
and I
either.
said, I went 100%. I said, when you watch it back, you'll see, because he started to quite leather them. And I did, mate.
Okay.
Because for Liam, his is so controlled. But there was times like the cue ball was jumping for the cut break. Now he was catching them sweet but hard. And he kind of like, I didn't realise, but if I did and it worked, then fair enough. And it did. But in his head, he wasn't doing anything different, but he was doing a whole lot different with the break.
Table 9 gives you another chance, and missed. Sean Cookson's in for counter. Young Ryan Martin's just went on the Hull 6-1. He's playing full of confidence all of a sudden after a Hull tussle against Barry Wraith, where Barry actually had first opportunity. Liam's okay here, but he's actually perfect. I think he's perfect.
Yeah, Ryan beat Terry Skirka. Terry was telling me he won the first frame, and then Ryan went bang, 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 4-1. And then Terry's done well to dig back into that. We lost 7-4, but it was a win for Ryan that got him through to Barry Wraith. And he was well in front against Barry at one point as well, and it ended up 7-6. So
yeah, and it's still 0-0 with Neil Cormack and Jimmy Gibson.
yeah, still 0-0. I don't know if those two have fallen asleep or their tablet's not working. But maybe it's just 0-0. Scott Gillespie on a finish, guys. On a black to go 3-2 in front. Sean Cookson not going anywhere, though. It's a tough school when you're as good as Liam Dunster and you can't get a win. You can't get a frame. You can't get a chance. Well, he's got one here. He knew... I think he could have maybe got forward another couple of inches there, but I understand why he's left the angle a bit wider to try and control the cue ball. And I think he'll come towards the yellow. If he gets towards the yellow, he should be all right. It's one of the moments, guys, that you have to think it's pivotal in this match. If he doesn't manage to get over the line here, and Ryan goes 5-1, the writing could be on the wall. The yellow was there for a reason, and he's used it. Very much needed frame. Nicely controlled. Just the black. (4-2). Good break, good change of side, good contact, good finish.
Yep. He caught me out a little there. I thought he was going to that side, but no, he went to that side because it wasn't working out for him. And as I say, sometimes the best form of defence is attack.
Sean Cookson's just gone in off against Scott Gillespie. Bit of a weird break.
How did they lose the last frame?
Missed. Left Scott.
Scott's ball was half safe in the bottom.
Yeah, Scott's ended up just with a drop in down for the black and simple black. But he's broke there, and his cue ball has went off the two knuckles in the right hand middle and then went across into the left hand middle. Oh, sometimes the cue ball's just destined to go down the whole range there. It's mad. But you'll see this break. It's very much like Davy Markey's. Doesn't get right down on it. He kind of
powers it. It's like a 9-ball break, though.
Keeps the body up and then just throws the hips right into it.
Aye, very good that is.
Very, very much like Davy Markey's break. In fact, I would go as far as to say, if we lined the two of them up side by side, it would be identical.
If the yellow pockets into the right past the red,
flies in.
Oh, he's got a great chance in.
Absolutely flies in. He's breaking like a god.
Ah, he is.
that continues all day. Nothing to stop Ryan Fleming being the winner of this tournament. There's just, I know it's a big statement, but if he breaks away he's breaking, steals the odd frame against the break, who's going to stop him? And I mean, I'm not in the tournament to start with, so he's got a massive chance right away.
Yeah. You'll need to scrape his opponent here off the table regardless of how he's breaking, because for some reason, even when Liam makes a couple of unforced errors, he always seems to get... he's...
Not only does he slide it off the red, he pots it into the bottom side of the pocket. He had so much of the pocket there. He's not played that great at all.
No, he needed an extra roll, didn't he?
Yep.
And then he can get rid of one of the ones downstairs, but...
No, didn't he actually hit it? He just didn't hit it right himself. He just didn't make the right contact. Love it. Absolutely love it. I think he's hard done by there.
I didn't love it.
I like the fact that he was doing it earlier, Enzi, knowing that he might be on the ball to the top, because they didn't pass each other and it was only a small gap. So I did, but then I'm a bit mad.
Aye, as the small gap, right enough, isn't it? That, you know what, I'm doing him a disservice again, because there, if he hits the red or the yellow, he's still got a plant, so he's actually pretty good.
He's landed. You're right. It's as good
and
a
the
second
yellow's not
prize.
escaped my way to the left here. That's fine.
As good a second prize as you could ask for. And he's
playing well.
Yeah, he is. And he's now got the perfect connector for the black as well. So you do need to scrape Liam off. I remember an instance not so long ago where his opponent broke and dished, I think, 6 out of 7 frames.
Yeah.
And still only managed to beat Liam 7-6. And Liam, I think Liam only got a ball in one of his breaks.
Yeah.
And he said after it, now I know how you beat Liam Dunster. You just need to break and dish every frame.
Right. That's right, of course. Oh.
He thought he missed it. I thought he missed it.
Now, what he's scared of here is it throwing off behind the red. So I still think he needs to play maximum check side here and one cushion, check it up the right-hand side of the red.
Yeah.
Oh, is he going to swing round? Let's see what he's going to do here. Oh, yeah, he has indeed. He's played that great. That's a tough shot, Stevie.
Lovely wee thin nick on the red on the way out. Controlled it fantastic.
His height was good.
Played that like a snooker player.
Oh, I played it great. Well, okay. Ryan Fleming's back, ladies and gents. Not seen him for a while. He is back. And he is 5-2 up on the provisional number 1.
And there is a chance of him and his brother meeting in the semis.
Oft. So we're nearing that time that all the last 16 guys from yesterday are now entering the building for a little bit of practice before they start.
I don't know how I manage it. I really don't. Every time I seem to tangle myself in this microphone and earphone system that I've got in here. I don't know what it is, but Mr. Stato, Dave McLaren, giving us a little bit of insider knowledge. that they played in an IM final a few years back. But if the two of them keep winning, only one Fleming will be in the final this time. Liam's break, not as good as Ryan's. Ryan on the table has just been absolutely flawless to this point. Not much Liam could do. Probably what Renzi was thinking was tap the pack, make him grind, make him dig, make him work a bit for it, but it's ended up one of the games that he's just not had a chance. Ryan Fleming's been absolutely sensational, so what can you do when your opponent breaks like a god and just won't miss? Sit in your chair and applaud it, as simple as that. He'll feel hard done by that he should have, I'm saying hard done by, he's missed that shot to the bottom left and the ball kind of rolled off, but I think he might have won that frame, to be honest. So yeah, Ryan's been excellent, absolutely excellent. So that's a terrible shot though. Is he on the red to the top end? That's the question. That I don't think he is. If he is, he's really fortunate because he's played a bad shot there. He's tried to cannon it full in the face to then have that red to the top, but he's not landed on it, I don't think.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
boys and girls, children of all ages,
our tournament director, after conferring with our main commentator, Stevie, the Talker Walker, have decided that the next match on the stream after this one is a last 16 clash between Scott Roarty and box office himself, Louis McCool. So you've got that one to look forward to next, guys.
What a match. What a match to look forward to that is. If that doesn't get the juices flowing, guys, well, I'm sorry, you're involved in the wrong game. Two absolute attack-minded maniacs going at it. Roarty a bit more calm on the outside, Lewis a bit more mental on the outside, but both of them play the game in a very entertaining fashion. Looking forward to that.
This is probably, I knew that. I was just about to...
And off.
Oh my gosh. Oh. That's actually not a bad result. I was just about to say this is probably the most important shot of the match so far, because he's pushing the boat out a wee bit. I'd love to see Liam's face, you know. Is he laughing? No, he's anything but laughing. But he's around here looking at some sort of an escape route or where he can hide the cue ball. This is hard to hide the cue ball, Stevie, because even if he gets a snooker, he's maybe allowing a one cushion kick because that red has landed so close to the bag, and Lee will know that. He'll know that Ryan's had a touch there, as they call it.
I wonder though, Renzi, can he still finish it?
There's a question.
Can he thin nick the yellow in the middle? The yellow goes to the top left, the other one does pass to the top right, even if it needs to go cushion first.
And they'll play it off the red, yeah.
But there's work just to get started. And I think that's what's... I mean, it's actually refreshing to see Liam a wee bit frustrated, because there's a lot of people, like Davy Forrest, had a good chat with Davy last night, and he was a few Budweisers deep, but we had a good chat. and he was saying to me, he's like, I don't get it, Stevie, see people that get upset if somebody gets lucky or somebody, but he's like, I don't understand it, it doesn't make any sense. And he kept saying to me, people are dying.
That's
people
why, do you know what? That's why Davy Forrest's attitude earlier on today, when he got beat, was the way it was. And that's why he's still playing the game at a high level at his age, with that attitude.
100%, Renzi. And that's what I took for the conversation for him.
Yeah.
As I say, even though he's got a couple of beers in him, that wasn't it, but we were talking generalisation of the way people react on a pool table, and it was because one of the matches we were watching, a guy was acting a bit bonkers. And he said to me, Stevie, I don't get it. I went, Davey, I'll tell you right now, I've had previous fucking into the toilets and losing the plot and going into my bedroom in the hotel and going crazy. I says, but I try my best, even though it might not look like it, I try my best at the table.
I think if everybody was the same, it'd be boring though, Stevie.
No, of course,
I
of
like
course.
different attitudes to different players.
Aye, no, definitely. But I just thought it was quite
so that's
refreshing
Davey's
there.
philosophy, and
Aye.
I think it is refreshing.
It was just the way he was saying it though. He's like, how is that enjoyable? You can't be enjoying yourself. That's a good... It's no enjoyable, but you just glutton for punishment.
Yeah, very much so. Gibbsy Gillespie has pounced like a tiger on its prey on Sean Cookson for that one little error. It's now 5-2 Gibbsy. Ryan Martin is doing everything he can to try and make it hard to go over the line here against Norman Young. Dunster looks as if he's having to push the boat out. And failed to pot. And it's a chance.
He must not have been on the yellow to the left middle then, Renzi, because that looks like the obvious shot to me.
Yeah.
So he couldn't have been on it, because I think he would have played it. And I don't think it's an in-off because it's so thin, so he just couldn't have been on it.
Dave McLaren, Stato McLaren.
I know. His wee brain going Joe 90.
Well, but especially with it being Dundee. Davey's Dundee man, isn't he? So.
He's Dundee daft, that boy.
Oh, he's obviously a big fan and follower of the Flemings. That's our secretary, Dave McLaren.
He's also barred for this commentary booth.
Dave McLaren is.
Oh,
He'd be lucky to have a job after this weekend with the... I think Michael and Yvonne are both blaming Dave McLaren for the 15 games yesterday with 10 tables.
he knows what I'm talking about. Coming in here and dropping loads all over the place. He's
What did he come in here to eat?
Mate, there's lucky there's no roof on this place, I'm telling you.
But I was
he
wondering, there's still bits of fried rice and all that stuck to the wall.
might have ended up getting through one of the glass panes. We had good fun. He just popped he just in every 10 minutes just feeding me information. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Is he going to try and check this in and use the yellow?
It was in Dundee as well.
Checked in. Use the yellow.
He has. He's perfect. Looks as if Ryan's going on the hill here. Does a great job with me, man.
Aye, class. Absolutely class.
Because the guy he's replacing done a hell of a job for us as well.
God rest him.
Sadly missed.
Double D.
And Davies come in and replaced him. So, and he's doing great. Unsung heroes, these guys, Stevie. They are unsung heroes. Our chairman as well. He's more than a chairman. He is I could only imagine how annoying that must be to collate all the names and then do the draws, and even though they were all moaning, Michael. That's a tough job you've all got. I just blame Devon, Michael. That's the best way.
I think they need to get a secretary, mate, because they never answer you.
Oh. Oofed. Dave McLaren, what do you make of that?
I had to get the fans calling me out last week on Facebook to get me here. He's landed, I think, dead straight here, Renzi. So you might have to just stop the cue ball and take the black into the bottom left. Yep.
Oh, here's box office.
The viewings have went sky high for
Mate,
We've got
apparently there's billboards on the M8 with 40s.
I want to see balls run in, screw back, wee bits aside. Now,
normally what you get is you get guys in after they've played, but we've got a guy in before he plays. Box office Lewis McCool. Unbelievable. This is a lot more difficult than it should have been. Oh, but what a dig.
He's took his medicine, Renzi.
Yeah.
He was too straight on the red to get close. And I actually said, I wonder if he's just going to stop the cue ball and just take the black lock. And he's done it, and he's nailed it. And it's not only a cracking finish, it's 6 frames to 2.
Yeah. 6-2, Ryan Fleming on the hill. Could this... There's one guy, though. There's one guy you can bet your bottom dollar on. But he's missed a few.
Aye.
He's missed a few.
But there's probably... Looking at this right now, race to 7. And you've got 1,000 people that really know what they're talking about with pool. And you say, right, we'll put a bet on this. We're all taking Ryan. I think a lot of them would say, I'll take Liam.
Aye, sure.
There's still a lot that would jump on him. And he's probably the only person.
I feel like Ryan's got to break and dash to win the match.
Aye. He won't be afforded any misses, put it that way.
But Liam's missed a couple. And you know, it's weird because he actually missed a couple when he was practising prior to it. And then you think to yourself, is it not going to be your day? Take nothing away from Ryan.
I wonder if it's made a difference to Liam, though, Renzi, that he didn't get to play this morning.
I think that's massive. That might have been his match to try and get him into the tournament. He
never got to play against Jamie, and then, although he's played that match, he's played his match against John Reid. John said to me,
oh yeah, he did play John actually.
But he said, Stevie, the table wasn't great, the 2As weren't great, but Liam was just too good for John on at that occasion. But I don't think it was the type of game Liam was maybe overly ruthless in, if you know what I mean. He's beat John 7-1, it probably flatters him scoreline wise.
If you're going to dry break, you want it to dry break like that Liam's coming to the table and he has to push the boat out at 6-2 down.
Yeah, that's Dave, I'm with you on that, but that is in a day when we didn't have social media. That is in a day when we couldn't contact everybody. You're going back to the 1940s, mate. What age are you? No, I get that. And you know, that's the kind of thing I would do if I'm having a tournament in the Gart Craig. I would just have everybody turn up, because I'm trying to get a big man a turn at the same time, rather than have 4 people turn up at one time and 4 people. But on these, in the world that we're in right now, which is very informative, thanks to guys like yourself, Dave, that we can time it. But at the end of the day, if you're to blame for those 16 matches on 10 tables, then you're definitely barred for the commentary booth. But I know it's no, mate. It's just a silly thing that's been in place for a while that needs to be altered, and that's the great thing about kind of learning on the job, if you ask me. You pivot, you move, you alter, you improve, and not one person will say that the SPA and everything in Scottish Pool hasn't improved through the years and years and years. Of course it has. So, and we're just going to keep improving. Of course, that's the nature of it. We're going to keep getting better and better and better, and the only way you do that is to learn from situations that maybe don't run as smoothly as they possibly could. So we need to kick on and do it together. There's no point in anybody pointing the fingers. I'm not a big fan of that. We all point the fingers and then nobody takes responsibility, and then nobody wants to fix it, and you need to fix it collectively. So we do it as a team, all for one for all. What was that? Was that the Three Musketeers?
That was the Three Muskehounds, aye.
D'Artagnan.
Oh, we've got TD.
Referee called. Renzi, take your equipment with you. We are spoiled, Dave. We are so spoiled. The thing that I noticed more, I didn't really play a lot of pool in the early days. I didn't play till a wee bit later. But I do remember going round all the pubs, which was the best. It really was the best, going round all the pubs, playing the teams. And I love the clubs as well, and we're spoiled to have clubs like this. But I miss the pubs. I miss going around all the different pubs, meeting different people, meeting the locals, having wee chats with them, and getting to understand the different kind of... I mean, you only need to go from one scheme in Glasgow to another, and the people can be so different but amazing. We don't get the luxury of that anymore, but some of the tables, you needed a sand wedge to play a screwback shot, do you know what I mean? So we're spoiled in more ways than one. The equipment that we use, tables, cloth, balls, the venues that look after us, the people that are in charge, every facet of the game is vastly improved, and it's one of the things that when you spoil people, they kind of just demand more. And I think it's human nature to never be happy, unless you're Davy Forrest, who's just got a wonderful attitude to how he goes about his business. But yeah, we're 100% spoiled. But it's like the entire world, whether it be golf, football, whatever, we might all be spoiled for what's there right now, but everybody's always striving for improvements. Everybody's always looking for a way to make things that wee bit better. So we need to do that together, though.
I tell you what, young Ryan Martin's making a bit of a pig's ear of trying to go over the line here against Norman Young, who's digging in.
Good shot there for Sean Cookson.
That was a really... the decision I had to go and make. It's really, really hard to... But it was a total snooker. Good behind you knew it was a total snooker.
So Liam's played a cracking shot, Renzi, to play a ball and off a ball into the bottom bag, and it's just, this is the way it's landed down the bottom. So he's... Oh my. I don't know why he didn't just play that.
I think... Know what that looked like? For the first time I've probably ever seen. A fed-up shot. That it didn't break out well for him. And you know what? Williams, whose technique has undoubtedly improved out of sight, he just threw a quickie in there.
Aye.
And you know what? Anybody that's ever played Q Sports, we've all done it. Ryan's playing the right shots. Still a bit of play in this frame though.
Aye, the yellows that's stuck between the two reds is obviously really awkward, and then a wee bit of matum out at the top end, but so even the
things are going unusual for Liam, isn't they? I mean, even that double kiss and that, and he looks dejected somewhat. It's
I'm having a wee glance at him through the gaps in the TVs that we've got here, and he's just the way he was kind of sauntering round the table there. He wasn't looking.
Talking about sauntering round the table, Norman Young's 2 balls away from making a 6-5 in table 8. Obviously, there's loads of action going on here, guys. It's
what has he done?
Is he trying to? I tell you what, he could be very lucky shot. Norman, if that black goes to the top right. No, he's missed it. Anyway, back to this game. Ryan is perfect. Taking the bull by the horns, no messing about, sees an opportunity to eliminate probably the pre-tournament favourite.
Big. This is big. He's going to try and use the black to bring the yellow into play. Or is he going to just...
Yeah, indeed. Okay.
Good effort. I mean, I like the imagination that he's used in it. It was tough, though.
I'm just going to start the last 16 matches that I can. So Morgan McInnes, Vincent Beneggi, table 1. Willie Bigham, Keith Robertson, table 3. Hugh Thompson, Gio Edgar, table 4. Ryan Davey, Alan Saunders, table 5. Mark Fleming, Michael Gallagher, table 6, please.
So that's a match has been announced for the last 16, all apart from the match that we are going to be watching next between box office Lewis McCool and Scott O'Rourke. Stay tuned for that one.
Aye, the good thing about that, just kind of slightly hanging back, is these round 3 matches, it allows them to catch up as well, and all of a sudden you've got a few matches kind of pushing at the same time, so it's all tight. Timings are going quite well, Renzi. They're going well.
Great. The Lane's doing a great job today, as she always does.
Robert Stephen, everyone in the world, and Defo the tourney, almost will be dying for Ryan to go over the line here.
Robert. I think he looks as if he's got a little angle that he could come 2, possibly 3. So, cuts it into the top left, goes top cushion, side cushion, bottom cushion.
Here we go. He's winding it up.
1, 2, 3. If he would have had it harder, he'd have been on it. Why did he not hit it harder? Why did he not hit it harder? He must have... Did he play to get in behind that?
I think he was trying to drop on it, Renzi. I actually think he's went, do you know what, I'm going to drop on this. Because he's not played it anywhere near hard enough to kick it.
His direction was absolutely ideal as well.
He's tried to drop on it in the top bag, to play in the top.
Can't help but think that was a little bit of an error. Because if he plays that harder, I think that comes out for him when he's got a chance at it. And then no positional shot to play in the 8.
Here we go.
Is he trying to cut this in?
And in the middle. Off the red in the top. Off the red in the top. Off the red in the top.
Oh! Oh, would you? I think I know what Dunster's going to play. I don't think he'll be playing a combo here. I might be very wrong.
He's going to kill the black.
Oh, of course he is. Of course he is.
I know he's 6'2" down and throwing his arm at some things, but he is not going to go down lightly. Sorry about that, guys. Renzi just launching the stuff onto the table because he's got a decision to make. Oh, I think he's just going to go out and watch. I don't...
How close was that,
Mate. Yeah, it was unbelievable. Imagination shown by Ryan Fleming. And he needs it again here. Yeah, that was always tough. And even if he gets the yellow, getting any kind of chance on the 8 ball, next to impossible. Liam giving the cue ball a wee clean. Is there maybe something frustrating, Liam? Is the cue ball dirty? He used to make it dirty. He used to make it terribly dirty.
Did he play the snooker, I take it?
He played the red over the bottom bag and he got the snooker at the same time. Ryan's tried to go a couple of cushions up and down and he wasn't even close. So for all that Ryan did there and the imagination that he showed, I think it's highly likely that it's going to be 6-3. But you only need to look at that yellow. That is how close Ryan Fleming came to defeating Liam Dunster, 7-2. Incredible stuff. And I'm just gutted that it didn't go in, Renzi, because that would have been one of my next videos. You ruined it for me there, Ryan.
Is this the fight back? is this what Robert Stephen and all the fans don't want to happen?
They're all dreading.
Here it comes. Here comes the fight back.
(6-3) Ryan Fleming. Liam Doomsday Dunster coming back.
Right, so Liam, what is the strategy now? I think the strategy is he'll still go and try and get a quick fire one back. So all the matches are on now. Neil Cormack's 3-2 in front of Jamie Gibson. Round 3 match, Scott Gillespie 5, Sean Cookson 3. In the round of 16 is young Ryan Martin. Another one of our unsung heroes that just popped in, Craig Anderson, Scottish Q Sports. I was going to say it's steaming now. Streaming? He was a bit late, did he? Maybe he was. But what a man as well. He's revolutionised this.
I know that might have looked dodgy there, me Renzi getting some kind of powder out my pocket and putting it into a...
This is unbelievable.
Into a bottle, but
now I know how this guy never stops talking. He's just put some sort of I don't know.
It's actually Baja Gold Mineral Salt.
Baja Gold Mineral Salt. That's what they call it nowadays, guy.
92
guys.
Of 103 essential minerals that the human body needs.
There we go. Brought to you by Stevie the Talker Walker.
What happened? I felt a wee twinge in my head there, and that's usually my brain saying, "Come on, Walker, he's the mineral son." So I've had to mineralise my water.
So Stevie's got the minerals in his water. I'm sitting here drinkless. Thankless task, having to make decisions. Liam Dunster looks as if he's just about to dash us to get back in the match.
It's just amazing, Randy, how it mineralises.
Robert Stevens just turned off.
Brilliant.
Stevie just came alive
the
after
thing
that.
is, Baja Gold Salt, it's actually made in South America. It's actually for the
of
plains of
course it is.
South America.
Of course it is.
It actually is.
So this has got 6 floors written all over it. As I said, for me, I think Ryan will need to break and dish to win this match. And regardless of whether Sean Cookson wins or not, I've seen enough for Sean Cookson that he's a dangerous player, Stevie.
Yeah, definitely.
Because he has pushing Gibbsy. Short calendar. What's a short calendar?
Maybe like a shot of the month.
Aye, maybe that's aye. Aye, a short calendar.
I like that. I like that. If that's what you're talking about, Ronnie, that's actually coming on the Walker the Talker page pretty soon. But listen, the SPA should do that. They should have a shot of the month, and they should be using all the way from the youths and juniors right up to the Masters and Grandmasters, because there's going to be a bit of magic from one end to the other.
Aye, like
100%.
Like a goal of the month.
100%. Yeah. If that's what he means.
What you're finding with the club teams and all that is their goal of the month now is with their B teams and their ladies teams, and I like that.
I like the idea. But put it this way, would have been hard pushed to beat some of the shots that we've seen so far over this month.
I hope that's what he means in no shot clock, because no.
Clocking, it has to be.
Ronnie,
I meant because he takes so long. It does mean a clock.
I think he's played. I think that his reputation is gone
Aye.
before him here, Ronnie. That is,
He's not
Nah.
took long here at all. He's been fine, totally fine. I think his opponent would probably be the first to say that there was never any issues with time here.
I mean, that.
Are you saying it takes him a month to play a shot? Fluke of the month. Oh. That'll take a wee bit of time to sift through, but do you know what? How good would it be to find a big bunch of them?
Hey, Ronnie, even though we disagree with you, you put a new idea in our heads.
I know you've...
So thanks.
No, you're no, Ronnie. Don't you kid yourself. We're telling him. Liam, there's a guy, this guy Ronnie Heard says...
Ronnie, do you know...
Says you take a month to play a shot.
Do you know that Liam's like an ex-karate champion?
Karate.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6'4", Robert Stephen on the money.
He just never goes away. Oh.
So Ryan needs one of the big monster breaks of his. And he's been bang on it. Needs a big one.
So now our tables, the first of the last 16 matches. The first person to get a frame is Willie Bigham.
Tipped him yesterday as a wee outside chance of going far. As I said, Renz, even when you were in here, as a guy I've known a long time, and his family and stuff were a big part of the early days of me playing pool, even though I was a bit of an upstart and stuff like that. They were just good people, and Willie's always had that wee bit extra.
Great guys. His dad's a legend.
Aye, unreal. He was still playing for Paddy's team.
I know.
Mate, about a year ago, and 90-year-old or something.
Roy's brilliant. He's
Wow.
just brilliant. What a break. Is this the one? Oh, look at those yellows. Look at those reds. The 8 ball, it might have to be reds. Does the 8 go off the yellow into the middle? It does double.
Ronnie, that's me getting leathered then. Karate. I think he's gone yellows here, Renzi. I think it's yellows, and I think he's just got to be brave and pop that black up the table and take it in the top left corner.
Okay.
But I've been wrong many a time, and I'll be wrong again. I don't think. I think the yellow's just a wee touch too low and a wee bit too far out for the black to get off it. But the angle can be deceiving. I just think he would have played it by now if he was.
What Ryan does know is the time is now.
Yep.
He's not 100% sure, Steve. He's still mapping it out. Gio Eggers 1-0 up and Hugh Thompson, the all-Ayrshire battle. That's Kelly against Central. Yellows it is, Stevie. Where is the cue ball going, as John Virgo would say? It looks just about nice. Looks just about nice.
So is he going to pop the highest of the 2 yellows in, use the red as a cushion, then use the other yellow bottom left, come round the angles?
That's such a good spot. I didn't think the high one went. I thought he had to play bottom, and then, yeah, you're right, Stevie. Yet again. You compare it to us, Stevie. Yeah, he's played it great.
I think they say if you see these things enough, you eventually it prints into your mind, yeah.
Aye. And now it's perfect because, as you say, pots the bottom left, leaves a little angle, trickles it in, and then he's right behind the 8 ball.
I just hope he doesn't try and be greedy.
He won't. He's just composing himself. He knows this is all but done, Stevie.
Is there an argument for playing the double?
No, I think he knows he can get good enough on it. There's maybe an argument that he can still stun up. He might take it long. He might take it to the top left.
He has to.
So I don't think at any stage that Ryan was playing that 8-ball into the middle. I think he had his
Yeah, I think he's
sights-
always been going top left.
Yeah, his sights were set on it. Okay, big shot. This is to eliminate.
I actually love where he's left the cue ball, because the angle that he's playing in at, he can hit the centre of the white.
Yeah.
He can hit the centre of the white, so the only mistake he can make here now is to miss it, because everything else is perfect.
So he's composing himself.
And we're getting a good line. You can see there, he can hit it.
I can slide it in off the left-hand side as well, as long as he doesn't miss it to the right. He's nailed it. He's missed it. Did he miss it to the right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's came out to the right. I don't know if it's just took a wee...
Deviation?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, because it looked good at the start, but we can get the slight delay here, but then he stands up just as it's rolling.
He missed it to the right, Stevie. On Supreme tables, you just can't miss on the outside. Knuckle, it's it's just I can slide. It's a hard one. It's
We had Robert Stevens saying that the black flies in the middle. I'm starting to think he's up the roof somewhere looking down.
Rabot was there.
He's maybe got access to the CCTV. He's probably a better angle than us.
I thought it went in the middle as well. So that's why I was surprised at his second last shot.
Yeah.
I thought he would have played it, checked it in, and then just
drop
dropped
past
it
it.
in and past it. Yeah.
I think for right behind it, you probably fancy it in the middle.
Yeah.
He's probably... I can only imagine Ryan's thinking that he couldn't get right behind it. And that's it's obviously the reason why he's decided to play at the top, but...
If Liam's playing the snooker here, he's going to be a good one, and the best snooker that he can play is over on the left-hand side behind the two reds that are sitting as a half plant, but they're sitting... And the easy way to get the fight over there is pretty much with taking the red into the bottom right, or pushing it over there and getting behind. He'll be scared of leaving the two-cushion escape, though. Two, possibly three-cushion escape. One thing's for sure, I don't think Liam's gone game here. But I think he's considering it, but I'm not so sure he will. 2-1 Vincent Megamendi against Morgan McInnes. 2-1 Willie Bingham, Keith Robertson, and Ryan Davey has opened the scoring against former Scottish champion Alan Saunders. Liam's contemplating the shot.
It's all go here, Renzi, at the IM Series Event 4. Salta Promotions bringing it to you for the Scottish Pool Association. It's live on Scottish Q Sports Streaming. It's Walker the Talker, it's Renzi, and it's Liam Dunster in all kinds of trouble.
It's McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar. It's the IM Series named after the very man, Mr. Mick McGoldrick.
And that guy is the reason why most of us love this game.
Oh, man. So, I don't get it. You can only imagine with Liam's dismay that that ball ran off on him. What he was going to try and do there is pop that in the middle, then pop the one in the left, and then play a good snooker. And I think Ryan is cushion first away from winning this match.
Yeah, he's made a gesture that basically says that the ball rolled off on him. So it's on the outside knuckle, not easy, but it's in. It's all over. Ryan Fleming puts Liam Dunster to the sword. 7 frames to 4.
Fucking that's twice that's happened, so there's obviously going to be a problem, mate. I've paid that foul, do you know what I mean?
IM Series Event 4. It is the Mick McGoldrick Series. It is in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar. He's like... He was like nothing I can honestly describe, guys, Mick McGoldrick. Just the fact that his name was mentioned, and it's just... he's such a special man, and I'm loving the fact that Scottish Pool is buzzing so much. I love the fact that we've got this place. I love the fact that my Tuesday night team's called Old Mix. I love it all. I love every part of it, and Scottish Pool's in a better place because of that guy. So, unlucky Liam, commiserations, congratulations to a guy that could be a potential winner this weekend. Ryan Fleming, congratulations. And good luck in your next match. It's Mark Fleming against Michael Gallagher. Ryan Fleming against... Where's it went? Where did it go? Have I lost it? Oh, no, it's up here, it's on the other one. He's waiting on the winner of the Goobsy match. I thought I had lost my way there. 9, 10, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, he's waiting on the Scott Gillespie match finishing. I was all over the place there. Pete Fisher. How you doing, mate? Happy Sunday indeed. John Brown saying, yeah, it looks like there's been one or two wee movements here and there, but I think with such a fine cloth that can happen, but we'll have a look. See what Liam's got to say. There was a couple of wee turns, I have to say. It's unusual. I know Big Chick was in here this morning at about 5, 6 o'clock doing the tables, but I'm the first person to say I can level my table right now and it'd be absolutely perfect, and then 10 minutes later something will move, and then I can check it 10 times after that and it won't move. I know, mate. Pete, I think we're really, really spoiled up here in Scotland with these. I know that in Wales, Bushy is trying to get the individual membership series up and running, and he's doing these tournaments. I think it's four big events you get for £30, and you honestly can't beat them for value. You're doing your local qualifiers up and down the country, and then it all culminates in a grand final like this. But mate, it obviously takes someone or a collective group of people to try and put it together. But yeah, we are very, very lucky to have these kind of events, mate. Saltire next week. 5 o'clock cut off. I think there's a couple of spaces, mate. A couple of spaces. Get yourself up to the Saltire next week. 5 o'clock cut off. That's a big thing. We have all the guys up here realising that, say, the IPA and what have you have used the blue cloth. So we're lucky that a lot of Scottish Pool then turned to the blue cloth, and we've now got them in most of the venues that most of our tournaments are played in. I know there's some of the clubs a wee bit further up north that use different cloth, but the main ones in the central belt from over in Ayrshire, Kilmarnock, Glasgow, Falkirk, Edinburgh, all use this kind of blue cloth, mate. So we're pretty lucky. You just need to move up to Scotland, mate. You just need to come up here. What a match this will be. Scott Rorty taking on Lewis McCool. We've obviously got Morgan and Vinny, that's 2 each. Willie Bigham, Keith Robertson, 2 each. Hugh Thompson, Gio Edgar, 1 each. Ryan Davey, 2-0 up on Aaron Saunders, and Mark Fleming, Michael Gallagher, 1 each. Scott Gillespie still to come. He's 6-3 ahead of Sean Cookson. And he'll play, if he beats Sean, he'll play Ryan Fleming next. What a competition at the last 16 stage. Absolutely exceptional. And as Pete Fisher points out on the chat, we are very, very lucky to have this kind of competition in Scotland, and the value for money is just second to none. Very spoiled at the SPA. Kind of containing shot straight away from Rote. Didn't really have much on, to be fair, so he's given Lewis McCool a trip to the table, but not much sticking out that he can go for. Yellow cut back. He's going to play the same shot. He's just going to slide off the red and bring the cue ball back. Not far away from where it was. So Lewis McCool, we were calling him bipolar yesterday, and then in the same breath calling him box office. So we need to come up with a nickname for him now. Polar box just doesn't just doesn't sound right. Polar office, box office. Box office is good. We call him box office. Box office McCool. I'm hoping that we get him in the IPA Pro ranks next year. Just breaks the balls against Gareth Hibbett dry and just scatters them. Oh, how good will that be on the TV? What a buzz. And it's not just the fact that he does some mental things, it's the fact that he's some player. And if it wasn't for young Anthony Monarch, who did the double at the last event in Coventry, then he would be, I think, the number one. I think, anyway, on the rankings list for the amateurs, but I'm sure he's going to be joined by Pete Fisher. Obviously, young Monarch, Lewis, David Compton. There's going to be a few guys it's going to really enhance the pro ranks next year. The time bomb. Lewis McSplosion. The detonator. The thing with time bombs is you've usually got a chance to get away from them. Lewis, he just kind of goes off when he feels like it, so class. The unscripted time bomb. Lewis McCool 1, Scott Rote 0. When Lewis is in form, he just reminds me of a guy that's just not going to miss. He really does. Is he lost? Is he looking for a... I think he would prefer a smart rack. Yeah, he would prefer a smart rack, and that is what they are going to get him. Don't blame him. I must admit, I prefer it myself. Huge difference that I didn't think in the beginning that it would make. But it definitely does make a difference. I feel that you can get the balls up a wee bit tighter, and then when you take the rack away, they seem to stay. It does help for me. Any improvements that help the game definitely make a difference for me. So here we go, big break. Lewis McCool. Nicely controlled. Probably hard done by not to get a ball there. Jonesy 100%. He's, as I mentioned earlier, me and him had a wee chat yesterday after his kind of bipolar performance, and I know I was a bit bonkers myself. I've never really scattered balls in the middle of a match. I was never that guy, but I was the guy that would scream like a maniac in the middle of the room. Kind of a wee bit OTT with that kind of stuff, but I got better at it. And I would wait till I was in my hotel room or in the car before I did that. I spoke to Lewis yesterday, and he said, I like talking to you, Stevie, because you understand, because you're like me. And I'm like, aye, we are very, very similar when it comes to it. We just kind of show the frustration in different ways. But the similarities have always been there. But I did learn, strangely, I don't know if it's just one of the things that comes with maturity, but I learned to control it a lot better in the last wee while. And Lewis, for me, is such a talent. And I think his frustration is he knows how good he is. He knows he's probably as good as anybody on their date and on his date, but maybe doesn't show it enough because of the poor mentality. And it's something that will be a continued working process, just as it is for the likes of Ronnie O'Sullivan. Even when you're at the very top, there's always a bit of work that can be done. And I think Lewis is just one of the guys where when you're in your 40s and stuff like that, and you've still got a way to go in the game, and you know you've probably been as good as anybody, it's probably tough for him. He's just class act, absolute class act on and off the table. Love him to bits. But he could be a danger to anybody, Jonesy. He really could. I don't know if Scott Rorty was possibly playing to hang that there. I don't think he was, but I'm just wondering about the red next to the yellow in the middle of the table. Is he dropping this in and then playing to kick it? It's not an easy kick. Yeah, it's not an easy kick. Can he drop through and then maybe play it to the left middle? I wonder if he can get to that gap at the bottom. Oh, this is what he's played. Oh, I quite like this here for Scott. And you'll notice, guys, that Alan Reynolds has vanished because there's football on TV. Renzi does not do any work when the football's on. He will sit at the table and chill until it's over. And then he'll come in here and crash the party once again. This is Al Renzi for you. So Scott Gillespie and Ryan Fleming are going to go head to head and do battle. One good double. Might need to treble this. Might need to treble it. Let's see. Yeah, I thought it was tight. You could not make that up. He's put a red back where the other one was. Yeah, a wee bit of leeway here. Cut this down the cushion. Take the cue ball back to the left-hand side for me as a shot. That's fine. He has left the bottom cushion. If he goes bottom cushion and then maybe catches the red in off the yellow into the left middle, some would say it's lucky. Oh, can you see an edge of it? Yeah, but there's no joy in this. There's no joy in it at all. Absolutely no joy in that. I mean, he's got away with absolute murder, but I think the shot there, I really do think the shot there was to go bottom cushion and try and back kick the red in off the yellow. But that's me just being mental again, isn't it? I think he might have left the cut here. I think he's left the cut. Absolute nightmare of a cut. I think he's left that. Here we go. Scott Rorty. Big shot. Big moment. Overcut it. He's actually overcooked it. Right, Lewis, another snooker. Bottom table. Slide off the yellow. In behind the two of them. Can play this in a double weight. Yeah, love it. Love it. Get it over the bag and get the snooker at the same time. So I really like that. So Ryan Fleming, Scott Gillespie, Neil Cormack and Ryan Martin will make up the last of a last 16 matches. They're all vying for a place in the quarter-final of the SPA Individual Membership Event number 4. It's the Mick McGoldrick Individual Membership Series. And the great man would be so proud of everything that we're doing right now. Saltire Promotions are leading the way and putting on the events in Scottish Pool these days. And the guys have obviously went a step further and acquired big things UK-wide as well. Scottish Q Sports live streaming. Walker the Talker. McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar. It really is all go. What a last 16 draw. And we're missing some big names, guys. We're missing the Fernies of the world. Stuart McCulloch, Campbell Dunlop, who won the previous one. We are missing some big names. And it's still one of the most stacked draws that you're probably ever going to see. Brilliant stuff. The strength and depth in Scottish Pool. It's here for everyone to witness right now. And I'm not convinced that shot was actually on there. From Scott Rorty trying to get out of the snooker. I know what he was trying. Totally understand it. I think that's a little bit too wide. I actually thought Lewis could have played it a bit different down here. Could have popped the yellow to the bottom right and then either played the plant or played the lowest one of them and just came back out and played both of them and then went up the table. But he's absolutely perfect, and that little nudge makes it even better. Yeah, good stuff, Lewis McCool. It's going to be 2 frames to nothing. Not a whole lot Lottie could have done. He went about things pretty well, took a good finish. As I said earlier, I don't know if the double was actually on. He's tried to just sneak it in. I think he might have been better going for the treble. A little bit firmer. And he might have just about got over the line and got himself an equaliser in the match. But it's 2-0 Lewis McCool. Pretty good front run-up. If Lewis starts to break well, and he steals some breaks, some frames against the break, then yeah, it's a tough ask for anyone when Lewis is bang on it. I think he's away for a wee comfort break right now. Oh. Every time I say that, comfort break, that's brilliant, isn't it? Away for a wee comfort break, we sit down on a couch in the bathroom. In to see the bathroom, buddy? Aye. Comfort break daft to Lewis. And this is going to be another dry break. And an opportunity for Lewis to go 3-0 in front and have the break in the next frame. So it is all going against Scott Rorty right now. However, a long way to go in a race to 7. But it does get to a point where it becomes a short race. And you have to get motoring as quickly as you can. Neil Cormack, Ryan Martin underway. Scott Gillespie, Ryan Fleming seem to be, I think they've been abducted by aliens. They don't seem to be anywhere to be seen. As Alan Reynolds Sr. gets that table. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing, our Renzi. He's always up to something. Yeah, really surprising that Lewis tossed in a miss there. I understand why he went yellows. They were slightly better, but the reds were there. Sometimes you have to take the slightly harder set just to make sure. And in this situation, he's given Scott Rorty a little sniff here. I actually thought Renzi was out watching on the big screen this Rangers game, but he's got a laptop set up with the Celtic game on it. What a guy. What a guy. I said, Renzi, where have you been, mate? I said, fans are looking for the commentary team. And he says, absolutely not. I says, what? He went, football's on. So Scott Gillespie, Ryan Fleming getting underway now. Scott was having a wee bite to eat. And the guys are just getting set up right now. Morgan McInnes 4-2 in front against Vincent Bamendi. Wally Bigham 3, Keith Robertson 4, Hugh Thompson 3, Gio Edgar 3, Ryan Davey 3, Alan Saunders 1, Mark Fleming 2, Michael Gallagher 3, and Neil McCormack has taken the first frame against young Ryan Martin. Michael Gallagher, what a brilliant guy, what a brilliant player, and no surprise to me that he's 3-2 in front against Mark Fleming right now. Mark's going to have his work cut out if he's going to keep Mikey down. Triple M, Mad, Midlothian Mick. Earned the right to have a nickname of sorts because of some of the magical stuff he's done in the last while. And he actually nailed a wonder cock hat against Ross Fernie, I think it was. And it's ended up, I shared it on my page, it ended up with over 200,000 views. Which might not seem like a big deal to a lot of people, but considering it's just a wee shot on a pool table, it's a wee bit of magic if you ask me. Well, there's been a few good ones over the last while. Quite a few over this weekend. Scott Rorty, 1 on the board. 3 frames to 1, Lewis McCool, Scott to break. Decent break indeed. What a brilliant chance this is. What a brilliant opportunity. News, breaking news. Kalechi Iheanacho has put one away. Yeah, that's a shot. Simple drop in. Get yourself on the awkward ball. Even though the one at the left-hand side is going to be slightly awkward, you have to kind of take your medicine on it. And I think he might consider leaving it to last, I was going to say, but he's missed that by a long way. Oh, that's a sore one. Yeah, that is a sore one. Just had the luxury of a little watch back. Yeah, he's nowhere near where he wanted to be there. Need to have a wee second look at that, guys. I just noticed on the football there, it looks like Russell Martin's assistant might be Jamie Simpson. If that is not Jamie, that is your doppelganger, mate. Shuggy T 4-3 against Gio Edgar in that one now. Keith Robertson from 4-3 down, from 3-2 down, sorry, 4-3 up now. And Morgan 5-2 in front against Vinny. One of Morgan's games yesterday was on the stream, And after it, he walked past me and went, "I'm so sorry about that." Not at his very best, but one of the things that I probably see that's the best thing about Morgan is his willingness to fight and dig. And that's one hell of a trait to have, and one of the reasons why he's became a serial winner. Big mistake there for Scott. Should have done better. Really should have done better. He had a great chance. And he's ended up a bad miss. And all of a sudden, it is 4 frames to 1 at Lewis McCool. Don't think he's put the score on yet. Lewis trying to get the balls as tight as possible. Looks like Scott Gillespie's going to go 1 up against Ryan Fleming. Simple black. Neil Cormack with a chance. A very good chance to go 2-0 in front of young Ryan Martin. Looks like he's not went far enough on one of the balls. He's still going to have a shot on the last red for the black, so I'll keep you updated on that. Lewis McCool, not the best of breaks. And it is Dry with a chance for Scott. I'm looking at the yellow at the top. Can he play the plant? And then is there an argument for the yellows round about the black to maybe get the other one into play that's in a bit of trouble? I mean, it's a tough opening shot to play the plant. However, I'm not seeing a whole lot else. So I think that's what he's going to play. Right, okay, I don't blame him for going full-blooded at it straight from the off, but yeah, it's... Is he still got a chance here? Is he on the yellow to the bottom? Right, plant number 2. He needs to hit the red and yellow simultaneously. Good shot. Now, here's the thinking for me. Right. I wasn't sure that was the ball. I preferred to drop that in and come to the middle of the table, and then the one to the right-hand side of the black, screw into them off that, knowing that I would have been on the ball to the bottom left, worst-case scenario. He would have been screwing off it into the red that's in between them. Yeah. In a hurry, in such a hurry to go into them, and I understand fully, but I think he's just went for it far too early there. Neil Cormack 2-0 in front against Ryan Martin. Young Ryan at the table, up against it. Neil Cormack absolutely flying. Just a really solid match player. Neil, really like it. Like how he goes about his business. No fuss. Just go onto the table, plods away, wins frames, takes finishes, digs in when he has to. Hugh Thompson, 5. Gio Edgar, 3. Morgan McInnes, 6. Vincent Bimendi, 2. Willie Bigham, 3. Keith Robertson, 5. Ryan Davey, 3. Alan Saunders, 2. Mark Fleming, Michael Gallagher, all square at 3 apiece. Offset plant, what a shot. Oh, I think he's robbed here. I think he's robbed. So Morgan on table 1. 6-2 in front of Vincent Bimendi. He's had to get his case and get his extension out as he potentially takes a finish to win that match. But I'll keep you updated, guys, as that match continues. And Keith Robertson has turned the match on its head. He was 3-2 down against Willie Bigham. 5 frames to 3 now. Three dishes in the match for Keith as well, so good standard. Ryan Fleming and Gibbsy, 1-1. Ryan at the table with a very good chance right now. Honestly, don't know whose voice that was. It just came through me there. I have got no idea where that funny guy. I don't even know what that voice was. I've no idea. I heard it back in my ears there, right enough, and it didn't sound like me. I can go back and listen to that and see what that is. I don't know what the script is with that. However, he's absolutely robbed Scott not to be on the yellow to the bottom left. Got to play a double, got to come the angles. He's absolutely robbed. He's played a couple of good shots there, but as I say, the only thing I thought that was a problem was he tried to get into the cluster a wee shot too early. And that has led to kind of chasing it a wee bit. Willie Bigham another one back, 5-4 in that match. Willie Bigham, Keith Robertson, 2 unbelievable players. And up from Lewis there, because that's not exactly gone to plan. He was trying to play the snooker and get the red towards the middle pocket, and he's ended up playing it in off the yellow, and now he's landed in a great opportunity for a snooker. And that's another stroke. Morgan McInnes is through, guys. Morgan is the first of our quarter finalists, and he will play the winner of either Willie Bigham or Keith Robertson. So stay tuned. What a match that'll be. There's a good run out there from Morgan to win it. I've just noticed there that the team from Glasgow's West have managed to get a goal against the run of play against Falkirk. Yeah, from what I've seen, it looks like they have the referee and the linesman and stuff in their pocket. It wouldn't surprise me. Oh, it's mad. It's mad playing a game of football in a pitch full of wee rubber bits made for old tyres. Mad. Football's a soft game. It's not the game I remember growing up. I remember playing and 16, 17-year-old. Played a couple of matches to help junior side Petersill, and these were just men that kicked lumps out of you. But it was a good learning experience. It was a teaching moment, and at the game now, it's not the game it used to be. It's not the. I used to grow up listening to people say it's a man's game, and I don't mean that in a way that nobody else can play it, but it was to play the game, and you had to be a hardy kind of. You had to be able to take it. You had to be able to dish it out. You had to be able to mix. Funny old game. Football. Who would play football when we've got pool? Who wants to play with one ball when we can play with 15? Oh, Scotty boy, a millimetre away. He's turning the screw a bit here, Lewis. The thing is, for me, this was that frame and that moment that Scott's a wee bit unlucky. He's been unlucky twice in the frame. He's then ended up having to chase the cue ball a wee bit. He's had to try and force the issue, and it's got away from him. 4 frames to 1. You could argue that Lewis is good value, and you could also argue that it flatters him a wee bit, but you get 2 shots here. 1 free shot, 1 visit. What's he thinking? What is he thinking? I think he's overthought this a wee bit. I think he's overthought it just a touch. But they're all there. I think the red just below the black, yellow and red together. I think if he was to play on that, say, second last, he can drop it in and then play the red to the top right corner, and then it's just a little screw back for the black into the right middle. I'm thinking that might be his plan. Unless it goes in the middle. I mean, if it goes in the middle, absolutely brilliant. If it goes in the middle, superb. If it doesn't, I'm wondering what he's thinking here. Well, that's what he's thinking. He's just ran into them, and it's come out absolutely brilliant. It was kind of risk-free. Slight angle. Is it just enough? Is it just enough to kind of stun? Yeah, it must be. You can see the way he's lining up. Absolutely perfect. Lewis McCool about to go 5-1 in front of Scott Rorty, and everyone that knows Scott and knows how good he is, he's not out of it yet. But it's a long, long way back. Lewis 5, Scott Rorty 1. Neil Cormack is 3-0 in front against Ryan Martin. Mark Fleming 4-3 in front of Michael Gallagher now. Ryan Davey 4-2 in front of Alan Saunders. Shug still 5-3 ahead of Gio Edgar. That's a good shot from Scott here. The yellow obviously goes to the top right. The other yellow close to the 8 ball goes to the top left. Does he play to drop on them, or is he running into them? Yeah, I wasn't a fan. I think when you start kind of kicking into balls that already go, often ask that question, would Dunster have played that shot? Would Mark Boyle have played to kick it? So that's the question. Top left, he's going to have to play it in the top left. A little jab back, try and flick off the black. Yeah, he's went the opposite side. So he had to play that in such a way where he flicked the black on the way back. So he's missed it to the wrong side. There's one man who I spoke to yesterday at length. He actually helped out in a wee bit of commentary yesterday as well. Shug Thompson. He's a determined guy to stay. I think he's dropped out the top 16. He's always been round about the top 16. And it's one of the reasons why when I was picking my Scotland men's team, the men's B team and stuff like that, he was like the immovable object. He's one of the guys that you feel you just have to pick. You have to, because he just earns the right all the time. There's been many, and he'd be the first to tell you, there's been many events on the international scene that he's not been at his best. And that's the same as me. It's the same as probably most of the guys that's played at international level. But his consistency in Scottish pool is the reason for me that he's one of the top picks straight away. And right now, he's 6-3 in front of Gio Edgar, one frame away. Keith Robertson one away. He's 6-4 in front of Wally Bigham. Lewis McCool about to be one away. Six frames to one. Moments away. Should I say a frame away, not moments away, one frame away. Because anything can happen here. Anything can happen in the world of pool. I know there's many matches that I've played in myself that I've been cruising. I've been miles ahead. It looks like I can't get beat. And next thing you know, well, I've been beat. So here we go. 6 frames to 1. Lewis McCool and the break. Ryan Martin, yellow for the black to get back to 3-1 down. Rotate back to the table. He needs to take these. He needs to take every chance that he gets. If you're going to have a chance, you're going to have an opportunity and you need to win frames a pool, then there's no getting away from these. You have to take them. This is awkward. He's got a tiny, tiny little gap to find. I wonder if it's better screwing onto the red. That's a cracking shot. That is an absolutely brilliant shot, Scott Rorty. Absolutely sensational. Brilliant stuff. 6 frames to 2. Six frames to 2. Scott Rorty to break. He's got a ball. Does that come with an opportunity though? That's the question. Yeah, he's got away with that because that's not what he played. 100%. That is not what Scott Rorty played there. Run down to the scores, guys. 6-4, Shuggy T against Gio. Ryan Davey 5-3 in front against Alan Saunders. Mark Fleming 5. Mikey Gallagher, Mad Midlothian, Mick 4. Neil Cormack. He's 3-1 in front against Ryan Martin. And Scott Gillespie and Ryan Fleming all square at 2 apiece. Last 16 in the quarter-finals is going to throw up Morgan McInnes and Keith Robertson. Those are the first 2 over the line. We're heading to the business end. Yeah, Lewis. Chance to go over the line, but nothing that really screams that it's straightforward from here. Big shot. I thought he might have powered into that. He's trying to maybe knock the yellow in and leave himself the red to the bottom right, but getting on the balls. Yeah, getting on them for that area wouldn't have been easy. Is this a chin ball? I don't know if this is a chin ball. If it is, a touching ball, and then yeah, so the two of them giving each other the respect that they deserve. Lewis calling the off cushion shot. Scott doesn't get off his chair, he just boldly agrees. And Scott telling Lewis that it's a chin ball, and Lewis boldly agrees. Gio Edgar back to 6-5. Gio has broken off. He's got a ball. I can't see the table. Gave his head a little wobble, so I don't know if he's got a great chance. That Shuggy T biting his nails like a big mad nail biter guy. I had a wee look through it last night. I went home. I sat at my bed when I went in, and the wee man's like, "Dad, what's that? What's that book?" And I said, we were talking about it on the chat yesterday while I was doing comms, and one of the guys came in and handed me a book, and it's quite good. I looked through all the chapters and had a wee glance at different things, but it's got chapters about building a winning mentality. It's also got chapters about leading a pool team. It's got chapters about I think there's like starting a pool league, and there's loads and loads. It's a really, really big book, really, really thick, a lot of reading in it. But it looks like there's a lot of good information about all facets of the game, not just... I think it's one of the things that if you probably take in every aspect of the book, you'll be pretty well-rounded in the inner workings of the pool game, not just mentally for yourself for playing the game, but also maybe for organising, leading teams. One of the chapters I think is called Heading into Battle or something like that, or Preparing for War. And I can only assume that chapter's based on like getting into some kind of big tournament or a big final or whatever it might be. But it's quite... I'm quite looking forward to reading through it and seeing what it's all about. But when it comes to pure mental performance and how the brain works and the subconscious works, I don't think there's going to be anything on the market. There'll be a few things that are obviously really good for certain people, but when it comes to the world of sport and pool and Q sports, whatever we're in, Chimp Paradox is Yeah, it's a different thing altogether. You will absolutely, it'll blow your mind that when you're listening to it, some of the things you'll be thinking to yourself, I can't believe I do that. It's just silly things about when you're driving the car, and I mean, little road rage moments, but some of it is the most silly things, and you think to yourself, I can't believe I do that. When it highlights it in, when you're listening to the Chimp Paradox, it's absolutely unreal. It blows your mind, to be honest. Stevie Slater, good afternoon, son. Bit of a sucker punch yesterday, mate. Had chances to kill that off. Neil Cormack 4-1 up on Ryan Martin now. And Mark Fleming now on the hill. Hugh Thompson on the hill. Lewis McCool on the hill. But what I can tell you about Shug being on the hill is he's not at the table. And I think Gio might be on a last ball for the black. I can just about see through it. He's on the black. He's on the black. 6-all. 6-all, Gio Edgar and Hugh Thompson from 6-3. Gio going nowhere, but it's Shug to break in the decider. Can he get over the line against Pool's young superstar, Gio Edgar? An IPA professional and just simply a wonder kid. Mr. Unsworth, good afternoon, mate. Pass the number on. I told the guy to WhatsApp you so that he can give you, I don't know what it is he's looking for, but I'm guessing it's one of the things you sorted for me, mate, for Greg. So he'll get in touch with you and you can do what you do, mate. Do what you do. Little bit of information, guys, popping off. Shug broke. He did break. But I'm looking at Gio Edgar walking round the table. Keep you posted on that. Ryan Davey 5-4 in front of Alan Saunders. Will that go all the way, or will Ryan kick on? I can tell you something. Alan Saunders is in his chair. Michael Gallagher's in his chair. So Mark Fleming could get over the line. Ryan could get himself on the hill. It is all go here in the last 16 of the Mick McGoldrick IM Series. Event number 4. It's brought to you by the Scottish Pool Association. It's brought to you by Saltire Promotions. Scott Rorty, if he wants to stay in it, he's live in Scottish Q Sports streaming. He's in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar, and if he doesn't up his game, he'll be sent packing, and it'll be Lewis McCool that keeps it going. I wanted to say, Scott, be brave, mate, be brave. And doing that, screw onto the red, screw onto it, or power past. With a load of topspin off the top cushion through the gap, but he's drifted it. He's flicked the opening red, he's flicked the other red, and he's flicked the red, then the black, and he's landed in all kinds of trouble. Hanging in there. Just about hanging in there. I've just noticed through the gap in the commentary box TV system, Davy Forrest is still here, supporting his mate Keith Robertson, who's going to go head-to-head with Morgan McInnes. And if you remember, Keith won the IPA Amateur Series last year, and then he won the opening IPA Amateur event this year. So already high up the IPA rankings. He's not done exceptionally well since then, and I'm not sure where he is and where he sits on the ranking list. So he might have work to do to get to professional status. But Lewis McCool, right here, is a man heading for it. And he's also heading to the quarter-finals of this event. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And just a little angle, he can just run with a little flicker right-hand side. Take himself towards the middle of the table. Yeah, he's underhit that by a long way, but I think if he just screws past the black, just screw by the black, left-hand side, top cushion, left cushion. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. And a very similar shot here, a little bit of left-hand side. He'll flick the 8-ball, but he should come round it. Oh, I didn't like that. But I love the way it's landed. Very well done, Lewis McCool. Well done, Lewis McCool. Fraser, I think you're probably spot on, mate. Do you know what was funny last night? We're all talking to Fernie, and Fernie's saying, yeah, I'm just waiting on Keith finishing. Once Keith finishes, I'm going to head through. And Keith goes away, having Davey off. And then Struan contacts Keith and says, you heading through? Aye, where's Fernie with you? No, Fernie's not with me. Oh, where's Fernie? They went out to the car and found Fernie sleeping in the back of Struan's car. But he wasn't drinking the end, stone cold sober, and supposed to be, he was supposed to be away with Keith. Absolutely mental, mental. But that is Ross Fernie we're talking about. Morgan McInnes, Keith Robertson, probably going to be our next match on the main table. And Gio Edgar did take that finish, and he's put Shug out. 6-3 Hugh Thompson, and I'm not sure Shug had another chance. Brilliant stuff, young Gio. He just doesn't go away. He's such a talent. And he's in the quarter-final. And him and Lewis are going to go head-to-head in that one. We're getting to the business end, guys. Incredible.
Lewis McQuill, Geo Edgar, table 7 please. That's Lewis and Geo, table 7.
Hope you're enjoying this encounter, guys. Hope you're getting wired right in, man. Lewis McKill Geo just underway on the outer tables. I was kept a bit occupied there by the partisan atmosphere around Craig's laptop. Listen to big Thomas Lockery shouting to everybody what's happening, because he's about 5 minutes ahead. 2-0 Morgan McInnes. Scott Gillespie 5-2 in front of Ryan Fleming. Neil Cormack 6-3 in front of Ryan Martin. Mark Fleming 6-5 ahead of Michael Gallagher. So we're going to have probably all the quarterfinals underway in the next 10-15 minutes, and that's some good going, guys. That's some good going. It is obviously about 4:30, so a wee touch behind, but when you think about it, almost all the matches that went on in the quarterfinal, the last 16, were about 2:30, and that was when they were scheduled. And yeah, I mean, those ones that were scheduled are already firing through, and the ones that were later are not far behind. So here we go. It's all go. It's all go. Morgan McInnes 2, Keith Robertson 0. It's the Scottish Pool Association Mick McGoldrick Individual Membership Series event number 4. Saltire Promotions bringing it to you. We're in the Central Belt. We're in McGoldrick's on the outskirts of Glasgow, live in Scottish Q Sports streaming. Walker the Talker here till the very end. And no doubt, once Renzi's finished with it, well, he's never going to be finished with refereeing, because there's going to be a point where they need him. But once the football's finished on the outside, we'll have Mr. Alan Reynolds back, joining me in the commentary box. Yvonne Ewan, good afternoon, Evo. Yeah, sometimes it is. Hey, I'm looking at that assistant, that Russell Martin assistant, guys. Assistant Martin, assistant to Russell Martin. Everyone, go and have a look at him. He's Jamie Simpson's double. That's how Jamie withdrew for us. He's too busy in Falkirk at the game today. He's pulled a wee flanker there. Right. Chance here. Whilst obviously going for the pot kick here. He's got another one he's going to have to play. Oh, he's tried to get the two of them in the one go. Has he found that gap? Has he found that little gap? I honestly did not, for the life of me, even think that there was a ball going to get through there. And I think it's still the same. The problem Keith's got now, Morgan's balls are all in a pretty good position. Yeah, a long way away, but he's unlucky. He's played a good shot to kick them out. Just probably a little quarter roll to the left there, and he might have been on the thin cut back. So can Morgan pop this in the right middle and stun up to the red and yellow and get himself a chance? Okay. That is okay. Good chance here for Morgan to go 3-0 in front. And to be fair, And Keith, he's not done a whole lot really wrong there. It's just unfortunate when he's played the attacking shot. It's not come out for him. Neil Cormack, I can tell you, is into the quarter-final. Absolutely delighted for him. Absolutely delighted for him. As I say, he was in my Scotland team not so long ago, and a lot of credit goes to Chris Ferrier for that. But I got to work with him and understand him and get to know him, and he's a good guy. Absolutely cracking guy. And it's just no surprise to me. He's not got many weaknesses. It's no surprise to me that here he is in the quarter-final, and he will have the luxury of playing Scott Gillespie or Ryan Fleming. Scott Gillespie at the table against Ryan, 6-2 in front. Mad Midlothian Mick is entering his vehicle to head home. I've just seen him giving me a wave as he walks from the building. Another good weekend for Mick. What a guy, honestly, absolute legend of a man. He's lost. He's lost to Mark Fleming, what looks like 6'5", but it must have been 7. And Ryan Davey and Mark Fleming will go head-to-head in that quarter-final match. And on one of these, no time like the present, guys. Get them on. Yeah, decent break. Oh, what a work to be done, though. Most definitely not straightforward. Scott Gillespie has taken some finish to the point he's on the black. Absolute nightmare black that he's on. But the finish that he has taken to that point on the other table is well worth going back and watching, guys, especially if he knocks this black in. I don't even know why I doubted him. Scott Gillespie 7, Ryan Fleming 2. Goobsy bang on it and going to take a bit of stop. Neil Cormack, it's up to you. Can you stop the man himself? It's going to be some ask. What a finish by Scott Gillespie to win that match. Unbelievable. And as I say, I don't know why I'm surprised, but he's just incredible. He's the ultimate competitor. He's one of these guys that just never, ever stops, never gives up. And he's a good character at the same time, even if he does rugby tackle you when you're on the table next to him.
Ryan Davey, Mark Fleming, table 8, please. Neil Cormack.
So Mark Fleming and Ryan Davey will go toe-to-toe on table number 8. And Neil Cormack and Scott Gillespie will go head to head on table number 9. Head to head, toe to toe, brilliant. From head to toe, it's all go here in McGoldrick's live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. Snooker in time. 3-0 in front, Morgan. It's a straightforward hit. Oh, by the way, that has just drifted inside. It's a tiny, tiny wee turn because of the side at the last second and landed welded to the red. And somehow, I remember John Brownlee said this, somehow you always find a pocket. Absolutely insane. Yeah, so Neil Cormack, Scott Gillespie, Ryan Davey, Mark Fleming, Morgan McInnes, Keith Robertson, and Lewis McCool and Gio Edgar. It's 2-0 to Gio in that match. And as I mentioned, he was 6-3 down to Shug. And I don't know what happened to get to 6-4. But I'm pretty sure from that point it was reverse dish, breaking dish, reverse dish. And nothing surprises me with young Gio. I don't know if you guys could hear that there. It sounded like some kind of motor noise in my ears. I don't know what that was, but it was... I've got these earphones on and it was doing my head in there. I don't know what that was. And if you could hear it, I do apologise. I don't know what it was. I don't know if someone's in here. There's a bunch of kids. I don't know if one of them's got like a remote controlled. I honestly don't know what that noise was there, but if you can hear it, guys, I do apologise. 4-0 Morgan McInnes. Another 2 quarter-finals. They have been called, but they have not started as of yet. Say that again. Okay, Pat, there's... I don't know what the noise was in the background. If I could hear it through the earphones, I was assuming that it was coming through to you guys as well, but maybe I was imagining it. Maybe the old head's gone. So chance for Keith, especially if he's on the yellow to the bottom right. That would be magic. Yeah, it would be magical if... Yeah, I get that, mate. So, Keith Robertson, most frames of pool are a must-win scenario. When you're 4-0 behind, there's not really anything but a frame win that's going to do you any favours, so he needs to get these. He's played that very positive, to be honest. He's played that in such a manner that I'm not convinced he... Well, saying that, looking at how thin it was, yeah, maybe 2 cushions was the shot. He's actually kind of overdone it ever so slightly. So, if I'm Keith right now, I'm taking the one to the top right, stopping the cue ball. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, 4 frames to 1. A finish that I expected him to get, and he didn't disappoint. Morgan in cruise control this Sunday afternoon. Did have a little bit of a rocky Saturday. But that is in the rear view mirror now. There's a chance here for Morgan. Just trying to map it out in my head. As Neil Cormack takes out a finish. He takes out a finish and pots the black and the cue ball at the same time. Unless they haven't started yet. Yeah, I think it's 1-0 Scott Gillespie. Good finish from Neil Cormack, but he's gone in off. Yeah, he's gone in off. I'm starting to think I'm imagining stuff, guys, to be honest with you. Yeah, 1-0 Scott Gillespie. It's now on the board. Unlucky there, Neil. Good finish, but he's in off. Can Morgan get himself 5-1 in front here? I think the black goes to the bottom right. You can see the gap between both of them on the way the light's shining down. So Morgan's got 2 options here, but I think this is quite straightforward. Just stop the cue ball, Just bring it back an inch. Yeah, stop, that's perfect. And then he can just stun out. He can either flick off the cushion or just a little stun back. He obviously had the option that he could have dropped that and played both balls into the bottom right corner. Perfect. A little, it's just overrun ever so slightly. I can't stop seeing Jamie Simpson on the TV. Russell Martin's assistant, Jamie Simpson. I'm too slow with the camera, guys. I'm trying to get a picture of him. "5-1 Morgan." Keith Robertson to stay alive. Needs a big one. Yeah, and he's not gonna get it. Morgan already out of his seat. Smelling blood here. Like a tiger waiting to pounce. Still remember the World Championships when Goobsy said that. It was brilliant. Sitting in your chair like a tiger ready to pounce. Goobsy had a bad miss at the start of this frame, and he's gave Neil Cormack another visit to the table. Neil, not perfect, so I'll keep you updated on that. Morgan hasn't yet made his decision here. Oh, he's awkward here. If he can pop this in and just nudge onto the two. Listen, that was not easy. Trying to control that at the same time, but I think the red on the right-hand side, just next to the yellow, I don't think it goes anywhere. Yeah, he's going to have to go back down towards the middle. Oh, is he going to just screw straight back? He needs to watch this here. And he needs to be perfect. Yeah, that's not perfect. Can he drag it in with a wee bit of right-hand side and just kill the cue ball? Is he going to? He's going to screw into the black here, I think. Nah, a little bit of screw, right-hand side, lovely. Drag right-hand side. Keith Robertson. Lewis McKill 0, Gio Edgar 4. Lewis sitting in his seat rather. Looks a dejected figure, to be honest. But Gio seems to have swung right into gear ever since he was 6-3 down. A wee break here from both guys. I was looking out to the main tables. And table number 8, which was supposed to have Ryan Davey and Mark Fleming, well, they have went to table number 5. I'm not going to lie to you guys, I'm a tad confused. He's had the pleasure of the main man, Stevie Windy's popping in there. Just to say to me that he had a good day at the office, so well done, Stevie, for that. Morgan and Keith having a wee blether there. I don't know what about. Maybe wondering what's on the TV tonight and stuff like that, but still table fully open and ready to go for Morgan to go and basically pop them all in. That's exactly where he wants to be. Well, the thing is, the red that's the highest of the three at the bottom, that goes in the bottom left. Five now, Gio Edgar. Probably between shots here. Yeah, it was strange. I was trying to figure out what was happening, and then they had a wee chat, and I couldn't, for the life of me, work out what was going on. But it's obviously he's not managed to execute the shot, and it's given Morgan a chance in these reds. But now Morgan's landed between these two. Should be okay, but he would have loved to have been a touch more to the right or left. But he's landed. I think he can push on and off the cushion. A little trace aside. That'll do. Would he have liked to be further off? Yeah. Would he like to be closer? 100%. But this red is his black. Pop this in, frame over. And there we go. 6 frames to 2. Morgan McInnes. Needs to get these Yeah, listen, that's exactly what I was looking at when all the balls were there, and then I'm having a wee map round the finish, looking at it, and I've got a double kind of screen in here. I've got the scores, and then the other matches on the other one. And when I look back round, I'm looking at Morgan and Keith having a wee chat, and then next thing I'm like, what did I just miss? But that's, I think you're onto something there. He must have had a bit of a bad shot one way or another, and all of a sudden it's led to the frame going the other way. They've got so Stevie Cochran here, the windy man. He's joined us, and I've asked him to take the microphone, guys, but he's not doing it. But he's telling me there that Paddy's 3-0 up in the Saltire Select quarter-final. Wow, guys, wowza. Paddy McAllister we're talking about here, no Paddy Pimblett. He's absolutely cruising it. A lot of big names have dropped, so it just goes to show. But then he told me there that there's a good chance he might enter the Saltire. Oh, he's missed the cut-off by 5 minutes. Yeah. Morgan McInnes for the match and a place in the semi-final where he will play, most likely, Gio Edgar. Well done, Morgan. Very well done. And as I say, guys, I'm going to give Mr. Reynolds a shout to join us for the semis and final. We'll be back very soon.
Hello, Stevie's eating again. It's pudding time for Stevie. Now, this is a bit of bonus action, just to keep you updated, because you'll be wondering what's going on. There was a little issue with a bauble or a loose bit of cloth on table number 8, which is one of our stream tables. Ryan didn't particularly want to play on that, and it was a wee bit of an issue because if the ball went over the top of it, it started deviating at either place. What then happened was that our tournament director, Elaine, decided that it would probably be better to play the match then on table 5, which I did no issues whatsoever. The only issue was that there is some tables booked out this afternoon, and because we lose table 8, obviously all the latter stages are played on the stream tables and what have you, and there was a couple of youngsters on the table next to the allotted table that Elaine had selected. So in turn, they played the first frame, which Mark Fleming won, and they have now moved to table 10, which is great for you guys that are sitting at home watching, because it means you get another match. So, just to keep you updated with everything that's happening, Morgan McInnes at G. Wegger as a semi-final, and Ryan Davey won, Mark Fleming won, and Scott Gillespie is 5-0 to the good on Neil Cormack. So, stay with us. On table 9 and table 10, table 8 is shut down for the rest of the day now, and there'll be no more coverage on the outer tables, and it might work out just nice because you might get a minimum of 3, possibly 4 matches still to end your Sunday evening. And I hope that explains to all you guys what's happening back home. This should be a cracker anyway. So while Ryan goes about his finish, Scott Gillespie's a couple of balls away from going 6-0 up on Neil Cormack, who's had a fantastic run. But I watched Gibbsy play his first frame today, and he just looks awful, awful good. And G. Wegger just made a real short work of box office Lewis McGill. And I don't think Gio's missed a ball in about the last 10 frames. And that was after being 6-3 down to Hugh Thompson in the round of 16. Morgan's just steadily got himself into another semi-final. So that'll be a cracking match for him and Gio. And one of the steadiest players in Scotland at the moment, Ryan Davey, as these yellows. Oh, that wiped his feet. To go 2-1 to the good on Mark Fleming. And if you're listening, apologies to Jamie Burnett. Quite funny story. So there was a bit of shenanigans with Ryan and Mark there, and Elaine had made the decision, and one agreed and one didn't agree, and blah blah blah. And then obviously with the game going on next day, it wasn't ideal, and so I ended up coming to a compromise. I says, Elaine, I'll go and deal with it. It's no problem, I'll go and have a wee word with the boys, and blah blah blah. And Jamie says something. And I says, Jamie, they're on table 10 and that's it. And Jamie says, oh, all right then. So apologies to Jamie Burnett. I didn't mean to bite your head off, pal. (6-0) Scott Gillespie, 2-1 Ryan Davey. I wonder. So here's this guy's been telling me all day, all morning. He's been fasting, and all I see is empty chocolate wrappers, and he's just done a dessert, and he's had a breakfast. So his fasting's over, guys. His fasting's over. Now, I've just followed the Scottish pool publican and all the shenanigans that was going on there, Stevie. Stevie's back with us, guys, so...
I just overheard you talk about the fasting. So I don't think you understand intermittent fasting. So I've got a small...
I'm just at the wind-up now. Right,
I've got like a 4-hour window where I eat, and then that's me.
And you don't stop?
No, that's it.
Yeah.
I need 4 hours, but that's my whack. And then that'll be me, probably, Renzi. I might even have another wee thing before. What time is it? That's unlikely. We'd probably say before 6, but that would be me to the morrow. Probably about 3 o'clock, do you know what I mean? That's about 20.
So, changing just quickly, I was telling the guys what happened there was there's shenanigans, this table, that's not ideal. And poor Jamie Burnett says to me as I went over, I says, look guys, I think the best thing for you to do is to play in table 10, everybody's happy, the table's great, blah, blah, blah. And Jamie was going to say some sort of a compromise, and I says, Jamie, they're playing in table 10 and that's it. So I bought his head off, which I do apologise for. Now, what they got me wondering is, because Jamie's quite a supporter of Gibbsies and vice versa, is, see the interview that didn't happen last week? Do you want to do it now with Jamie?
The one where...
Craig cut it off.
Craig cut his off, aye.
So...
But it's not even that he cuts his off. The black's barely done, and he's already hit the button.
Says he was at a snooker tournament. So, just to let the viewers straight here, Jamie Burnett was absolutely out of this world last week and won the Scottish Masters title. Stevie was doing an interview with him after it, and yeah, that's a big friend of mine who.
Gillespie?
Aye, he can't speak right, basically.
Right, so is
he calls Scott Gillespie, and
Gillespie.
well, he can speak right, but he chooses not to.
So she got like, what is it you call that?
Stupiditis.
No, but
It's
see,
big
like,
Dave
see people
Grant.
that like mix up words and stuff. What
Yeah.
did it call that again?
Oh,
They're like,
yeah.
there's a name, and they like mix up the E's and the I's and the dyslexia.
Dyslexia.
So he's
Not-
basically got vocal dyslexia.
Aye.
Basically,
Aye,
like,
yeah,
like, basically, aye.
yeah. Anyway, should we give Jamie his?
Oh, if he wants his 5
So-
minutes of fame, get him in.
I think I'll go over. Apologise to him for biting his head off and then saying, "Go and do your interview for last week. The talker's waiting for you." So I'm going to go and get Jamie. He might even do a bit of commentary. While he's on.
Aye, well,
Let's rope him in anyway.
let's see if we can get him. Aye, that's handy. I guarantee he goes like that. Nope. Aye, that's good. So Marky Mark, he's got work to do to get on this black. And he's done enough to get a shot. That's the main thing. He's done enough to get a shot. He's not exactly jumping from the rooftops, but he's got himself a little shot. Great finish. Great finish. Mark Fleming. So good finish there. And as Renzi just said there, good to be joined by multiple Scottish champion Jamie Burnett. We got cut off last week. It was actually Goobsy sitting here talking nonsense to you, but there was nobody listening. It was cut off. Craig turned it off, so well done, mate.
Thanks very much, buddy. I appreciate it.
It's never easy, no matter what tournament you play, Jamie, but last week it's still people still been messaging me and saying, is that right? Were they scores right? you kind of steamrolled your way to win that title, and you know yourself, you played enough tournaments, it's never usually as straightforward, is it?
No, it never goes like that. It was some of the matches were strange. I took my chances, I played well, but guys were breaking dry, and they were getting unlucky. Just everything seemed to fall my way. The full tournament, and like you say, it never goes like that. So when it does, you just need to take advantage of it, and I did.
Aye, that's exactly it. And it was one of the first ones I got a message was about. Was Billy Stirling's game, and I didn't see that because I wasn't here on the Saturday. The SPA wanted me to come on the Sunday, that's fine. And I said I didn't really see much yet, but I spoke to Billy on Tuesday and he went, Stephen, I had a chance probably to get to, I don't know if he made 4 each or something. He says, but I just get blown away for there. He went, but I watched some of it and there was people having chances, but if you don't take them, you don't deserve to win matches. You took yours.
Yeah, that's the thing with pool, Stevie. Everybody talks about the break. We spoke about this before, how important a shot it is, but it's the unforced errors as well. You watch the guys that win tournaments, they make the least amount of unforced errors. The break tends to even itself out. There's sometimes, on occasion, somebody will break great, somebody will break bad, but that evens itself out. The unforced errors make the difference, and the guy that wins the tournament's the guy that makes the least. That's why Liam Dunster's so successful. If you watch Liam Dunster, he makes very, very few unforced errors.
Aye, that's massive. It's funny because just when you mentioned the break, Lewis McCall came out to me after his game, and he's like, I don't know what today, Stevie, my break. I mean, how many times can one guy break through a tournament, not get a ball? And he was just, and I'm sitting there going, right, okay, Lewis, right. And he was just gone mad. But he didn't get to the quarterfinals not getting a ball. He didn't get to number 1 in the IPA amateurs not getting a ball. But I've noticed it myself. You only really notice it when you don't get the ball. You don't notice it when you get the good breaks.
Listen, I watched Lewis's match today with Gio, and he did break dry. His break was unlucky. The difference is when you're playing one of the top players, and not just the country but in the world, these guys punish you. You can play. Sometimes you get away with it. You can break dry in matches and you can still win. But when you play a top player, if you break dry and they're getting balls, Stevie, there's only one winner. That's
massive. Mark Boyle sat next to me a wee while ago and he said, Stevie, went, I understand the talk of the break. I understand people, including good players, saying that they want to bring back the nominate rule. They want to have the guy that breaks to play the next shot. He went, I understand everybody's logic in it. He says, because they're thinking about what would benefit them when they're at the table. He says, but we're then taking away that excitement part. He says, and at the end of the day, if I break dry, I break dry. He says, my opponent's still got to finish it. He says, and that's what people forget. I might break and get a ball. I've still got to take the chance. It's not as straightforward as, well, you've got a good break, so you've got the frame.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, my break's not the best, Steve, and if somebody brought in a rule that says you break and you go, I'd be all for it. But like you say, you're taking out that luck sort of factor.
Aye.
And at the end of the day, Mark's right. It's the same for everybody. I mean, and everybody breaks dry, everybody gets balls. You just need to take advantage when you get it. You know what I mean? It doesn't always go against you. Just sometimes when it does go against you, if you're playing a top player, you get hammered.
You notice it more.
Yep.
So, Marshy, he says to me, Stevie, I like it the way it is, but I would love to see a couple of different tournaments added into the calendar where you bring those rules in. So, say it was one of the IPA Grand Prix or something, where it's breaker nominates, and then maybe it's the Masters where the guy that breaks continues on for there. He says, no, you're not changing the rules of the game. You're just tweaking the break rule to make it slightly different. He went, I'd love to see that, but then on the tour and on everything else, just keep it as it is, but just to break it up a bit. And I thought, it's not a bad idea.
I think that's a fantastic idea. Do you know what I mean? Like you said, on the tour, I wouldn't touch it. I'd keep it the same all the time. But there's certainly enough tournaments and there's enough players that would love to do something like that. Put on something like that, change it, try it, and then ask everybody how it goes. What do you think? If it works, then maybe it's something they can bring into the tour. If not, if they'd like to keep it the way it is, then fine. But listen, why not try it?
Exactly. Yeah, there's never any harm in trying, and I don't think you succeed without trying something new. Now, you're never going to know if it's going to work.
Well, look at Steve. The rules have changed, for years. There wasn't always like black ball rules.
That's right.
They've tweaked it all the time, and you do need to get that. And at some point, you're going to get very close. I think black ball rules they're the rules I prefer.
Aye.
I think there's wee things like you say, we can tweak wee things, but I think it's pretty close to as fair as it can possibly be.
You're right. That's I actually mentioned a wee while ago there I was on Facebook, somebody posted something. It was maybe one of the guys that play international rules, and obviously most days up here play black ball. And what I found mad about it, and I posted it and I says, listen, I totally get everybody's got their opinion. I says, but even most of you guys on the other side play money matches to black ball rules. Why is that? And if it wasn't because it's the best, then why? And there was a few that it just makes it a bit more fair. There was like some kind of papering over the crack answers, but you kind of seen that that's as close to bang on as you're going to get.
I think if you were to ask every single pool player, Stevie, what rules they prefer, I think 90% of them would say black ball. I think some maybe say a different set of rules for a different reason. I think the majority
based on
would
a bias.
Yeah, 100%. You know, when some people maybe need to say it's other rules. I think if you were to ask everybody, I think 90% would say black ball. That's just my opinion.
I tend to agree, and that's the thing that stands out with me is when they do go and play money matches, it seems to be 99% of the time it's black ball. It's only on the odd occasion. And even they'll play international or black ball, probably knowing that the match will end up a black ball. I don't know. There's just I've not got any issue with it either way. I just think that we seem to we're onto something there, and there's a few wee tweaks that probably need to be made, and maybe it is in the odd tournament just enough to keep it fresh.
100%. Like you say, you need to try things different. You know, that's how the game moves forward. You just keep changing it till you get it when it works. When it works and everybody's happy, then keep it there.
Aye, that's exactly it. What about this weekend, mate? How did you get on?
I struggled, mate. I missed a couple of balls yesterday. I didn't take my chance. I threw 3 frames away. I should have won, you know, and it catches up with you. You don't get away with it, you know, not at, you know, at this level. You play anybody that knows the game and can take away finishes, they punish you, and that's what happened.
Who was it you played?
Andrew McPhee.
Oh, Andy, he's a decent player, Andy,
very
as
solid,
well.
Very solid. His choice of shot was fantastic, Steve. He didn't take any stupid shots on you. It was a safety shot, he played it, and he made it difficult. Like I say, I threw him a couple of frames, but you know, when the finish was there and he had to take out, he did.
I see there, 7-6. He's beat you over the. But he's another one. He practices with Dunster. Now whether you're playing with Dunster every day and never getting near him, you must be learning something.
Well, like I say, his choice of shot was great. I mean, if you had said to me, you know, after the game he practiced Dunster, I'd say, well, I could see that. No, do you know what I mean? Because his choice of shot was quite similar to Liam. His cue ball wasn't as good, but you could see that.
Aye.
You know, he didn't do anything silly. He didn't take on any stupid shots. And if you watch Liam he'd never ever plays any stupid shots.
That was funny because Liam's playing earlier and me and Renzi are in here, and we were kind of looking at each other a few times saying it's very unlike Liam. He kind of throw his arm at a couple, and he was a bit baffled with some shots. A few things, he had a few wee bad rolls, and that's just the way it goes. But it was very un-Dunster-like, and that's because he's got that thing about him where you just don't expect to see him making any mistakes.
Yes, the thing is that if you look at any sport, whatever, the top guy, you know, I think the majority of people, especially black ball rules, recognise Liam as the best player. You know, so you just assume he's going to win. You expect him to win. You don't expect him to miss. You don't expect him to lose. When it does happen, everybody goes, "What's happened there?" You know what I mean? And like everybody else, he's going to miss balls and he's going to have off days. It just doesn't happen very much.
No, that's it. And one of your mates on the table right now, Ryan, one of my mates, but he's always thereabouts these days, Ryan, isn't he? And there was a conversation, just listening to a few people kind of over here, and I butted in, and they were your name was in the mix, and Ryan's was mentioned, a few others, and we were talking about the tournament coming up in here, and Jason Shaw put his name in, they wouldn't let him in it, and I says, why are you not letting him in it? He doesn't even play the game. And I think Ryan's in it, and I don't think they were. Did you try and get in it?
I think I've just missed the date.
Right, because there was a couple of people who, no, he would be too good anyway, and there was a couple of other names mentioned, and I says, if you're saying all these certain people are too good, I mean, and you're not rating Ryan in the too good, and I'm like, you're admitting that, nah, he's maybe just a bit below, and I'm thinking, he's obviously just don't know him that well. He's just honestly, and it's, I find it insane that in some quarters, especially here in Scotland, that boy can be underrated. He's unreal.
I can't believe that how underrated Ryan is.
Exactly.
Ryan's an incredible ball player. You know, great under pressure. You know, doesn't, I mean, he's quite slow, you know, but he's deliberate. You know, but he's definitely one of the best players I've seen. Do you know what I mean? And it's crazy. People don't mention him. They don't give him the respect he deserves. And every tournament he plays in, he's semi-finals and finals all the time. And you look, when he gets beat, he loses to Liam or he loses to Galut.
Aye, exactly.
Let's be our Gio. It's always the top players. He doesn't get beat with anybody that you would say, you know, that shouldn't be sort of, you know, beating them. It's the top guys.
It's the very best, Jamie.
It's always a good game. You know, they don't beat him easy. And Ryan doesn't actually play a lot. Do you
know
what
I know that's the incredible part about it. He's
got a pool brain. You know, he's like Liam for me. They're very, very similar.
It was funny because a wee while ago, probably back a couple of years, and I was struggling a wee bit, and I says to Renzi, I was like, I don't know what it is, mate. I went, I'm actually ready for throwing in the towel. I said, because I can go and beat a couple of pros and then the next week get beat off guys that wouldn't get into a D team in the counties, I says, and it's like I'm up and down, I says, and it's driving me insane. And he says you need to work. He started talking about pre-shot routine, and he's like, look at golf, look at this, look at that, and he said, in fact, just watch Ryan. He went, I know people say he's slow and all this. He said he has got the best pre-shot routine in the game. I don't care who you are. Watch a wee bit of that. He says it might, and I'm like, I was one of the trying to play, and Big Jack McKaig said a wee while ago, I don't think I've ever seen you play so slow. But I don't think he was saying I was playing slow. I think he was saying for me it was a bit slower. But I just, you said the pool brain, but it's like, see when he does all the pointing on the table and and then he plays the shot exactly, and I always think it's like a computer brain. Yeah. It's incredible how he sees things.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it maybe sound a wee bit silly, but it just does not rush any shot. His like you say, his routine is the same all the time. Doesn't matter if it's an easy finish, a hard finish, a long shot. It doesn't matter. It's the same all the time, and that's how you get consistency, and that's why he's the semi-finals and finals every tournament.
Do you think that's the reason, Jamie, why he's got a degree of success for somebody that doesn't play, say, 3-4 hours a day, every day? Compared to the guys that we do know play a lot. We know a lot of guys are highly sponsored and everything else, and they put a lot of time in. They're either in clubs or got clubs, but Ryan can mix with most of them because of that kind of system he's got.
I think the difference between Ryan is, but when Ryan plays, whether he's practicing with somebody, his concentration level is 100% all the time. He plays the right shot all the time. When he's on a table, some guys go on a table for 3 or 4 hours, Steve, and they'll only get an hour's benefit. They're just slapping balls about, and they're not actually trying. Do you know what I mean? But when Ryan plays, if you play a game, a practice match with Ryan, he tries just as hard to beat you in practice as he does in a tournament. So his level is always high. His concentration level is all the
that's
time.
massive.
He plays the right shot all the time, even in practice, and that's massive.
That's. But me and Ryan had a few sessions together here and there, and it actually turned into a kind of mental health type session between the two. Is rather less about the pool, but more about the mental side of life and everything else. But it was good because the two of us had similarities and different things that had drove us into the grunt at certain times in our lives and stuff. But it ends up quite therapeutic. And regardless of how much and how serious the pool's been on the table, any time I have a session with Ryan, I come away feeling better. And I think the two of us have got that similarity with each other, where we bounce off each other that way. And it's probably less about pool and more about that. And I think that's another reason why years ago, I'm not saying he let things get to him a lot, but now you wouldn't know on his face. You might know inside he's boiling, but he just seems to be laser focused, and it's never a surprise to me that he's at the latter stages. And I'm in shock that so many people still kind of put him in a bracket below certain guys.
Yeah, I think Steve, you need to find a balance. And let's say whether it's pool or whatever you're doing, whether you take it serious or not, you need to try and find a balance between, for example, like say the pool in your private life, and sort of try and take care of one, take care of the other, and just sort of try and be as healthy as you possibly can. Do you know what I mean? And Ryan, he's just became a father there.
That's right.
Friends. And he's very, very happy, very, very content. You know what I mean? And he's in a good place, on the table, off the table, and you can see that in certain guys. I mean, sometimes you need a break away from it. If you're struggling, you need to get away from it. And not take it as serious, and just like I say, try and find that balance, that where you're happy there and happy there, and it just makes everything a lot easier and more enjoyable.
It's funny, isn't it? Because there's a few people I've said to them, this isn't real life, and you don't realise it until certain kind of life experiences happen. But to a lot of people, and a lot of I see with the younger ones now, I was quite lucky probably that I never played the game young. I was playing football and everything else. And then when I came into it, as much as I wanted to come in and be a winner, and I was a bit uptight with certain things, I always realised when I went away from the table that there was more to it. But I speak to some of the youngins, and I've been loving the fact that I've been doing the comms for the youngins, Scottish and stuff like that, and you get to talk to them, and it's like life and death to these teenagers. And I'm like, this is mad. But that's probably the way I was playing football, Jamie, and maybe you with snooker.
I agree with you, mate. I was like that when I was younger, also playing snooker. I took it serious, Stevie, and when I get beat, I was wanting to cry. I was a bad loser, and I look at some of the young guys playing pool, and you can see them inside when they miss a shot or they lose a match. They're raging, and I feel like going, listen, just relax. It's a game, relax. I mean, just try and sort of stay in control, and don't go crazy. Don't go mental. Just try and stay in the moment. Keep your concentration. Try and enjoy it.
And that's it, and enjoy it.
It'll come. Do you know what I mean? And some of these guys they're fantastic young players, but they get too sort of involved in it, and it gets to them, and they don't want to play. I hate the game, and I'm like, listen, you need to get away from it. Then.
That's
Take a break. then come back. You know what I mean? Because if you I hate the game, you're not going to enjoy it and you're not going to win.
That's I think it's massive for anybody it doesn't matter to me what age you are. And I mean, McInnes said to me, this is probably 10 years ago, and he went, son, what you're doing can't be enjoyable. And I went, what do you mean? And I'm obviously all over the place at the table, and I'm maybe throwing my arms in the air and getting really uptight, and no realising I was doing it, because it probably became a bad habit that I had. So it was normal to me, which it shouldn't be. And I remember going, he's like, I'm telling you, you're going to end up having a heart attack at the table the way you're acting there. And I'm like, I didn't even realise. But then gradually I started to notice it, and I'm like sitting there going, where's sick in my pool? What is wrong with you? Yeah. It's mad.
It's crazy. I think when you don't see it, that's when it's a problem.
Aye, that's a problem.
It's good that other people can see it and come to you and say, listen, you need to take a break for this. You need to get away. But that, like you say, it's just. But that's everybody, Stevie. That's not just you. The game affects everybody at times, and the best thing you can do is take a break.
Aye.
And look, Ryan's done that. I have done it. I know Scott Gillespie's done it. Everybody does. You need to sort of. It's a game at the end of the day.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? It's a game. It isn't really, really that important.
That's exactly it.
People need to sort of realise that. You can play, try your best. If you get beat, listen, fine. There's nothing you can do about it. If you break dry and get beat, fine. Just shake the guy's hand there, done, mate, get away. You know what I mean? That's it.
Davy Forrest last night, we were talking about it. I was saying to Brenzy when he was sitting there, we had that kind of chat because he was watching a game that was on one of the tables, and he said to me, I don't care who you are, Stevie, whatever's, that needs to stop. It's just a guy potting some balls, but he was losing the plot himself, but he was going a bit berserk, but he was still potting and he was still finishing, but he was going crazy. And he's like, listen, there's people in the world dying, there's this happening, that happening, people fighting illnesses and families losing love. And he's obviously went a bit deep with it, but he says, we're here playing pool, we're having a bit of fun, and if you're acting like that, you're doing it. And I'm like, it means a lot to some people, and that's just who they are. And it made me think about me. I'm saying that there. It made me think, I don't know what I was like because I wasn't on the outside looking in, but it made me think, was that me? Was that? And possibilities that it was. And probably if Ross doesn't say anything to me, it's still me.
Listen, Stevie, everybody's done it. I can guarantee Ross has probably done it as well.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? Everybody's done it. Do you know what I mean? But listen, you can only learn from it. You know what I mean? I've done it myself. Things going against you, and you're starting to slap balls about, and your attitude's not right. And then after it, you're like, well, what was I doing there? Do you know what I mean? You need to grow up. It's just a game at the end of the day.
Aye, exactly. That's it. Talking about bipolar people like Lewis McCool, I said to him yesterday, I said, we're calling you bipolar, and then 2 minutes later calling you box office. We don't know where to go with it.
Aye, some man.
And
he's scary talented, Stevie. That's
nuts, isn't
it? I've known him for a long time, and he's such a good pool player. It's just his attitude sometimes just lets him down. If he could just find a wee bit of control for somewhere,
aye.
He could be one of the best. But I think he's probably one of the most talented guys in the country anyway.
Aye,
but he'd be winning tournaments, Stevie. Easy. No, I don't mean
he could steamroller tournaments. He could.
100%. I watched him. He played Mark Farnsworth in here last year, and I think it was 10-8 or 10-9 Mark Farnsworth. And Farnsworth didn't miss a ball. Lewis missed one, and Lewis went mental at the end of the game. And I was like,
that's right.
Mark Farnsworth is one of the best pool players in the world, one of the best players ever been, and Lewis is going toe to toe.
Aye.
And I thought there's no difference between the two talent-wise, and yet Lewis hasn't won the tournaments. Mark Farnsworth is one of the best, and it's just because his attitude. That's how good he is, how talented he is. If he could just get over that wee bit, and no one to kill people.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? And to break his cue every time he breaks guy. If he can get away from that, you know what I mean, and just get a wee bit of control, he'd be winning tournaments easy.
I was in here a while back, and I've ended up, I had not a bad wee run, but one of the matches, I'm walking to the toilet and I'm fuming because my opponent's had a few bits of luck. And Lewis is like, what's happening with you? And I says, I've kind of fired out some expletives. And he's like, right, Stevie, promise me you won't attack me in a minute. And I went, what? He's like, I promised me. And I went, right, all right, I promised. And he went, slap. Slapped me in the face. And I just looked right up and he went, you promised.
That's a mate.
And he went, get your act together. You're 10 times better than that. Get out. And I'm like, I can't believe it's him saying this to me.
I could imagine it was the other way about.
I know.
Imagine how many times you would slap him at a tournament.
And that's it. But he now comes to me and says, because you're the same kind of mind frame. And I say, I've sorted myself out a wee bit, Lewis. I'm not as bad as that anymore. And I never, ever in my life scattered balls. I never did. Not that I can remember. After losing, I flung balls off tables and stuff. But I never ever scattered them during the match. I always hoped that the guy would make a mistake.
Yeah, I think Lewis scatters the balls at least once in every match.
He breaks dry and just gives the frame away.
It's incredible. I might watch him one day, Stevie, and he lost, I think it was 7-5, and the guy potted 2 blacks. He just conceded every frame.
Listen, Dean Anderson, What is your game, son? We've got it recorded. Don't worry about it. We've missed a good shot, Jamie.
Was it Mark's? Was it the red after 2 cushions? You hit the black and put it in the middle?
Must have been.
That was a good shot. I was too busy listening to you.
Aye, that's it. Ryan's. I actually fancy him to go all the way in this. Do you know that? I don't know what it is. There's just something about the guy.
Yeah, his control as well at the table, Ryan, is incredible. I mean, Matt, listen, this game's no finish. There's a long way to go, but yeah, Ryan's his control, the pace. You know, that it just doesn't rush anything.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? It's
Gibbsy's in there. Do you know, it's funny because Renzi mentioned Gibbsy earlier about certain adaptability to tables and stuff like that, and how he kind of seems to take to. Well, I asked you ages ago through in Edinburgh how the top guy. I think I looked at the quarter-final draw and there was a lot of bigger names, and I might not even been there, but I spoke to you about it, and you're talking about just trying to get a feel for the table early and early frames, trying to hit that a wee bit harder or whatever it might be. And I never ever thought of the game that way. But then you see the same names, no matter if the tables are thick and hairy or fast and slidey, or it's the same names at the end, Jamie.
yeah, mate. They get just the top players get used to the conditions, TV, regardless of how good or bad they are. They get used to it quicker than everybody else. You know, their experience, their skill level. I think, like you say, that's why these guys. It doesn't matter what the conditions are like. You'll see these same guys at the end of every tournament.
Now, what's Paul Crawford saying? So do I. It looks like a wee break has worked for him, which isn't good for the rest of us. A wee break does it. Listen, sometimes you need a refresh, don't you?
100%.
It's a long old season in the world of pool. Especially if you're involved in every single tournament, and it can be a hard graft.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely need to get some time away.
Oh.
It's a bad miss for Ryan.
Would you have played it like that?
He didn't need to play it like that, Stevie. He's just trying to be perfect. That's the thing with Ryan. You know what I mean? His cue ball is, is usually very, very good. I'd have just been dropping that in for the longer yellow. Take them sort of miss out the equation. If that table's been recovered, Stevie, and it's new cloth, that's going in.
Aye.
But when they're playing a wee bit tighter, you can't play them as hard, obviously.
It's tough. It's mad. I'm looking at that score with Scott Gillespie and Neil Cormack. Neil actually took a good finish in the first frame. And I looked up and
I watched Neil's match before that against young Ryan, and Neil never missed a ball. He took away every single finish, and I thought if he plays the same against Scott, he'll make it tough. He potted the black at first and off, and that was it. It just seemed to be that was it was as if that was the game finished. It was weird.
That's funny. Gibbsy's the whites went in, and Gibbsy, he's talking to Ryan facing that way, but he's howling. But Neil's obviously behind him fuming, and he's no wanting to look at the guy, so he's saying to that, whatever he's making up, whatever story he's making up, he's giggling away, obviously thinking, what about that?
I probably wouldn't say anything about the shot.
You know.
He wouldn't have disrespected him like that, but I want to know what he said to him.
I still want to know, there's a picture of me and him and the two are howling in it, and Nenny's know what we're talking about.
Where was it?
It was at the Normandy, and I was interviewing him at the IPA, and there's a photo of the two of us, and we're in stitches in this picture, and he's saying to me, what is it we're talking about? I'm going, I don't know, and he's like, it's a cracking picture, and he went, I absolutely love that picture, I just want to know what we're laughing at.
You should put that picture up somehow, and then just ask people, say, like the best comment on something or something like that.
Gio, he was 6-3 down against Shug, Hugh Thompson, and it was, I don't know what happened for him to get to 6-4, but he then went reverse dish, break dish, reverse dish to win it.
He looked very good against Lewis as well. Lewis, obviously had a few tie breaks, but the top players, Gio just ditched everything. He's obviously right now, I think he's one of the best players in the world, and it shows. He's
absolutely class, isn't he? Yeah. He just even makes, and I feel mad when I say it, sometimes a long pot on a pool table, because even though I didn't compete at snooker, I played a lot of snooker when I was a boy, and I always think, it's just now, even the hardest is a black half the spot or whatever it is, but he makes them look like they're hanging out of the pockets. He makes it look so smooth and easy, and maybe a testament to how much work he puts in. Yeah, I think he's played a wee bit of snooker as well now. I think actually, isn't he? And like you say, you can see it in his long game. If you're potting long balls on a snooker table, a long ball on a pool table is like a blue off the spot, a black off the spot. So there's no fear, and you can see that, because he hammers them in. He's not dropping them in or stunning them in. He's punching them in. He's playing with a lot of confidence, Stevie. You can see that because he's playing regular and he plays at a very, very high level. Is that so? When you played snooker, obviously you've got to play a lot to get to the top end of that game and compete with the best players, Jamie. But what kind of hours were you putting in? Were you every day? Was it 5, 6, 7 hours a day, or was it?
I was at maybe 4 or 5 hours a day every day when I was playing, and I was below the top guys. And although there's a fine line, it's such a, the difference is unbelievable. I'm coming through the same time as John Higgins and Ronnie O'Sullivan and Matt Williams. It's probably the worst time to come through, because they're ridiculous how good these guys are, and to be still playing at the level they're playing at that age it's a joke.
The class of '92.
Yeah.
It's there always seems to be a golden era, doesn't there, in so many different sports, and they're definitely part of that. And there's a lot of people go, but remember the era, well, Steve Davis dominated and then Hendry dominated. That was I know O'Sullivan's done well, but when you put all the trophies together, what an era spread about these guys.
Yeah, I'm thinking, when Steve Davis obviously dominated the 80s, Stephen Hendry dominated the 90s, and you've got John, Ronnie and Mark at the same age, and people were always arguing who's the best player, was it Steve Davis or Stephen Hendry, and it's tough to tell because they played at different times.
Aye.
But when you get three guys at the same age, you can compare it.
Aye, that's right.
And you look at the three of them, and it's actually difficult, even though they're the same age. I mean, most people say Ronnie's the best, and I understand that, but John and Mark are it's just frightening, Stevie, the level they play at. It's absolutely frightening. You know, can you imagine if one of them or two of them didn't play, how many world titles the other guy would have? They'd be absolutely, it'd be 15 world titles.
That's actually
crazy.
Never ever thought it that way.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. The three of them, they've been cutting each other's throat for years. Can you imagine if John Higgins and Matt Williams didn't play snooker, how many world titles Ronnie would have, or more titles? Or the other way about?
It's actually insane. It'd be well into doubles.
Because they Davis at the end of his career, they had Hendry sort of at the best of his career, then they were competing against each other, and then they had Mark Selby, Neil Robertson, Sean Murphy, Dingan, and they're still competing. Now they've got Judd, Mark Allen, now they've got Zing Tong and Luca Brissell. They're still at the top of the game. It's incredible.
It's a kind of longevity that probably when they started, they're thinking, right, if I get a few, you're doing all right. But I've never ever thought it that way, and it's
Stevie, see if you get one world title, it's an unbelievable achievement. These guys, what they've achieved in snooker, especially Ronnie. I mean, to think that there's a chance he's underachieved.
I know.
If you look at his record, and he took a year out, and for a while there, when he went a wee bit a wee bit crazy. If he was, I remember years ago, Anthony Hamilton, I think it was, he said if Ronnie O'Sullivan had John Higgins' his snooker brain, he said he'd be unbeatable.
Aye.
And he's got a point,
I put that brain into
that talent.
Aye, that's just.
It's hard. It's scary. It's a scary thought.
I suppose when you flip it the other way around as well, if John Higgins had Ronnie's natural ability, then
Matt Williams' temperament, his long game. If you take the best out of the three players, you've got the ultimate snooker player. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Aye, considering the success other people have had, you don't need to look anywhere else other than they three.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Aye, that's bad. If you were to build your ultimate pool player, who would you throw in that? Get out of guys that you personally know, rather than throwing it miles away. Just the guys, maybe even not just saying in Scotland, but guys that you personally know and think, wee bit of that, wee bit of, if you're throwing it together. Tough question.
It is tough, mate. I've not got a pool brain, Stevie.
So maybe no even.
I kind of. I'll watch guys, like saying the top players, and I sort of try and study them a bit and try and learn. And Liam Dunster for me is very, very, very close to perfect.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? I can't see any flaws. Do you know what I mean? Everything about him is impressive. The only thing I didn't like with Liam was the pace he played at. It was the only thing, because he was number one in the IPA with a shot clock, so he can obviously play quick.
Aye,
he's a bit slow, but it's deliberate. He doesn't hit anything hard. He doesn't bash. You don't see him. His attitude's perfect. His shot selection's perfect. His cue ball's perfect. Do you know what I mean? If you're going to model yourself on a pool player, why would you pick anybody else?
No, I know that's true. I actually said that a few weeks back when the Youths and Juniors were in here, and I'm thinking, if you're going to watch and try and learn for anybody, well, and do you think, this is a question that I've asked a few people, and they go, I wouldn't think so, because I know he's playing a wee bit now, but Liam didn't come through like a lot of people. I don't know why, right, but is it maybe because pool was more played in pubs? So every weekend my dad would take me to the snooker. Steve Davis Club was just along the road for here, or I would go down to the Masters after school and stuff like that. And But obviously, as a young teenager, you're not walking into a pub. So I don't know if that's the reason why at a young age most people end up playing snooker, because your parents can take you to that club. But Liam didn't. It was really just pool. He came through the kind of pool setup, and I wonder if that's done him more favours in the world of pool rather than having that wee.
I think as well. I think Ross McInnes and Alan Reynolds, Renzi.
Oh, massive, isn't it?
Give him advice and tell him what to do. I mean, you've got two guys that help me. That can only improve your game. I mean, because they were two. If there are two guys in pool that know what they're talking about, that's the two. Do you know what I mean? So if you're learning for the guys, then you're going to. At worst, you're going to be a top player. On a bad day, you're a top player. Just be listening.
It's
to
not a bad school of thought, is it? When
absolutely.
you're listening to guys like that, it's.
You're not going to get more experienced guys in pool than they two.
Then it comes down to a choice, doesn't it? How much work you want to put in and how much you want to listen. And he's a bit of a sponge.
Well, that's another thing, really. I mean, he's on the table for hours. But there's no flaws, Stevie. You know, he's, as far as pool goes, he's very, very close to perfect.
A wee while ago, him and Gio had a race to 50 just for practice. And I was kind of like, how long did that take? Like, it was obviously a number of hours. And I'm like, I know, but what? And I think, I don't know the exact score. Liam won 50, 27 or 30, whatever it was anyway. But I'm like, what kind of commitment? I mean, I can come in here and play Robert, a couple of races to 7, and you're off out the door. And you basically, you actually said it earlier, you're lucky if you've had a wee hour's bash because you're splitting the table time as well. So you're not really race to 50, man.
Crazy. If there was a shot clock, I'd have watched it.
Imagine you get a phone call tomorrow for Goobsy. What, I fancy a wee race to 50?
Oh, listen, I'd love that. I'd play Scott first to 50.
Aye.
I mean, because he's good to play. I love his game. Really, really attacking. I love the way Scott plays.
That would be good to watch.
But Liam would be tough to play first to 50. Do you know what I mean?
It's tough to play first to one, isn't he?
I know,
he's just say so. Every frame to him's like a one-frame shootout. He's fighting tooth and nail just for that. He's not thinking, it's all right if I lose this one, I've got another 10 to go. He's
100%.
That one matters.
In the first frame, he'll treat the first frame the exact same as he treats the last frame. Just his attitude is just phenomenal. He's like a machine, Stevie.
He is. When
You've got to respect that.
Aye, people say things, he's robotic, he's this and that, and you think, well, that's the reason why I asked that, because we see it, people say, oh, but have a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of, and you ask yourself, what is it that Liam can't do that everybody else can? It's hard to find something in it.
Well, listen, I would rather be robotic and win all the time than be any other way.
True.
And lose. Do you know what I mean? It's about winning at the end of the day. And Liam wins. I mean, listen, people criticise him all the time. Doesn't bother Liam. Why would they change anything? Why would it bother him? If I was winning all the time, I'd be happy. But good, criticise him.
It's funny because he pulls off some really big imagination type shots, and I've probably noticed it more because I'm in doing comms and I've got him on the screen, and he'll play like something off 3 balls and he'll open the ball up with really clever shots, and because when he plays it, it looks more clever than adventurous, and because of the way he does it, and he's not kind of swinging his arm at it. But I actually mentioned it to him in an interview in Coventry, and he played 2 shots, I think it was maybe 2 or 3 in the same match, and I said, all these people out here that say you're no adventurous, well, you've showed your imagination there. And he's like, I don't know where they get it. And just that kind of sense of humour that he's got. But it was like, and he says he went, I tried these, he said he is very attacking, but as you say, it's on the 30-second shot clock. If Liam's allowed to take 2 minutes, he'll take 2 minutes. Yeah. If it's 30 seconds, he'll take 30 seconds. I don't think there's anybody that manages the time better than him.
No, he's good at that as well. He is good at that. Another thing as well, Liam, you very rarely see him having to pull out these crazy shots. And
it's because he's never in trouble, isn't it?
Because his cue ball is that good. That's why, I mean, when you see these guys, oh, what a shot this guy played, what a shot. It's because he's out of position. He needs to do something like that. Liam is never that far out of position. That's why he doesn't need to play these crazy shots.
That's somebody was talking about. It was on one of the pool pages, and they were talking about the big shot, Chris Mellon, this, that, and you think, and there's obviously a couple of people wrote, well, certain players wouldn't need to play these shots because they're not in that kind of trouble, and that's Liam in a nutshell.
Absolutely.
Well, back to 4 each year, mate.
Yeah. This frame's been horrible.
We actually thought earlier that the match that Liam was playing was Renzi's. Like I said, I can see him tapping the pack here. against Ryan Fleming. He's like, he'll not keep going. There's like no chance. He's no breaking well. The chances are they kind of. He's like, he'll start tapping the pad, but he didn't. He just kept smashing them on.
Kept attacking.
I don't think he gets enough credit for it, to be honest. But I've said it a million times, if somebody says to you, if you could smash in brilliant 2-1s every now and again and win the odd match or swap with Liam, I'm swapping right away.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Yeah, he plays percentages, Liam. He doesn't take
Brilliant.
risks.
Absolutely brilliant.
And it works for him, so it'd be crazy to change it.
think
Regardless of what anybody says.
Aye, exactly. I think Ryan's quite. The two of them are the same, but they've got similar ideas of the game, haven't they?
They're very similar, mate. The two of them, I think they're around about the same age. I think didn't they come through at the same time?
Aye, that's actually.
You know,
I don't think they're far away from each other.
Yeah, they're very, very similar. Two of them know the game inside out, and again, Ryan's a percentage player as well.
You don't need to be flamboyant to win a game of pool. That actually baffles me because, as I say, as you just said there, you only see the big crazy shot when somebody's in trouble. And then it becomes a highlight reel moment just because somebody made a mess of it and get away with it.
Chris Mellon, he's the one for these shots. It's no luck, you know, when he gets them, you know, because he plays them all the time and it's incredible and he's very, very talented. But I'd rather be Liam Dunster and have my cue ball in control than having to play the shots that Chris Mellon does. I mean, Chris gets them. It's like I say, it's skill. That's no luck. He's no fluking these balls. He's getting them. He's trying these shots. But it's the fact that he needs to play them. You know, it's because he loses the weight. Liam just doesn't lose the weight.
I mean, people say he's so good at them, and I think to myself, you probably would be if you need to play them that often.
Well, you'd need to be. I mean,
he's in for an 8-hour practice, figuring out how to get out of snookers and plays without of trouble. No, I mean, they are massive highlight moments and they're class to watch and good for the viewers, but I think even, I don't know, Chris would maybe say different, but I think if he could just play perfect pool every time and win, I think he would take it.
Yeah, 100%.
So what's next for you, mate? Scottish Grandmasters?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Steve, to be honest with you. I'm thinking about taking 10 years out and just coming back to the Grandmasters.
I said that the other night, Tuesday night at pool. I said, it was to Billy Stirling, I think. I said, I don't think you'll see Jamie play another game in the Masters until it's time to win the Scottish Grandmasters. Nah, they're decent. I mean, obviously Scott's going to try and get the seniors.
Aye. He told me he wasn't going to play in it. Aye. I said to him, you've got to play in the seniors. I said, that's no fair. He says, no, mate. He said, I'm not going to do it. First name in.
Boyle done it, didn't he?
No, yeah.
That was actually...
Mark looks 21.
Aye.
Mark looks 21 and he's playing in the seniors. I want to see his birth certificate.
He beat me in the semis of that one, and I remember when he came in, I was playing the Sunday draw, and Mark had obviously played on the Saturday, but I didn't know. So he's came in, and he's practising away on a table, and I'm thinking, what's he through here for? Messing about on a table. It totally went right out of my head, and then I'm winning my matches, and then he's lining up, and I went, what's happening? He went, you're not ready to go? And I went, was it me and you? And I'm like, he's smashing. I shouted, Paddy, get us a bar of chocolate, I'm going to need it. But
it's crazy when you think like the Scotland senior team, it could be Spain, Boyle.
Unbelievable, innit? You think of Lewis, Davy Markey. I mean, there's obviously big Brian Taylor. He's played a couple of the seniors events and got good runs in him, but I know he doesn't play a lot of pool, but there's so many. Chris Payne, he won a European title or something in Bridlington a number of years ago, and all. Just doesn't play a lot of pool these days, but there's some amount of talent, some amount of good players, and you could have some team.
Unbelievable, mate. If you look at the seniors, obviously, I mean, I've seen the list for the Scottish seniors is it next week? The following 2 weeks, isn't it?
Aye.
It's incredible. If you look at the Scotland senior team could be a Scotland A team.
Aye, I know.
It's that good. Do you know what I mean?
It's mad, isn't it?
And there's guys here that are not going to get in the team that could absolutely be in the team. You could have 2 or 3 really, really good, strong seniors teams.
Aye, it's incredible.
And even if you look at the Masters, TV, I played in last week. Martin Jones, Billy Snadden, Niven, Stuart Weeks. They're great players.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? They're really, really good.
I said that a wee while ago. I said, imagine if everybody played at the age group they were in at that time. So if you're in the over 40s, you played over 40 and over 50s, and you done it. And I'm like, obviously somebody like yourself could be in the men's A team, and then your Gibbsies and Boyles still easily in the men's. Obviously, a lot of these guys would be in certain teams, but if everybody was in their respective sections, with some teams,
Yeah, unbelievable. Even Gio's only 21, isn't he? Gio's only
Is he even 21?
Is he 21?
Ah, he's on 19 or something.
Is he?
I think so. I think Gio's only. I could be wrong, but see if he's 21. I've missed a couple of years, man. You might be right. Somebody on there must know his age. Tell us, what age is Gio? You might be right. 21. I maybe have had him because William Wallace is 18 now. So
I want to see his birthday. No way he's 18.
his first night out, fell asleep, man. Couple of 3 beers deep in juniors, mind.
I seen a picture. He was holding a bottle. I can't remember what it was. Just a bottle of beer, and I was like, somebody get that on for him. I thought that's not right. When they said no, it's his 18th.
I know.
Like, oh, he's not.
Aye, I know. He's standing. There's a picture of me, him and Ryan Martin at the Scottish under-18s final, and it was Williams last under-18s, and Ryan's one side, Williams in the other, and Ryan looks about 10 years older than William, and Ryan's like 15 and William's 18, and I'm like, right, come on.
Aye, something's all right.
Aye, 21, aye. Graham Russell there, 21.
21 years of age.
Ah, man,
Still improving too.
that's the thing, that he's. And people say it's the old, but wait till real life kicks in. Wait till. What was he doing there?
Did he hit the yellow or the knuckle for?
Ah, the yell.
He must have thought he had the gap.
I take it he's on the red. That's funny, that. It's on the other table, guys. Morgan McInnes and Gio Edgar, but I don't know what Morgan just played there. Gibbsy having a wee bit of chill time. Gibbsy would have wished he waited to the now to get his dinner. He force-fed himself that pakora earlier, and then...
I bet that didn't last long.
He's another winning machine, isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't play, Stevie. He doesn't play.
It's nuts, man.
He's got that type of technique where he doesn't need to be on a table for hours. Do you know what I mean? Scott's practice is actually at the tournament.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? It's crazy. But, and again, Scott is another one. I mean, he's just... You talk about a competitor. He's incredible. You know what I mean? He wants it so much. He tries so hard. Everything gets 100% respect. You know?
Aye,
He just wants to win. Do you know what I mean?
That's it's funny because obviously everybody that comes in wants to win, but they're not willing to give what it takes to win. He's willing to give every last ounce every time.
Aye, the thing is, nobody hands you it, Stevie. You know what I mean? You need to put the time in. You need to do that. Again, I don't want to get back to Liam again, but Liam is on a tail for hours and hours and hours. That's what you need to do. If you want to be one of the top players and you want to be winning tournaments, that's what you need to do. I mean, you can't cheat it. You've not got to fluke it. Nobody's got to hand it to you.
Aye.
You need to be on the table hour after hour after hour.
Everything in life worthwhile is earned, isn't it? So you need to go and work hard at it.
100%.
There's a thing that's going about. I think it came from these people that maybe, I don't know if they worked with therapy and all that kind of stuff years ago, but I think it was in a book, something to do with 10,000 hours. So it's like 10,000 hours to elite level, whatever it is, and they do the sportsmanship thing. So it's like if you put in 10,000 hours, so football clubs are doing it now. So they do it's basically 20 hours a week for, I think it's however many years, 10 years or something. And they're doing it with the kids and football and everything else. And so they give them 3 hours of training 7 days a week. And they say it's 10,000 hours that it takes for the human brain to master something in a specific way. But obviously there'll be things that you add and take away at certain times. But I've now seen it getting spoke about in different... Well, it's probably came from a different sport, but as I say, using it in football now. And I wonder if when you were younger and somebody says to you, listen, 10,000 hours, this is what we need to do to get you to the top, the kind of reaction you would have gave.
Yeah, I know.
We're talking about the 3 hours on Monday, mate.
Yeah.
10,000, but it's... I wonder how many hours Gio's put in for such a young age. I wonder how many Liam's put in. I wonder how many Boyle and all these guys that are having this success. And then the guy that turns up, plays a couple of frames on a Tuesday, comes on a Saturday and then says, can't believe I've not won that there. My luck was against me. And do you know what I mean? It's...
Yeah, I remember when I was younger, Stevie, playing snooker. I was on a table from morning to night without having a tournament coming up. Just love playing, just love the game. And that's what you need. It's just you need to be wanting to. You need to put the work in.
You need to have a passion for it.
Yeah, you need to love it. You need to love it. And you're going to have hard times. You're going to go through wee periods, even practicing. Even when you're putting the time in, you're going to want to win every match.
Yeah, it's Stephen Pinker's theory.
Is that what that is?
10,000 hours thing.
It's true, isn't it?
Because I know that a lot of the English Premier League clubs they're using it now for their kids, and Celtic and Rangers are using it in Scotland. But obviously, to have the coaches working 7 days a week and doing what it takes costs a lot of money. And yeah, that's it. I've read a wee bit about it, and I'm thinking,
yeah, it's interesting.
10,000 hours to elite, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, I get 10,000 hours left. I don't know. That's a lot of time. This frame feels as if it's been on forever.
Yeah. Could be playing the Grand Masters by the time this is.
Might be going for a Scottish title in the Grand Masters in the next couple of weeks.
This frame's been on for 10,000 hours.
Well, these two have mastered the art of fudging in that time.
These are the frames, Stevie. See if you lose these are a killer. The frames that just last for ages.
See, this is probably where I would, maybe in the past, I don't know what I would be doing now, to be honest with you. I'd probably make something up here, but most occasions I'm just smashing the 2 years out of there and saying, right, that's the amount, I'll get them next time.
These are the type of frames, I hate these because I don't know what the right shot is. But I try to watch them when somebody like Ryan or Mark, experienced players, when they get, I sit and watch and I go, like, why did he play that shot? Why did he play that shot? Why did he play that shot?
I just remember hearing years ago certain people saying, when your opponent's balls aren't in the best of positions, get yours out as quickly as you can. Play that game of chess as quickly and aggressive as you can. And there I'm thinking, get the 2 years out and you've got a chance to go for it next. Ryan's basically turning the screw a wee bit and he's thinking, nah, no chance.
No.
To be fair, he's played some shot here. As he could end up with a chance in a minute. He's got a wee chance here.
He might need to do something here, Stevie. He doesn't want to leave Mark a chance to get over there because it's a big target. Even if it hits that yellow, the white's going in that direction and it's going to hit the red. He'd be unlucky not to get it, so maybe Ryan's forced to do something.
So you're saying you're watching certain guys. That to me, obviously, that's another sign of no matter how many years you played on the snooker table and how good you got, and the fact that you knocked in a 1-4-8 break, that everybody has a debate about what you done. Even though I've spoke to you, I've got it. People will still write on there and correct me. And I'm like, I've spoke to the guy that done it.
Steve, I was in a taxi one night and the guy asked me what my highest break was. And I deliberately don't say 148 because I don't need to explain it. And I said 148 and the guy just looked at me and says, you can't get a 148. I said, okay mate, just drop me off here.
That swiftly ends that conversation, doesn't it?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, brilliant. That's...
Actually, I must have thought I was an idiot.
Wait, I know. As I say, it was last week when you were playing and people were saying to me, no, it was a 155, it was a this, it was a that. And I'm like, not only have I spoke to the actual man that done it numerous times, I've read about it. I remember showing the wee man. The wee man doesn't bother much with snooker. He doesn't mind watching a wee bit of pool and that. But I explain stuff to him and he tunes right in, even though he's gone, no got a clue what he's talking about, but I'm having a moment with my dad. And it's brilliant. Mm-hmm. And I remember, I don't even know what, I will make up the newspaper, but I remember the clip. It could have been the Thursday Times or whatever it was, and there's a wee clip, and you can look it up on, and I mind talking about it. And I don't know how, it was something that happened on the snooker and I ended up linking up, and I went, look, wee man, want to see this? And then I'm sitting in here going, that's why I'd tried to get it out earlier, so that he's not been left at.
No, I haven't left him. It was too big a target here. He's had to play a great shot right enough, but
that is some shot he's played. That's a John Tiger Kerr shot.
Yeah, that's class.
And that yellow made that easier.
Made that big targets to you.
I remember Tiger used to mess about, just playing like bananas and stuff like that. And I used to be like, what, you're never going to use that in your life. It's like a football player messing about with keepy-ups. And then there's the odd occasion where...
Yeah, you're right. They come up, Steve, every now and then. And you need to know how to play them.
I like seeing it on the snooker table. full length of it when obviously the frame's won, and then they'll try something a bit mad, and it's good.
Yeah,
'Cause-
Judd's good
Aye.
for that. He plays some incredible shots.
Nice. He's not played that.
No, he got away with that.
Judd's got that wee bit of magic, can he?
Yeah, incredible, mate. Another really talented lad.
He seems one of the, without knowing him and just seeing his kind of character, he looks like a decent lad at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know him that well. I just know him to say hello to him and that. But yeah, he was a nice lad. You know, just another. He's a winner as well. He's a winner.
What about this wee guy, Stan Moody?
He looks the part. He's improving all the time. You know, there's no fear. He's on the TV table. He's competing with top players, beating top players. You know, but there's still another step up for him to go. You know, it's winning tournaments next. It's top 16 next. You know, that's when you find out the levels. You know, but he looks the part. Very impressive.
See all the snooker guys, like real, like yourself, that obviously ingrained in the world of snooker, and that's your baby for you were young. And a Mark Selby comes along. I know he's a rarity because a lot of guys will switch Q sports here and there, but some will have a degree of success and some won't. His degree of success, I can imagine, I'm probably overthinking it, but I can imagine him coming in, a few of the top guys going, he's no chance. Daft pool player. I
remember when he came in the beginning, Stevie. I mean, he was good, but he didn't stick out. When Judd came in, he stuck out. When Mark Allen came in, he stuck out. When Mark came in, he just seemed like another solid player. But it just got better and better and better till he turned into like a Steve Davis, a John Higgins. See that snooker brain. You know, they give you nothing. He's you know something. I hate to go back to it. He's like Liam Dunster. You know, it's
right.
He fights for everything. You know, he puts the same into a frame that lasts an hour. It does. You know, one visit.
Paddy get beat. Paddy McAllister, I think he was in the semi-final of the Saltire Select Series or something today out in Falkirk.
Paddy go to the semi-final?
Exactly, mate. I knew it was funny when he texted me earlier, what stage is it? And I says quarters. He went, same here. And I'm like, okay. And I texted him and went, still in? And he's like, aye, mate, 3-0 up in the quarters.
Who beat him in the semi?
Don't know. Let me find out. That's what he gets for starting to throw daft texts out there, isn't it? Thinking he's won it because he's in the quarters.
What a break that is.
There's Mad Midlothian Mick. Mikey Gallagher. I mind we were in the Scotland team, Jamie, in Bridlington, and we were just Mad Mick. And he's like, what's this Mad Mick? No, mad. You're like, Mad Mick, let's go.
He's a good player, Mike, isn't he?
I saw it.
Yeah, very good.
He's another, I think I get it for football when you say somebody's like this honest type player, somebody that's just eager to improve no matter what stage they're at in the game. And I know he's done some stuff with Renzi, but he's had some big results, beat some big players and some cracking runs. And he's a very, very good player.
Yeah, he's good.
He's also got the shot. Let's get the most views on my Facebook.
Oh, is he?
Aye, he's wonderful cocked hat against Ross Fernie.
I've seen it.
Over 200,000 views.
I was in players, wasn't it?
Aye.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It didn't have any commentary at that point. And when I went up the road and I went, I'm not having that. And I'm sitting in my living room, mate, and did a voiceover on it. So I'm going, Mad Midlothian Mick. And I'm sitting in my living room. There's a few people that have messaged me for other ones that I've done, and they're going, I didn't realise you were doing commentary. And I'm like, sitting in my living room doing voiceovers. Didn't realise you could do it. I was literally sharing it, and it popped up, and I went, voiceover? I'm going to try that. Yeah. And then, what's a treat? Now I'm throwing in daft videos out all over the place. Davy Finnett beat Paddy 6-4. Was it the quarters or the semis? Do you know?
Mistake from Mark.
What? Tell me he was in the quarters. I don't know. Paddy, he could beat earlier than that. Let's back to reality.
So Paddy
McAllister, nowhere near the semis.
Jesus. Did he go to the tournament?
I'm not convinced anymore, to be honest with you. I think he's got a buy into that stage in Santa living room. What a break that was, and what a chance. Morgan and Gio fighting it out. Goobsy sitting with his feet up, waiting in the one of the wrists. See that last frame, Jamie, I'm one of the, and again, that's probably the reason why I'm not as successful as some of the other guys, because I would have got the 2 yellows out. I'm thinking, get them out. Obviously, he's got a big shot to play. Get them out. Try and get the cue ball as safe as possible at the same time, and then you've got a chance to go next. Probably the mentality I've had more than anything is to try and win the frame rather than try not to lose it.
Yeah.
I would probably say over the last couple of years, there's been the odd time where I'm in the toilet in the middle of a match, slapping myself, getting splashing water on myself, going, what are you doing? You're trying not to lose this match instead of trying to win it. And you can get caught up a wee bit. And these two guys are playing at a far higher level than me. They've won tournaments and stuff. But I've sat here enough to say that in that situation, I don't think Gareth Hibbett would have played that shot. I don't think Mark Farnsworth would have played that shot. And that's where I get a kind of knowledge for now, thinking, well, that's the reason why they're where they are.
Yeah, I think it likes when shots like that come up, when you've got a choice, either sort of go attacking or defensive. I always rather go attack.
Aye.
I'd rather give myself a chance to win the frame or win the match than play a bad safety shot or something like that. So I would always sort of go. I'm not saying it's the right thing to do,
No, of
but
course.
That's what I do. It's obviously it's different for everybody else.
It's funny, over the last wee while, and I'll say that, and Renzi, when we're in here together, and he'll look at me now and he'll say, so the question I'll ask there, Stephen, now, and you're in here all the time, would a Gareth Hibbett play that? Would a Mark Boyle have played that? And that's where just certain times and certain shots and certain aspects, now massive moments in some matches, and it makes me probably look at the game a wee bit different, because I'm getting to see some of the best players on the planet now do their stuff.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've watched sort of, there's a couple of good examples. Gareth Hibbett, for example. Gareth's a really attacking player. Some of the shots I've seen him going for, and I think he's the type that would rather go as well rather than play safe. That's why I try to sort of go on the side of attacking rather than negative, rather than safety. Whereas again, I'll go back to Liam. Liam's the opposite. Liam will always play the right shot. If it's the percentage.
If he needs to err on the side of caution,
100%. He'll not go for it. He'll not push the ball. He'll not play that shot. He'll go sort of. You'd rather play sort of tactical. But it works for him. So.
Aye, that's not. I suppose it's that old phrase, more than one way to skin a cat kind of thing, innit?
Yeah. You've got to do what works for you, Stevie. I think. I mean, you can watch. No, every top player plays the same way or goes the same way about shots. You know what I mean? You just need to try and find what works for you.
Have you heard about it's actually the quarters the guys are saying they get beaten? The breaking dish challenges that they do, they started through COVID, but they've continued at a large scale where there's a lot of money in them. A lot of money in them, right. Jamie. And
I remember they were on during COVID.
Aye, so they're still gone, and they're big tours now. Like a lot of top players up and down the country are in them. Like top players. Gareth Hibbett's in them. Arfan Dad, Gav Robinson's playing in them. Johnny McDermott was in them. I was in them myself. I'm on a black ball elite table, which is so tight, and even getting a ball off the break's a nightmare. And the handicap they gave me was kind of borderline, no far away from some of them, and I went, how can that be that? And I said to the guy, where did you get that from? And he went, I was speaking to Gav, and he said, did you beat him? And I went, I might have beat him, mate, but I'm not playing at the same level as them. We can recruit. This is guys that are playing a professional. And he went, well, we'll see how you go for there. Needless to say, I lasted 1 tournament. I'm not. That's a nightmare for me. I can't get close to these guys. Gareth you did it in 2 sets of 25. His first 25 attempts, he had 23 breaking dishes out of 25.
Jesus.
And I swear, I sat and watched it, and I'm like, this is no normal. And I spoke to him about it. I had an interview with him, and he's like, he said, Steve, I don't really get out much to have, like, say, long 2 and 3, 4 hour practice things with certain people. I'm at my work, I go home. He went, they're the things that keep me going. So he enters them, and he's high up them, and his handicap, I think, is lower than everybody's, and he still manages to win some of these. And 23 out of 25. I think he finished on 40 or 41 out of 50.
Jesus, that's incredible.
But it kind of, every time I watch him and how attacking he is, as you say, he's really attacking. That's all his practice. That's going for finishes.
Yeah. I think the only way that works as well, Stevie, I think you need to be playing on the same table, the exact same table, same conditions. You're playing a table that's got tight pockets, and the guy's playing a table that's got big pockets.
Aye.
I mean, Jesus.
That's the thing for me. You've got to tell them, if you get your table reclothed, because Billy Neal plays in them a lot, and you've got to tell them when your table gets reclothed, and then they cut your handicap and all because it's easier to slide balls in and stuff like that. And I'm like, my table was like this and I got it re-cloth, you wouldn't be able to tell. And I'm not telling anybody anything, but
I think it's a good idea. You know, it's certainly a good idea, but it's going to be hard to
Aye.
get it level.
You're right, because
it needs to be the same for both players.
there's certain players, because they're in it for, there's a couple of Maltese guys in it, the Australians, it's in, 2 Australian guys that run them. And one of them actually sold he's not sold it, but it's now under the Ultimate Pool banner. He's went under that, and the other one's Blackball. But the other guy was just like World Drills kind of thing, and now he's right under them with a big banner, and they've obviously went, listen, we'll weigh you in for that, just get as many in as possible.
Right.
But they've got 50 to 100 bodies in them, paying a lot of money. It's there's a lot of big payout, Jamie, and it's like, I know Johnny's back in them, and I know Billy Neal's always in them, but I think pretty sure Scott Gillespie was doing them no long ago in Billy's table.
I think Scott. I remember Scott played in one of them.
It's I mean, it keep you sharp if you want to just go for finishes all the time, I suppose.
Yeah.
That wasn't for me.
No, it's not for me either.
I get that after the first 5 or 6, and I wasn't getting a ball, and didn't have a chance. I was dying to just grab the camera and shout in it.
How long do you think Lewis McCool would last?
The thing is, with the dry break, you actually still get to go for the finish, but
Oh, Lewis will be fine then.
you're wanting to try and get a couple off the table and now have a half decent chance, but it's just depending on what table you've got, what cloth you've got. There's a lot. You've hit the nail on the head. If everything's not the exact same, how can it be fair?
Right, exactly.
Aye, I actually never thought about it that way. I just thought, well, the handicaps will figure themselves out based on what scores people are getting. But
Again, how do you handicap it? I don't. It's got to be hard to handicap that as well.
the way they work it,
Mark had a good chance to win
Aye.
the famous match there.
they do it in a way where, say you were to win one, your handicap would be cut. So say you're on 10. So you've got 10 and you've got 50 attempts and you get 30, so your score's 40. Like that kind of thing. But if you win it, your handicap gets cut by so many, and it kind of works that way. And then if you don't finish at a certain level, it goes up a wee bit. And they've got a no bad wee system, I'll give them that, but I still... I did one, and the guy still messages me, and I like his idea and stuff like that, but I'm like, nah, mate.
Nah, I'll just leave it.
4 hours of my time destroyed, man, for 3 finishes.
For somebody that does 23 times.
Aye, exactly. 23 out of 25. I'm watching it going, what chances them they got?
5-3 Morgan McInnes. Another good finish for Morgan.
That might be true. I'm sure Jason did. I think that was during COVID, wasn't it, as well, that he did the breaking disc challenge kind of thing. And would they know, was the other players not doing it on a 9-ball table and Jason was on a Chinese 8-ball table, something like that? Mental.
Hold on a minute. The guy's on a 9-ball table and Jason's on a Chinese.
I'm sure it was. I'm positive
that
it was.
Sound like that doesn't sound fair.
I can just imagine Daft Jason going, that'll do me. I'm sure it was something like that. Charlie Shaw's own. Charlie will know. It's funny when they were telling the story about, I think it was Mark Williams and a couple of the snooker guys anyway, but at the Chinese 8-ball, and they're on the table next to Jason, and they're missing balls all over the place on the Chinese 8-ball table, and Jason's slamming them in 100 mile an hour, and they says, listen, how are you doing that? And Jason being, all you do is this, bang, 100 mile an hour into the...
He's got the nickname is very, very accurate.
Aye.
Eagle Eye, isn't it? Certainly got an eye for it. Is Jason playing in that £1,000 a man challenge?
He tried to get in it, but I says to Paul, can't I believe he didn't let him in it? And he went, listen, if I let him in that, he's just going to go and get a few weeks practice, and then he's too good for everybody.
He wouldn't need a lot of practice, would he?
No, I know that's because he's always got a cue in his on. So, but I'm like, I don't know, because he doesn't play the game. And if Jason comes in here, the new...
The thing is, Steve, he could sort of play for a week and come in and destroy everybody.
I know.
It could ease it, and it could go, that's no fair.
Aye, and it could go the total opposite.
Yeah, I know. So
I don't know. I guess I'm one of the ones, because there's a couple of guys in it. Here's my thinking on it. There's a couple of guys in it, Jamie, that are no good. No disrespect to them, but they've no chance of winning a match. They won't win a match. To me, that's every bit.
Right,
so you're not allowed to
having
be...
a guy that's that level was just as bad as having a guy
Aye.
that's at that level.
It just to me, that's kind of, so if you're looking for a tournament that's an even playing field, it needs to be even all the way through.
Who
Then
is it decides it? Is it Paul?
I think so. I think because it's
Paul's
coming
a
for
good
you.
enough judge. Paul could say to these guys, "Listen, I'm not taking £1,000."
No,
off you,"
I know.
because if you look at the field,
We
that we're going for,
were having a laugh about it, and he's like, "What about some of these names?" And I'm going, "I know, they're just after heads."
listen, somebody they just love playing pool, Steve.
Aye.
It's like these guys want to play, and I think you do need to play in tournaments, but I think paying £1,000 to play in a tournament that you can
Aye.
chance of winning is a bit much.
Because that's where I would be saying, right, these guys are willing to come and play in that. Do you then say, right, listen, I get where he's coming from, because if he turns around and says, right, guys, you're all right with Jason being in this because he doesn't play the game, and they all turn around and say, aye, and then somebody else goes, well, wait a minute, how's it all right for him?
Yeah.
I get that it opens a can of worms that way. Nobody's going to complain about the guy that's not very good because they want him in the draw.
Yeah, that's right.
But, aye, it's...
Yeah, I think you need to be fair both sides, Stevie. You can't let a guy that's just too good for everybody, and then you can't take the guy, with all due respect, the worst player in the tournament. You can't take his money. If you're not letting the best guy, and you can't let the worst guy.
No,
you need to get a level playing field, and I think Paul knows all the players right enough. I think.
No, definitely.
He wouldn't.
It was one of them, I'm like, probably if I was to go back a year to 18 months, which is funny because I'm playing 10 times better than I was then, but then I would have been like, right, I'm in. Now I'm like, I ain't going to practice for it, so I'm no point me entering it.
No.
I'm not going to go and put the time in to go and really put a dent in it, and that's where probably before I might have been putting a wee bit of time in, but not realistically thinking I had a chance, and I don't know if I'm thinking more clear or just, I don't know, but I just wouldn't. Even paying that grand. I actually said to myself, maybe going to have a go at this and it'll make me hit the practice table. And
I think there's a couple of qualifiers for it as well.
There is, aye. Aye, well, I know there's
That's
one. I think Felix has got one into
in Q here.
and I think there's maybe a couple of players, and aye, there is a few qualifiers, aye.
That's good.
Aye, it's a decent field. There's a lot of good ones. I think Keane Monaghan's in it, and Robert Stephen, and again,
you're always going to get the good players too, especially in here because of the conditions.
Aye.
The conditions are always perfect. For the tournaments, Paul does the tables, they're always playing brilliant. So you're always going to get the guys coming up. You could get a 16 players, the best 16 players in the country, easy, without taking the guys. You have a tournament for them, Stevie, £200 a man, £100 a man, and get the guys in it. That's just the same. For £1,000, it's a bit much.
aye.
For a tournament that with all due respect, they've not got a chance in.
I like the idea, as you said, you need to play better players, you want the experience. There's no better value in the world of pool, I don't think, than these IMs.
Yeah.
Is it 30 quid for 4 of them or something?
Yeah.
And you look at the guys that are in them, obviously, some of them in the top 16, they're obviously straight in, that's the way it goes. That's the whole point in the seeding system and everything else.
Yeah.
But for that kind of money, a chance to qualify and then come and play against some of the best players in the country, I think it's I don't know if there's better value out there, Jamie.
No, there is not. Especially, like I said, because of the conditions as well. You're playing in here and in the players' lounge in Falkirk. Paul and Santa, the tables are always at a high level. They're always playing really, really good.
Did you qualify for the Scottish?
I did, mate. I got through. I scraped through.
In the Saltire next week?
Yep. Then I think the Scottish seniors are just after that.
Aye.
So the next few weeks, quite a bit busy.
It's a busy end to the yearly calendar. It doesn't seem to stop.
Yeah, because then the IPA's come up as well.
Aye.
The Isle of Man. There's the international event in Ireland for Scotland teams as well.
Counties.
It's going to be busy. The county. There's a lot of pool coming up.
Oh, it's a busy end to the year. This is the last IM of the year. If I was to throw you in the fire and say who's going to win it,
This tournament? Oh, Jesus. If I don't say Scott Gillespie, no talking.
to be fair, he's a wee bit behind everybody now, right enough. But are you sitting? You've been there many a time. Are you sitting there comfortable, or are you itching to get on the table? See, when you're like Scott right now, he's in the semi-finals. Is he even caring what's happening elsewhere? Or
He wants on. He wants to play. He'll not like sitting waiting. It's just unfortunate that it needs to happen.
aye,
There was a few people yesterday. There was a long wait yesterday, and It can throw you off, Stevie. Do you know what I mean? See if you're on playing, you're playing well, and everything's good, then you've got a 5-hour wait for a match. It can throw you off.
Aye. That was, I remember a tournament and players I played. Wade Morley, he was an IPA pro at the time. I beat him, and then Jack Whelan beat me 7-6 the match later. I should have beat him, to be fair. I've made a couple of mistakes, and so 2 top pros, one for one side, one for the other, and then I had like a 5-hour wait for Dunster. And I'm like, what a day at the pool I had. And Liam beat me 7-3, but it's one of the first real times we had a good conversation pool wise. And I don't know if it was my results before it that made him kind of think he's actually handy, and we ended up having a good beat. It was a few years ago now, but it was I remember thinking that day it was bad enough when you've got to wait for your game, but when you've got Dunster who's motoring his way through everybody, he's the last guy you want to play when he's fresh, and you've been sitting there all day eating chocolate bars.
He gives everybody the same respect, Stevie.
Aye.
Regardless of who he plays. His attitude doesn't change, his game doesn't change. Everybody gets treated the same.
It's actually, I suppose if you were to get somebody to get AI to make a book about the right way to go about your business in the world of Q Sports, he'd be up there, wouldn't he, if it had all the information on him.
Absolutely. What age is Liam? Is he early?
I don't even know if he's 30.
30.
I think
He's
he
still
might
got
be
a long-
around about that, 29, 30, which is incredible as well.
Yeah, because he's achieved a lot, hasn't he? He's won everything as well.
It's mad. I suppose you say sometimes, right, can he get better? Or is he as good as you can be? And to match him, you need to get better.
Well, what part of his game do you think he needs work on?
Probably a wee bit before, maybe longish pots, where he wasn't as... But I know he's been working at that.
Yeah.
So he's went and worked on something that a wee flaw that he knew he had. And again, when I call them longish pots, they're not exactly snooker table stuff, but it was something that he figured he had a wee weakness on. They went and worked at it. So even
Yeah,
he's
I-
identified it, but that's so minuscule in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. Again, it's just because his cue ball's that good. He doesn't need to play
Aye.
these longish pots because his cue ball's that good. He doesn't need. He can put it close to it.
Aye,
He doesn't.
true.
He doesn't need to play these things. But
Aye, it's that makes a lot of sense actually when you think about it. Probably the reason why he had to work on it is because he wasn't doing it a lot.
he doesn't need to.
Then when he was doing it, he was throwing in a bad one and going, "How's that?"
His positional play is that good. He doesn't need to play a long shot.
Scott McKenzie won a qualifier in pockets.
Is that for the Grand Man?
Must be, aye.
Scott
I seen that he won a qualifier, but I wasn't sure what it was. He's doing all right now and on. He's
Yeah.
starting to get torn into the pool world.
I've watched him. I think he's enjoying it, and obviously coming from Snook, his potting is obviously as good as anybody's. He just needs to learn the tactical side a bit better. Once he gets that, Scott will be winning tournaments as well because he's a good player.
I remember a number of years ago, Big Clark Smith. I was in a Scotland team with him, and he came for snooker as well and stuff like that. And Clark had a... I'm not saying I don't want to do him a disservice here and say he disrespected pool, because obviously it wasn't like that. But he had a thought in his mind that he would just put a wee bit of work into it, and then he would just basically steamroller through pool. And he did think that, and it didn't quite work out that way, because it's not straightforward, is it? You've involved yourself.
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of snooker players have not got a lot of respect for the game, but they don't play it. If it's that easy, then why don't you come out and play and beat the guys and
Might as well.
pick up the money?
Easy money.
If it's that easy,
Aye.
come on and do it. Do you know what I mean? I've heard a few people saying things, and I just think, because I over the years I played a wee bit of pool when I was younger, and friends with I grew up with
Aye.
Colts, and so I knew the game and I knew how hard it was. So when I came in, I knew I had to learn the tactical side, and I did to a certain extent. But they're not going to come over and dominate it. Matt Selby obviously was world pool champ, but he didn't dominate the game.
No, I know.
He'll be successful and he'll win. If he come back and started playing pool, he'd win Jones, but he wouldn't dominate.
No, of course.
You know what I mean?
Aye, that's It's that old myth. It was like, what was it? I remember, like, obviously Ronnie's. I think he tries to be too funny sometimes on telly programmes, because I've actually watched him in certain interviews and in certain things when he's talking about players for this game, for American pool, and he'll the utmost respect and how good they are at that and what they've done, and he's great. And then there's times where he's on a certain show and there's a wee group of them, and he'll say, it's like, think about snooker being the beautiful game of golf and pool being crazy golf. Now wee things like, no, and they're all giggling away, and you think, come on, mate, I've seen you talking about. Don't try and be funny and disrespect it when.
Listen, Ronnie's nuts. Ronnie's nuts. You know what I mean? I like him enough. If he's got something to say, he says it. But I don't agree with a lot of things he says.
How do you think he would get on against Ryan?
I think.
Oh, what a shot!
I think Ryan could turn Ronnie O'Sullivan into Lewis McCool in about half an hour.
That's probably one of the best comparisons you could ever get, isn't it? Aye.
Yeah.
You could turn them into Lewis McCool in half an hour. What a brilliant shot, but I think he's actually quite unlucky here, isn't he? Who's this cash and carry character?
Sorry, bye.
I know, sorry, Baz. We went from 110 viewers to 246. People are enjoying it.
Barry.
Was he? Was he trying to just open everything up there, Jimmy, or is he? It looked like a brilliant shot to start with, but then the two reds. Maybe not as brilliant as the first thought.
No, you want to try and play for this gap? I don't think. Does the bottom man go, Steve? Does the bottom red get by that? If he gets by it, he's okay. I think. No, can he roll into
he's going to run into it.
I think he's alright. If he can roll into that full ball, he's fine.
Aye, big. Craigie Martin. Les Mahago's finest.
Yep, big Craigie.
Every now and again I see that picture of him and Eddie McVeigh with their trophies. The Les Mahago Gazette.
You need to be over 18 to look at that photo.
Yeah. Looked like a cracking shot at first, and then the yellow didn't come out. So Ryan's in a bit of bother. Needs to play a big shot here, 6-4 down. Can't make any mistakes, Jamie's.
No.
Has he played that? Has he got to play a snooker here?
Stevie, I don't know if Ryan. I mean, have you ever seen Ryan doubling balls into the middle board?
Oh, I know.
I thought when the way he played that, it looked as if he was going to play for the double.
So he was playing to get the snooker, and I don't think he's got it. What's happening here? Oh, Matt's just steadying himself. Thought they were waiting on a VAR check or something there. That's Renzi's thing these days. Jumps into the commentary booth or up to Craig and says, right, can you rewind that and I'll zoom in? And he's like, well, we've got it, we might as well use it. And I'm like, you're at the table to make a decision. Then you go, wait a minute, I wasn't sure there, I'm going to go and check it.
My eyesight's not the best, right? My eyesight's not great. And was it about a month ago? I shouted at Renzi. And he called total snooker. And the guy went down and potted the ball straight. And Renzi looked at me and went, apologise to him, I got that one wrong.
You think?
I was like, no, that's all right.
I really wonder what the guy was thinking when he just went down and saying,
About an hour later, I need a referee. I shouted, Renzi, is there any other referees? No. At least put your glasses on when you look at it.
Danny Wilson, good evening, mate. The guitar man. Tough shot to pot this in the top and get a shot in that other yellow.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Total. No point in getting Renzi for this one.
Any chance here, Stevie? Top cushion, full ball and a yellow in the middle.
And he's not going to fail to have a shot in the black if he does.
Yeah. Straight and hitting that full ball. There's a good pot there for Mark as well.
Aye, tough school. It's a bad day when Eddie's a looker. Every time I see that picture, I'm sure it's been edited. That looks a bit, doesn't it look like 45 years ago?
What do you mean it gets worse?
Jazzy.
Paul.
Blasphemy.
Sorry, Paul.
Oh, wow.
What an attempt.
I actually thought as soon as it hit the top cushion it was in.
Looked good, mate, didn't it? I think Mark thought that was in.
Got my first specs last week for reading. I'm 48. I can now read the wee writing on the food packaging for the first time in years. I don't think I've ever been able to read the wee, but I don't know any different. My eyes are gub, Jamie. They always have been. I don't know any different. It's been like that for I was away. I was meant to wear glasses, didn't. It's just never happened. I've never wore them. But it's got to a stage now. I actually went into the opticians and they say to us, listen, we've got to take your driver's licence if you don't get glasses to drive. At least just get them to drive. And I went, I'm scared if I get them, I won't be able to see again. They're like, when I take them off, I won't be able to see because I'm more or less blind, to be honest. And they're like, well, it doesn't matter. It's get them or licence gone. So
yeah, I don't read anything on a food packet, Stevie. I just eat it. It's just a waste of time, isn't it?
yeah, that's it.
Each to their own, right enough. If that's what you want to do.
You do get these people these days that walk around the supermarket and you see them spending half their shift reading the packets.
I know. There's a name for these people today. These are the people you stay away from. Pool players.
Lunatics. Morgan on the hill, but it's happened before. Big Shug was on the hill and Gio didn't go anywhere, so we could end up with, it actually could work out good. We could have the last semi-final on the main table and then the final following it. So it could work out all right that way.
It looks that's what's going to happen.
Especially for the viewers.
Yeah.
That was some effort for Mark.
Yeah. Great attempt.
It's a good pot. I think the pot on the top was probably more impressive because obviously the top cushion yellows are.
Yeah,
he needs to be a wee bit lucky, but
yeah, he couldn't really do much. The pot was hard enough. He was probably a wee bit unlucky. He didn't get a shot at it straight, but it was a good attempt.
And Billy Snadden. Good evening, Billy.
Snad's watching. Billy was through yesterday watching his good lady playing.
What a break.
Yeah. This is Mark's chance.
You're at the table here, Jamie. 6-5 up, chance to get in to semi-final with one of these big. You think to yourself, this is my chance.
Yeah,
this is it.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, right away. I'm just thinking if he can get that yellow out the road down here, down the bottom of the table, he's got rolling. So he's got one shot to play.
I sometimes look at these, and I've probably been guilty of being at the table and saying, I need to get these because if I don't, I think I'm beat. And it's funny how that comes into your mind, so you put it all on that.
But I think you're right. You know, at the highest level, that is the case. If you don't get them, you're beat. Do you know what I mean? So if you can get into that sort of frame of mind every time, you know, it's certainly not a bad thing. I mean, it keeps your concentration level up.
Getting 2 and 3 bites.
It's no good.
That's the, I know, that's
no good. If you're needing 3 chances to win a frame, you're not going to win a tournament. You're not beating these top guys.
Brilliant.
Because at some point, you know, you just don't get 3 chances against the top players. You'd be lucky if you get 2.
Aye, that's it. I've actually got, so this match here, if Mark wasn't to get these, Ryan gets over the line, Ryan's breaking, and you're kind of thinking to yourself, a lot of it, I know I'm bringing the break into it again, but I've now seen guys, and I've interviewed them, and I'll say, what were you thinking when you were 6-4 down and you're shooting break, and they're thinking, well, I'm thinking I'm a dry break away from winning. And you go, what? And he's thinking to himself, he's going to break and dish, hope his opponent breaks dry, and then he's going to break and dish again. And it's that mentality to switch, saying, right, I'm 1 dry break away from winning this, even though you're a couple behind.
Yeah, it's crazy. Some of the things that get through your head when you're playing pool, it's crazy. And some of the things that happen as well, you know, if Mark doesn't take these away, you know, Ryan breaks, gets the ball, and the roll-ins in the last frame, you've had your chance.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It catches up, and you don't get away with it. Billy's a handsome man. That's what it was. She just,
That's a great shot, clever shot.
yeah.
I think this match is over. And the tournament for Ryan coming to an end. The quarter-final stage. What a break. Controlled that well there.
Yeah.
Round the back of the black.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
There was a shot like this, it was a wee while ago, and I was talking to some of the guys probably about 2 weeks later, and I think it was one of the pros that played it in the IPA. That's a slack shot. He's decelled on that a wee bit.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
Saying, he was really lucky. Like that, basically that shot there. I'm like, what do you mean? He said, I nearly crashed into the black in the way by. If he kicked the black, he'd have been in trouble. And I'm like, you played to run past it, man, come on. And it's like how people a wee bit further down the kind of ladder don't really see that. They're just thinking, well, how's he getting on that? And then, he's just missed it.
Sometimes when you watch games, Stevie, you want to actually ask people what they were thinking. Some of the shots they played, do you know what I mean?
He's got it.
Yeah, he's got them.
7 frames to 5, Ryan Davey, wow. Thoughts on the Rasson Paul, Jamie, before you do a runner phase? Have you played on it?
I've never played on it, Stevie, but the tables look great. They do look really nice. I don't like the Supremes and that, the plastic that's running about the pockets and the line, the plastic bit along the cushions. I hate them. Do you know what I mean? Because when with your hands, you need to lift them up.
Aye.
With the flat, with the Rassons, it's obviously flat, and your hand's flat. You can cue straight across it.
My
So
pal's
they
got
look really
one.
good.
My pal bought one, and I went down and had a wee game on it. It's a wee bit surreal because see you play a hard shot, like just say a double. His is just say the 1.0, but the 1 point or the 1.1, the 1.2, the next version or the 2.0, whatever they call it, has been fixed and put up a wee tiny touch. But they made it so low, even though they took the bars and that away and made it flat. They made it so low that when you hit the ball hard into the cushion, it jumps. And his isn't great. And I said to him, I mean, you should go back to and I said, just ask them for a new top, because I know it's just unclips and whatever. But he's wanting a Supreme now. He's basically going, I'm not a fan of it. I'll just swap it. He's paid like $4,500 for it.
Yeah, it's a lot of money for a big table. But I think if it plays well, Stephen, there's no problems with the cushions, the cloth, the money's worth it.
Aye,
I mean,
no, that's
regardless of how much it is, if the table plays perfect, but it's just getting something. I mean, I don't know the difference with some pokers. I've seen when the Supremes, a lot of the balls bouncing in the little bags, hitting them hard, they're just bouncing straight back out. And yet some other tables, they don't take it, but the other table's tighter. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, they need to try and find that balance. I like the look of the Rassons, but I've never played on them.
Sunbeds. Shots fired. Aye, that's
Danny, don't take any lip off your hump. Danny's probably in the sunbeds now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just got out, took his photo in the mirror. Purple room, right? Guitar in hand.
Danny's glowing right now, isn't he? Billy's ripping him.
He's just took it ready. Aye,
Took a
brilliant.
Goldie.
Well, I do know, mate, and obviously I've got a black ball table. Big man in a diet. I've got a black one. I love it. I must admit, I absolutely love it. But mine's it's absolutely spot on. I've got this cloth on at 861 and it plays great. I look after it right enough, so it's always bang on, always spotless, always nice and clean and slidey. I don't wire into it with brushes and stuff like that. I just don't. I just keep it nice and clean and I look after it right. I'm not saying I can't see by it. I don't mind playing on any of the tables, but I do know Supreme. I've got a new table made for the IPA, I think, and it's going to be minus all that stuff you mentioned. So I don't know what the deal is and how long that's going to be. But as I say, I use a black ball table. I've got that, and I love it. I don't mind these as well.
Again, see if you look after it, Stevie.
I think that's massive, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You need to look after it.
Hey, used to. It wasn't me, mate. Snads that said you were out of sunbeds.
Ah, wasn't it? Was it, Danny?
Gibbsy and Mark straight on. This is what we said,
Aye.
man. And look. Morgan was 6'4", it's
Yeah,
6'5", and Gio's at the table.
Yeah, Morgan had a chance there at the start of that.
I don't think I've seen anybody. Well, Dunster again, but the other last wee while, for behind as well. That's what I like about Gio. His temperament's brilliant.
Yeah,
Isn't
absolutely.
it? See, for such a young guy, he's brilliant.
I think when you watch him, you can't tell if he's 6'2" down or 6'9".
Aye.
He's the same all the time, and he plays the same game all the time, Stevie.
I played him no long ago there. He beat me in I think it was the West of Scotland. It was either the quarters or semis. I think it was the semis, and I think he beat Vinny in the final, but I'd need to double check it. It was in the ballroom a wee while ago, years ago. He was only young, he was only about 15 or 16 at the time. And he was excellent then, and then I played him obviously in that IPA one no long ago there. But it was after there's a lot of guys, and I've probably done it myself, that handshake where you're not even looking at somebody and you're marching away, because I probably could have won it earlier, but I've ended up, he's got back to 6 each, and probably think to yourself, right, and I've managed to play a half decent shot that forced him to go for it, and I've finished it. But it was after it, and I mean saying to Boyle, I went, he's just a class act, that boy. Just the way he came, and he's in that tournament thinking he's going to win it because he's capable. Yeah. And then I just think he's a credit to himself, his family, whoever it is that's got him in that way. He's a diamond of a boy, man.
He's got everything.
Yeah, he really is.
He's got everything you need. I noticed a big improvement from last year. I thought he was a good player, but he still again needs that step up. You know what I mean? Like say I compare him like say Scott Gillespie, Mark Boyle, Liam Dunster, you know, and Ross Fernie, Ryan, they type of players. In the last couple of years, Morgan's took that step up, and then last year Gio has took that step up. You know, he won the Scottish and he destroyed everybody. He's won his IMs, he's won his money matches, and it's only a matter of time before he starts winning the big tournaments in IPA, the pro events. You know, and it's a matter of time before he's world champion, Stevie.
I agree. I think he's just, for such a young guy, obviously he'll know, because we all know, I knew when I played football that I was class. I knew I was always going to do all right, even though I didn't end up in the Premier League or in La Liga, but I always knew, you know when you've got a wee bit about you, and he obviously knows that, but then you've still got to be level-headed enough to know the company you're in, and he's in real, now, he's in a big time with all these guys that are top draw. Yeah. Talking about, I don't know, is there anything he's not winning the game, Goobsy? Now there's just, to be in that kind of company and to be as level-headed and as kind of grounded as he is, he's class, absolutely class, and that's him back all square, brilliant. Yeah. Makes that pot look easy. Yeah. That kind of tough black. Stephen Leslie, how you doing, mate? Morgan Gio 6 each. Scott Gillespie, Mark Fleming. Is Mark in the better place here because he's just finished playing and Scott's been sitting about cold? Does it matter, do you think?
I actually think the opposite.
Right.
See, just because of the way the match was. It was a long game, so many frames, a lot of safety. I think it's I think it suits Scott more than Mark, to be honest.
Aye, maybe Mark could be doing me a break there.
Yeah.
Could be doing me 10 minutes to myself.
10 minutes, just go get a drink, go get some fresh air, and sort of regroup. You know what I mean? Because it's just like a continuation of the last match. Do you know what I mean?
True.
You know, if you don't take any time, you know, and it's it can be draining. Definitely if you're taking out finishes and the game's open, but that game was sort of. Two of them sort of, I don't think it was really their fault. The boys didn't break well. They went sort of tied up. There was a lot of safety, and sometimes you need to play. Is Morgan dry here? Yep.
Wow. Just goes to show, doesn't it? Spanner Austin. Cheers, mate. It's amazing how often.
What board you taking this, Stevie? You going reds or yellows?
On the other table, Morgan and Gio, I'm probably going yellows. Aye, yellows.
Would you maybe take the long plant first?
Tapping.
You take the long plant first?
I quite like that. We trace a right hand side and then...
You've only really got one. Obviously got one bad yellow, but you've got these three yellows down here. You could, if you get the white out of this side, it takes care of the three of them. You've only really got one shot to play. Certainly no easy right now.
Stephen, I don't, honestly, I just said that to Jazz there. Who would you, if you had to hang your hat on somebody, and it's, I always say it's hard to see by Dunster when he's in a tournament, regardless. Doesn't matter who else is in it. I always think it's hard to pick anybody else when he's in it. Yeah. And when he's no in it, and I look at the guys that's in this and think, oh, you've got a Scotland A team right in front of your eyes right now. And
yeah, absolutely.
It's so tough. As you said there, Gio's, I don't think anybody with a standard in Scotland could dominate, but he's the kind of guy in the next 10 years that could be absolutely littered with titles and probably will be.
Yeah, I think the game in Scotland is in a good place. I mean, you see there's young guys come through, like young Ryan Martin as well. Young Ryan's a smashing player. It's certainly in a good place. I don't see anybody dominating. I think there's too many good players.
Aye.
You know, but like you say, if there's anybody right now that you can see winning title after title, it's definitely Gio.
Aye. When I look at the four that's left,
it's a good shot.
If I was going to base it on full flow, kind of who I would bet on being the sharpest of them all, I would say, right, Gio's the man here. If I base it on just pure raw grit and knowing how to do it and knowing how to win and just being there with the experience, then it's Goobsy. Yeah. And Morgan's kind of like that type of player, just know as long in the tooth as Goobsy, no been there, done it as much as him, but similar ideas, similar characteristics. When he's not playing well, he knows how to grind it out. But I think if I was to take a punt here, it would be by a small margin, probably Goobsy. Maybe give him 26% of the voting. The other guy's just under it at 24.333.
We certainly need to give the guys respect.
No, that's what I mean. I look at the four guys.
It's a Scotland A team. You know, and any of the four of them could win it.
But it's mad. Gio's probably a couple of times looking like he's at the tournament, and he just
he hasn't panicked at all. He just plays the right shot. You know, took out nice finishes when he had to.
6-3 down against Shug, 6-4 down here, and obviously you're never beat to the last black goes in. And I love that attitude in all the top players, that they're just never beaten till they are.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason why you don't get in. You know, 6-2 down, 6-0, that doesn't matter.
It's definitely the reason why you don't scatter balls for a break, isn't it?
Yeah, if there was only somebody that we could, somebody that we knew that we could stop doing that.
There's got to be somebody out there that we can stop for scattering the balls about. Bipolar. The bipolar player.
I remember somebody actually was talking about Lewis, and they said, do you think maybe a coach could help? And I said, I don't think a coach could help Lewis. I think he needs an exorcist. It's a priest he needs. Conduct an exorcism. There's something wrong there.
A coach, 50-seater, run right out of him. He's a freaky talent, isn't he?
It's frightening.
I mean, Boyle was going out and practicing with Boyle, and I can't mind if it was like in juniors when it used to be called TJ's years ago. We were talking, they were like, he's coming out and practicing with me and just dishing like 30 frames in a row without even blinking.
He came out to Bell Self for a practice with me once, and Stevie, honest to God, how do you lose?
Aye.
He doesn't miss anything. Not one single ball. Just clear up everything. And then he goes to a tournament. He breaks dry and his balls are flying all over the place.
It's nuts.
Concedes frames.
It's a big. Is this level? Are you saying it's one each?
Oh, is that just too much?
Oh, on the other table, you guys can't see. Gio's overran it a wee touch, and he's got a shot to play out.
It's his knees. Is he going to use this red in the bottom cushion, Steve, to hold the white for the black up the top? Just try and take some pace out of it. Is he going to swing it round and play for the black, doing any of these two? Do you swing round behind it?
I think this is one of these situations, and you just need to pot the ball.
He's made sure of the yellow.
Oh, that red nearly went in. Is he straight in off? Guys, I know you can't see it, but there's a bit of drama on the other table. 6 frames all. Gio on a finish, and he's landed as awkward as you can probably get, but he's got a black, really thin.
It's his knees, eh?
That's probably Mark Fleming's worst nightmare there. You go and take a finish, then you break like that, and probably couldn't have been any better. If you're sitting there in your goobsy, you're going, oh, you're a beauty. One back quickly. But then you can't take it for granted, and he's obviously a consummate professional when it comes to that, but when you ask for a chance and you're hoping you get one, they don't come much better than that. Oh my word.
God.
Oh my word. And off.
Jesus.
I did call it.
Jesus.
Gio Edgar is out. Wow, man.
What a great
Wow.
flag as well.
Stephen, absolutely brilliant that you say that. Drew Burbage was in here yesterday. So, Jamie, my podcast coming, right? So, it's been coming for ages. And what I try to do, I try to do it myself with no clue of what I'm doing. So, I started to buy some stuff. I started to speak to people. And basically, I was making a mess of it. And I cost myself like 6 months trying to do stuff that I never really realised, basically, that I could go there and just get the people. And I didn't think it was as simple as that. I just thought that would cost far too much. The truth is, it doesn't. It still costs a lot of money, but it's not as much as I thought it was going to be. And if I was to go and spend, say, 10 grand to get it all set up and then try and put the time into it to do stuff that I can't do, I'd need to probably go to college and learn stuff. Or again, I'd need to then go and hire people to come and use my stuff. And when the people, the studios, everything's all there, they'll actually come with me, they'll travel with me as long as it's not too far. So this week, I'm shooting the promo. And
Bad miss for Scott.
that is a huge miss for Scott.
Yeah. I don't even think he had to get right that far over. He could have just made sure the yellow and just.
He's trying to be greedy,
Yeah,
isn't he?
yeah.
He's trying to be greedy.
That's what I'm saying. Into that pace, into that pocket, that angle stuff. Just sort of taking medicine a wee bit.
Aye.
It's a mistake.
Aye, that's a big mistake. But I knew it's
Sorry, Steve.
no, it's all right. Knew it's promo getting shot this week. Nothing flash. It'll just be me with that team. It's a place out in Airdrie, and they've got cracking studios. They've got like 5 different studio setups. But what we're going to do once it started is they're going to come to me, and we're going to basically, I'm going to try and incorporate the pool table into it. But I've got boxers, I've got football players.
Oh, you've got people lined up?
I've got people.
Who have you got lined up?
I've got some underworld people.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
So I've got quite a few, but I'm having, it'll either be in twos or
I
threes.
didn't realise it was a family event.
Some of the retired members.
Retired? Okay.
I've kind of lost my chain of thought there, Jamie. Cheers for that. The boxers, wasn't it?
No, the boxers and the underworld.
Aye, so I've got. Well, here's the thing. So we Anti-Crowler's coming up. He was good pals with Willie, and he's coming up. But he was bringing Ricky with him, and Ricky's just passed away. So that's a bit of a sore one. So the plan was, as I said, it was always a plan to get a couple, and he was going to be. I asked him if he would date with Alex Arthur, and he says, I've not got a problem with that, but why don't I bring somebody up for down here? And I went, well, who are you thinking? And he went, well, what about Ricky? Ricky was, because we were going to do a lot of talking about Willie and whatever, obviously, Willie Limdett passed away, so.
Yeah.
And I went, that would be brilliant, because I knew they were quite close, and then obviously it's just happened to Ricky there, so I don't know how that'll. I'm going to obviously have the Lemon Boys, Willie's boys on, and then Alex Arthur is coming through. Good chance with Josh Taylor.
Oh, that'd be good.
So there's quite a lot. I'm going to get big Kevin Twaddle on. I know he's going to talk about everything that he's done and whatever. But so there's a lot of plans. There's a lot of stuff that's kind of already in and lined up for it. So it's just about trying to get the right ideas together. And I think that's it. We're more or less there. But the first episode's a Lola's pool party special.
Brilliant, mate.
So
That's
Boyle and the
excellent.
team on talking about everything that he's done, the reasons behind it, and
That's excellent.
get some detail and get that out there. And that's, I think it's a perfect kind of first
Yeah, absolutely.
one, and then it'll just obviously go for there. But as I say, I've got a promo to shoot this week. It'll only be a 5-minute thing, but it's enough that I can get spread on socials and then build up for the episode, which will hopefully be a week or two later at the very most.
That sounds amazing, Stephen. That'll be great.
It should be good fun, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Big Kevin will have some good stories.
So what snooker player you bringing with you, mate?
Oh, no.
Who can
do
you
you
bring?
want?
Anybody? can have 2 or 3. I think they can set up 4 mics at the mace, so 1 on me, and then so I can have 2 or 3.
I can get. What about Stephen, John, and Anthony? They practice in the same unit together in Glasgow. I can ask them.
Aye.
Yeah, that'd be fun because they travel together all
Aye.
the world. I mean, there'll be some good stories there, especially Maguire.
Oh, well, I tiled his sus, sure.
Did you?
I tiled his sus.
How much does he owe you?
Tiled his sus. I've never seen a guy eat so many ice balls in my entire life, man. And I'm there tiling the first day, and then he's not letting me leave. And I'm like, I'm off it, mate. He's like,
The ice
no.
balls?
But Tony and that were there, and they're all in the back, and they're having a good day.
Yeah.
The whiskey's out. And I'm like, if I don't leave here, your bathroom ain't getting finished.
Yeah.
It's like, back the next day, and there's still a couple of them there, and he's just gone mad with ice balls. And I went, what's this got with ice balls? He's like, that's what I have when I'm on a hangover. And I've got a hangover, and I'm like, ice balls? Never seen a box of ice balls this big in my life, mate, honestly. And he never stopped all day, but he was a good laugh. He didn't really bother his shirt. He was just in and out, and but I'd done his bathroom, and I couldn't find his shoes at first. Couldn't find it doing that
right
wee bit, and I'm going, I'm in the wrong place. Then he was telling us a story about the motorboat to get up the house that one time, and so he had a good few stories out there, so that'd be a good laugh.
Yeah. There'd be 3 of them on, it would be good, Stevie.
And it's a good thing when you've got people that can bounce off. That Gizmo
What did Paul Mack say?
should get Jazz and Ants.
Hans Mo. Oh no. No, can't. No, he's always calling me names, Steve.
I need to get. That's what I'm saying to you. I need to get you on. Who am I getting? You just. Who you want on with you?
Big Lewis.
You, Lewis, and who?
Ryan.
Well, that'll be good.
Aye. Me, Lewis, and Ryan.
Right, okay, that'll be good. Because there's a wee fun element getting it. It's going to be at the end of that, and there's a wee bit of. So that's going to be the added niche to the end of it. So the people I spoke to about getting it, and they were saying, what's going to be different about yours? What's going to be. Because there's loads of people out there doing them. There's loads of people talking to all these types of people. What's going to be different about yours? And that's the wee bit that comes at the end. So that's why I want the couple of people, 2 or 3 people.
Well, then see the guys you mentioned there, Steve. You're talking about world-class boxers. For
Aye,
example,
aye.
I mean, I'm a big boxing fan. These guys have got something to say. Do you know what I mean? They've
Aye.
had a career, they've had a life, they've been through struggles and hard times, that same as everybody else. These are the guys you want to listen to.
100%.
There's so many of the podcasts out there. It's idiot after idiot, and they've got nothing to say. They guys are different. They grew up the way sort of we all grew up. They're good people as well, good families. Do you know what I mean? Their lives have been tough, and it's good to see them. Especially I like to see the Scottish guys, like the Scottish fighters doing.
Aye.
And like you say, Willie Lemon was a friend of yours, Steve.
Aye, he was my best mate. He was
an absolute
we were the brothers. He's one of the guys. He'll look down and go, see you and that soppy stuff. That's the way he would talk. He'd go, see you, don't start that soppy stuff. But he probably watches me. I've got a big photo of us together in the house, one with me, him and the wee man, and I've got his thing for his funeral. And Claire will say to me, when are you taking it? And I'm like, never.
Yeah.
And she's like, but it's just, he really was. We were close for we were Waynes, and he's like, see that way you get. There's not many people in your life that you talk to every day or you hear from every day. He was the one. I don't really hear from my brother every day. I don't hear. There's certain people that he would actually message me on a Monday or Tuesday and say sorry if I hadn't heard from him on the weekend, because he's maybe went on a wee bit of margin. Sorry about that, Walker. He meant the world to me, and obviously the same vice versa. We were really close, but
world class fighter.
Aye.
World
But
class.
his 2 boys are doing him proud. Young Drew won last night, and Bray Heady's signed with Frank Warren.
Brilliant.
And obviously Jake's doing really well and all. So getting they 2 on for a wee chat, and obviously we can have a bit of fun with that, because I'll maybe get my pal Miko, because me, him and Willie were known as the Three Amigos, so we'll maybe get a wee bit of fun with that as well. But getting them on just to, I know that it's a short time that they spent with him and stuff like that, but it'll just be good for them to get maybe get a wee emotional side out of them and the fun and everything else, but it'll be good for them as well, I think, to just
good.
sit and reminisce and get it out there. But aye, it's good. But that'll be, I'm actually already thinking about the stuff we're going to get up to with you, right? So you, Lewis and Ryan are booked in.
Yeah, okay.
That'll be good.
Big Lewis better not be slapping people across the face that day.
Say, right, Lewis, if you break dry, you get slapped. You probably put the cue away and go, just hit me.
Maybe we should get somebody else in the podcast. He's a loose cannon.
That's what he should be called, Loose McCool. Loose Cannon McCool.
Oh, he's got a good nickname, box office.
That's a good one, isn't it? Box office. He has box office.
He's listening.
One way or another.
Any time he's playing a tournament, he should make put him on the stream. He
The
could do anything. You know, he's capable of anything.
I say, me and Renzi were talking about it yesterday, and Renzi's saying, Stevie, the only thing I hope is that when he goes to the pro ranks of the IPA, that it doesn't change. He went, I want him on the stream to just scar the boss.
I don't think he can change him.
And
he's looking forward to being a pro. I was talking to him yesterday.
But he's worried. He's actually worried that if he does it, the guys will kick him out. And I said,
I don't think so.
there'll be people that will watch and go, that's shocking, and there'll be other people going, this is brilliant. And that's entertainment. We're trying to entertain. We want the viewers up. We want people to tune in. We want people to talk about it. We want it to create buzz on socials. Box office.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know if it's possible to get chucked out the IPA when you look at some of the players that's in it. Do you know what I mean?
No,
Pretty sure some of the guys that play in IPA have committed worse crimes than Scotland a few boys.
no,
Stevie.
I know, true.
How
Gizmo.
is Santa getting on anyway?
You home now, Gizmo, after a long weekend away, mate. 3 frames to 0 here. He's tossed a couple here, Jamie, and
Yeah.
that's probably. I'm trying to think of the tournament no long ago with Scott, and he ended up coming through and winning it in the end, but there was a couple of moments in between. I actually spoke to him, it was just briefly in the toilet, but he had that look at. I know some people might put it that way, you're going to war, but on a pool table, well, you're not really. But that's the look he had in his eyes, and there was a couple of reactions that he had on the table. I know it meant the world to him, and I know some of the instances he's had and some of the hard times he's had since his old boy passed away, and he's really, because that was me and him spoke about it at length about the fact that was his go-to. If he pulled off a big finish or he played a big shot or he won a big match, straight on the phone to his dad, and he could talk to him about it, and his dad would understand, and that was their thing. But it was one of the looks, and he ended up winning it. And at the time, I actually thought to myself, I don't know if he enjoyed that as much as he probably would have. Do you know what I mean?
I think he's just hit the nail right in the head, Stevie. As much as he wants to win, it does mean a lot to him. You know, when he won a tournament, he was driving home. His first person he phoned is his dad. And his dad's sitting watching. They talk about every shot. They talk about pool, and that was a big thing for him. He still obviously wants to win. You know, he said to me when he won I don't know what IM it was, he won in players. He said he was driving home and there wasn't any that feeling he used to get. You know, when he won the tournament, he spoke to his dad. He was really happy. His dad was proud of him. Now he's driving home for a pool tournament that he's won, and there's no excitement for him. You know what I mean? And it was sad to hear it. Do you know what I mean? But you know, he just wants to win all the time. You know?
That's mad. I'm sitting here thinking that what you say is there is his actual euphoria was coming for the reaction of the conversation for him and his dad.
Yeah.
It was more that. That was more that was the important part. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was what came after winning it.
Yeah.
It was the joy it brought after winning it. And it makes so much sense. It really does.
Yeah.
And as I say, that time I remember, and he won, and obviously it meant the world to him, and he was broken because he couldn't share it with his dad.
100%.
I mean, just looking at it, and I was kind of like, I made a wee talk, and it wasn't like there was banging about. It was just that look in his face, and I thought, he's not enjoying that.
No.
But he wanted to, and obviously I spoke to him after it, and he said, I just wanted to win for my dad, Stevie. Mm-hmm. But I felt he didn't feel alive inside. He felt himself that he was having a.
I think that the competitive side is it's always going to be there with Scott. You know, regardless of what tournament he's playing and where he's playing. But just that wee bit there at the end there when it was finished. You know, that wee thing with his dad. You know, that's he misses that more than anything. He doesn't care. See, the winning for him now is just sort of because he's won everything.
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? The bit that he liked the most was talking to his dad about it.
I think,
and that not being there, it's just obviously it hurts him.
I think he's probably no stopping because he was saying, I don't want my old boy looking down and thinking I just threw the table in.
Yeah.
So he's never going to stop fighting. But it's funny how I knew it meant the world, but it's just when you're saying that there, when he's leaving, that buzz and that euphoria of having that conversation and what it meant to know just him. It just showed that's what these, not just pool, it's all different walks of life.
Yeah.
It's more than just gone and winning for some people. It's what it brings, that connection with somebody else.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's like I say, it was more than just a game for Scott.
Aye.
No, it's just a game. You know, he's winning tournaments now, and that buzz, that feeling you get when you win, isn't there? Just because he can't share it with his dad. You know, and it's sad because I mean, he's Scott's one of the best guys you'll ever meet, and he's just a ridiculously good pool player. And for him not to have that now, it just sort of it gets to him. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't see pool the same anymore.
Aye.
He's playing. If he wins, he wins. Do you know what I mean? He just gets a bit of money, gets a trophy.
I know.
You know, and that, like I say, the bit that made him happy isn't there. No. Just what he's got now is the competitive side. He wants to win just because that's who he is.
Aye, that's. I think the time will come. I believe it will, when he'll look and say, "I'm so glad I never stopped. I'm so glad that," because he'll probably, like a lot of people, depending on how you're spiritually, but he'll maybe go like that. I'm glad I didn't. And he might look up and say, "I'm glad you didn't let me," because he might be feeling there that there's still that grip on him saying, "No, you're no, son. No, you are not." And that's.
I think knowing Scott. I mean, I haven't asked him. We didn't speak, but I think knowing Scott probably thought about just jumping.
Aye.
Because that's not there anymore. And I think maybe someday, maybe his brother might have just talked to him about it and say, "Look, Dad, when you wanted to do that."
Aye.
Do you know what I mean? You know, the happiest times were watching Scott playing pool. Making that phone call and talking to him, whether he won or lost didn't matter. It was his dad.
Aye, that's
it didn't make
exactly
any
it.
difference. So, and they were obviously really close. So, I think he might have thought, you know, this isn't for me anymore. I don't want to do it. And then he's probably just somebody's talked to him about it and he's kept going, which I'm glad as well.
Aye,
do you know what I mean?
100%.
As well, because it is a big part of his life.
I think probably what he maybe doesn't, and it's not that you go looking for that, but he probably doesn't realise what he means to pool as well, especially Scottish pool and all the guys round about it. I might not spend every day with Scott, but I look forward to catching up with him. I look forward to having a wee chat with him. I look forward to having a laugh with him about the daft things. Like he won't help himself now, but say to me, "Here, Stevie, see these characters that they bang into you when you're at the table and all that, what they like?" And that's because he more or less knocked me 6 feet off the table when we were playing in players, and I went, "What are you all about?" "Ah, mate, sorry, I just, my head wasn't in it." But I've ended up kind of jumping out the way, missed a shot, but now every time I see him, I go, "Anybody banging into you this week, mate?" Now, and it's like, mate, that wee.
Yeah, he's Scott's one, and he's
one of
my
he's
best
class,
pals. He's one of the
absolutely
nicest guys
class.
you'll meet. His attitude on the table is so much different from his attitude off it as well. You know, he's a person. You know, he's really easy going. He's always laughing and joking. And then when you see him, he looks like the angriest guy in the world when he's playing.
That's just the winner in a minute. I mean, he
absolutely.
texts me, "Did I see you at Powerball?" Right, and I swear to God, I'm in the house going, "Powerball." Next thing, I'm Googling this place, and I'm thinking to myself, maybe it was called something else and I was in it, and he had me for ages. And then every time I seen him after that, he goes, "Davey, did I see you at Powerball?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about, mate? What is it you're..." But he would keep it going and then he's loving it. He's in stitches. I'm baffled. And I'm like, he's seen somebody else and he's thinking it's... And then he turns and he says to me, "Oh, it's a place he was going for materials and there was a random bald guy in there, so he was just saying it was me." And I'm like, 5 years, here is nonsense, and I don't even know what you're talking about.
He's committed to slagging you.
You dragged that one out, Scott.
Aye, I've had it for years.
Oh.
This could be 3 each. One good shot.
Aye, one good shot. Is he looking at is he peeking at the yellow here?
I think he could go.
Is that maybe a plant at the bottom?
Even the yellow goes in the middle anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah, true.
Just mark that out.
Yellow balls seem to be standing out. Is he pushing all the way through for the other one to the top left? Oh, that goes in the middle. I didn't think that passed that red. This is a good chance here if that's a plant. Whose teeth are we talking about here? You talking about Danny Wilson's tan? I don't know what Paul Mack's talking about here.
You need to get Ants on the podcast.
Aye. Ants is aye, I've never seen a guy in my life bite off so many tips in a 36 session in my life. incredible. And then he went to Sports Direct and came back with these bits of plastic. And he went, I've heard these are brilliant for making tips out of. And next thing he's sitting there with super glue, mate, sticking bits of plastic on his. There must be a planter.
Yeah.
There we go. Sticking bits of plastic on the end of his queue because he wasn't even in a 1st to 6th practice. Crazy.
I've never seen him bite into mere cheeseburgers. he likes to eat. Nice guy though.
Oh, brilliant. Ants is he's good fun, isn't he, man?
Yeah, great player as well.
Absolutely class. He was that would be good to get him on, especially there's a couple of things obviously for years ago that some mad accusations and stuff that used to happen with some of the tournaments he was in, and we've had a laugh about it because at the time he was actually playing in the Road to his pub, with my family's pub, so he was running about me quite a lot, and we knew the full shenanigans and all the stuff that went with it, but it'd be a good laugh to get somebody on it, be a good buzz.
That's just funny.
Not a bad golfer as well these days. Do you play any golf?
No, mate, no, I'm useless. I think Ants is one of the guys, he's good at everything.
Aye, turns his on to stuff, doesn't he?
Aye, just one of the guys, everything he does he's good at.
That shot yesterday, Renzi was talking about, and he's like, Stevie, he said, if I'm coaching somebody and I see them dolly one to the middle, he's like, you've got to just play them committed. If you miss it, you miss it. If you've not got that in you, that's fine. Then you work at it. He went, but just the way Scott played that, they're so positive.
I think he does that. He commits to every shot. And again, maybe see the yellow he missed in the last frame in the middle. He just commits to it. He sort of touches it. I'd have been sort of dropping that in and made the black a wee bit harder. He just commits to every single shot.
I mean, I'd need to maybe ask him, but whereas I sit here probably a lot now saying, don't be greedy, take your medicine, things like that. And it's probably because I see a lot of guys at the top end of the game basically putting their trust in the fact that they're going to pot the ball. But as you say there, Scott's committed to just being as perfect as he can be every time.
Yeah. Stevie, who are some of the underworld characters that you're going to be talking about in your podcast?
I've got a couple coming on that I've got a couple to start with.
Are you allowed to?
I can throw a couple out right away. A couple of them are notorious and obviously around about Glasgow. One of them was involved in the ice cream war stuff and things like that, and the other one was a notorious bank robber.
Jesus.
So they two are coming on. I'm going to have a bit of fun with them on the pool table and all, and they're right up for it. It'll be good. But I'll keep the surprise for the post that goes out there. But then it's easy guessed for the information that I've given based on it. But there's a few crackers. There's a few that I've spoke to and they're like, you have your heat? And I'm like, we'll have a laugh. And they're like, no chance. No. Am I coming on any camera to play pool with you, you're nutcase?
And talk about certain things that happen,
exactly.
Allegedly.
But I think the ones I see a lot of is the characters that have maybe went and done a wee bit of time and then they come out and they talk whatever nonsense they talk. But
are these guys retired for that life or are they still involved a bit? A wee bit of both?
Some of them could be, aye. Some of them will just be businessmen.
Right.
But as I say,
legitimate business.
There's a few guys that I've got 100% penciled in, and there's a few there's a wee bit of humming and hawing there. But I'm trying to just kind of vary it, and I want to have loads of the pool. I want to have a bit of fun with it. I don't want it to just be as if I'm copying what everybody else has done. I want to have a bit of fun with the guys and have it more about the stuff that I'm doing on it, rather than
walk into the bank with the bank robber. And do that.
I want to have the McInneses on it. I want to have the full McInnes family.
That would be good.
I want to have Ross and Michaela, the two boys.
That'd be good.
That McInnes dynasty and everything that they've done, and I just think there's a brilliant story to be told there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I want to have them all together on it. And then obviously it might be a case of we go up to their place and do it up there, but the team, the people that I've spoke to, they're happy to travel within reason, and I think that'll be fine. I'll be here up the road.
Yeah.
So aye, that's a big one for us. That'll be a good year, I think.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
I can just imagine we get a wee bit of fun on the table. We'll get a bit competitive with Ross.
There's 3 competitive people there.
Aye.
3 of them. Morgan and Preston.
It'll be good fun. There's a story to be told there, do you know what I mean? So, as I say, there's a fun element that I'm wanting to bring to it as well. And they spoke to us about having that, but I want it to be a lot of stuff. Scottish pool, it's going to have pool in it, so I'm hoping to have everybody at some point on it, and because it's going to be more about what I'm doing on it rather than who's on it. I would like it to be that way rather than
Right.
going out there and trying to get Charlie Sheen on it. Now, fair enough, he might come on one day, but it's more about. So I'm hoping one week I'm sitting going, who can I get? Who's floating about? Scott, let's go. Who can we get? We have a bit of fun with it. Well, that could have landed better. Could have landed better, that's for sure. Morgan McInnes sitting there, just remembering there the shot Gio played. And Morgan sitting in the final talking about the McInneses. Could be another title to add to the gang.
Yeah, there's certainly enough titles in that house.
We were talking yesterday, Morgan was on the telly table and he wasn't at his best, put it that way, and he's come out to me right away and went, Stevie, sorry about that. And I was like, it's all right, it was just one of the mad games, and there he is today, Jamie in the final.
It just, again, Morgan's one of the guys, he's just solid all the time. You know, just he knows how to win.
And that's the hardest part of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's all right being good at it, but you need to win.
Because you're not going to always play at your best. You're going to have bad days. You know, when Morgan has a bad day, he digs in, he plays the right shot, you know, taps the pack, covers bags. You know what I mean?
He actually did that yesterday a few times.
Yeah. He's smart. And it clearly works. He's in the final. Yeah, Gio's maybe a bit unfortunate with an off in the last frame. It was a great black.
Is he getting into these two reds off the one into the middle here, Jamie? What would you be doing?
Yeah, I think so, mate. If you can get into that, yeah, you need to get in it right away. He'd be unlucky, no, he got a shot at one of them. Yeah, he's played that.
Controlled it well. Could have been playing his brother right now.
Yeah, Ryan had a tough draw today.
Aye.
Ryan's a smashing player as well.
He had a good win against Liam.
Yeah.
It's mad, isn't it? Liam and then he's playing Gibbsy next, and
Well,
it's
he
like,
Robert Stephen before that.
is it Ross? It was Robert Stephen, that's right.
For Liam Dunster for Scott Gillespie. Oh, Mark.
Oh, well. We had the seed killer right enough at the last IM. Do you remember that? Campbell Dunlop steamrolled them all.
Campbell played great.
Unbelievable, wasn't it?
He played phenomenal that day. At least he certainly. That's when you earn a tournament. You know.
Aye.
He beat everybody. He beat every top player.
Aye. It was mad looking at if you're going to go and win them, these kind of tournaments, sometimes you're hoping that a lot of the top guys beat each other and it kind of opens up for you, but
yeah, it didn't open up for Campbell. He opened up himself.
he was sleeping, I see, before the fight. He was there in the booth, sleeping.
Oh, was he?
Went there and gave the table a wee chat and says, that's it. And he's like, oh, is that it? Right. As if, right, so we're playing now. It's like, it's time to go to work, mate. And it was incredible. He was actually lying on the table in the booth, out for it. I think he was probably sitting there going, I hope they just bring me back another day. Just send me home.
It's a long day, isn't it?
You need a wee bit of stamina, don't you?
100%. First to sevens, a couple of 7-6s, Steve. It's a long day.
Aye,
You know,
aye,
it's a long
true.
day. You need to win 7 matches to win the IMs. It's first to 7. You need to beat 3 or 4 top players. You know that. If you win these, you need to earn it.
You're no. I know there's the odd thing where people say I rode my luck a wee bit, and sometimes that's just the way it goes. But generally, out of the piece, you've had to earn something. You've had to earn some kind of stripes. You don't just.
Yeah, you can't fluke an IM.
No,
you know, you can't
exactly.
fluke 7 matches. You know what I mean?
And unless you're in the top 16, some guys are qualifying. Like Campbell had to qualify for that one.
Is that right? Does he? Oh, sorry.
So he had to qualify, and then he never qualified for this one. Stuart McCulloch beat him, and then Alan Barnes beat Stuart McCulloch. That was just to qualify for it.
Kilmarnock's a tough place to qualify from, isn't it? There's a lot of good players doing it.
No, it's a tough school, that. I don't think, if I'm right, that he's qualified for the Scottish either. I think somebody else beat him in that. Mark McAllister beat him to qualify in that.
Is that right? He's good enough to win the Scottish. as well.
Exactly.
So he's not even in it.
And I think it messes him up because I think he made it to the top 16 based on the fact he won, and now he's going to drop out of it because he's missed 2 tournaments in a row. Sore in it.
Yeah, that's not. It just goes to show the standard though, Stevie, as well.
Aye, just to qualify, he's playing obviously the likes of Stewart and Mark McAllister, and it's some standard. We are, I mean, similar to an extent here with Robert's having to qualify and Billy Stirling and Anton, and it's obviously there's some good players, Vinny Bimendi and oh my word, they nearly knocked that in. Every now and again you get a wee draw that's not too bad for you, but some of the draws that I've seen the boys are playing through in Kilmarnock and that, they just seem to be, if you're not in that top 16 and you're having to qualify, oh my word.
Did that drift? Surely that must have rolled, Steve.
So we've got a wee kind of delay cam. I don't know. I mean, I just didn't think he could miss that there.
I don't see. I wasn't expecting that.
He pointed to the table there as if he's maybe clipped the table with his cue.
Stevie, maybe something's happened.
That was incredible. That, you know, it's mad. I actually, for a wee split second, thought Gibbsy was going to give him the frame.
Yeah.
I did for a wee split second, and I'm 100% going to ask him. I'm going to say, bet you were going to give him it, and he'll say, I was literally just about to, and I changed my mind at the last second. Whatever it might be.
Yeah. That's exactly the reason why you don't get anybody anything. Anything can happen. Mark, I was talking to Mark Ellen, his last match. The black was over the middle pocket and the white was tight on the side cushion, and Mark was looking at the guy as if he was expecting the guy to give him the match.
Crazy,
and
man.
He just stood there and Mark miscued.
It's as if they're building some kind of barricade out there. That might be to get that outside table, maybe for somebody playing it. Maybe somebody needs a table. Looks quite busy.
Mark looked like he was running away with this semi-final as well. 3-0 up to go 3 down.
It's absolutely incredible how quickly it can change, isn't it?
Scary.
And as you say, that's
It's what it is 1 or 2 shots, Steve, and he can turn the match.
watching Big Lewis toss frames away just because he broke dry and stuff like that, and then you see moments like that and think it's just it's nuts, isn't it? It's nuts.
And there you go. How many times does that happen?
It's like you
it comes back to haunt you.
it's like you get punished twice,
Yeah,
isn't it?
100%. Yeah. Unforced errors, Stevie.
He would have probably liked that yellow to be further over the top bag, but I think he's going to have to. Is he going to have to go reds here? Can he go yellows? I don't.
I think he's looking at that yellow, Stevie.
Can he play the yellow down at the bottom left?
I think the reds are alright as well.
They're no bad.
The reds are fine. I think he's only really got one positional shot to play if he takes reds. It's just this one, didn't he?
Right.
And there's a gap there between the two. That red leads onto that gap. He should be alright.
What a turnaround that was. Massive miss. He's gone. Is he gone yellows?
Tight red.
Right, okay. Clearing a wee bit of a path because obviously he could have played that red at the top straight away and came through the other side, but
Yeah.
he's not landed great here though.
I think he's alright, Stevie. I think he can, even if he drops it in, he's just still dropping the red in the middle off the bottom cushion.
Right.
Or he can stun across over the side, back out in the middle of the table. I think he's okay.
fizzed that in with a wee bit of splash.
Yeah.
It's landed pretty good.
So he just stuns that there, and he leaves the gap through to that red, that middle, that red underneath the blank.
So it's actually where that red is over the middle bag.
perfect,
Jamie's
mate.
absolutely perfect for it. It would be true to form. Make a mistake, punished more than once for it. Don't think he came back far enough there.
Yeah, I think he's got a wee angle. He wanted to be dead straight. Just down into the yellow here, Steve, for the red in the middle.
Stunning to the yellow next to the black.
Yeah. No, the yellow towards the side cushion. Drop the red, drop the red, drop that in the middle.
Yeah, it's needs to mind his work a wee bit though. He's
Yeah. He's got to drop this in the middle. Is he playing exactly for the part or is he playing for the gap? He's stunning over. Play for the point.
well, I'm thinking that this plant is essentially he's black.
Yeah. I wouldn't have played for that plant just because of the distance between the two was. Good shot.
What a shot.
Yeah, great shot.
Absolutely brilliant. That was tough, man. But as maybe 8 inches for the bag and then the gap between the two of them as well. Fair enough.
Yeah, 3-0 down to 5-3.
Very good finish. That was a wee touch of class, that plant. He ended up kind of forced into playing it.
Yeah, mate.
Do you think he was trying to just a wee jab into the gap, but if he doesn't make it, he's got to at least get the plant? Is it one of these shots?
I think he's played for the plant because
Right.
see if you just go that wee bit higher and you're knowing that red, the plant is horrible.
Right. Yeah, tough school for Mark Fleming.
Yeah.
Absolutely flying, and then
That one shot might cost him a couple of frames, 3
Aye.
frames that could cost him. That one shot.
what a turnaround.
Try break.
Yeah, it's been a hard table for breaks.
Yeah, all day. I've not seen a lot of people getting positive.
Not a lot of big breaks and tap-ins. You know, probably the guy that broke the best on it earlier was Ryan Fleming.
Ryan, yeah, I've seen a couple of breaks for Ryan.
A few of his breaks were just unbelievable and seemed to be just creaming them and giving himself a chance almost every single time, but it's not been as straightforward for everybody else. Are you straightforward enough for you, Jamie?
I think he's got again. It's just one shot to play. If he can get straight on that, he's fine. Probably been a wee bit unlucky there actually, where he's landed. No, he's okay.
I can get enough of the cue through it. He's
He's
missed that. Wow.
Yeah.
And I think that black goes. There's a wee chance here. No easy right enough.
No.
Yeah, was it awkward there?
Yep. You'd certainly rather have a shot at him, Stevie, wouldn't you?
Aye.
Scott will just be happy to get back to the table there. He was probably expecting Mark to take them out.
they're massive, they frames. When you're sitting in your chair, you've already gave the frame away, and then you get a wee kind of half sniff back at it. You kind of, I don't know what you're like, but I've seen myself spring off my seat, and you're kind of, no matter where the balls are, and it's probably a mentality some people don't. Just say Scott's landed in a position there after a Mark Fleming miss, and it's no great. I've seen people go, he's got away with murder, he's missed and left me nothing, and it's like, and I probably had that attitude years ago, but now I think, well, the alternative was I was beat.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've at least got a shot now, and it's mad how your mentality can change, but that's the only way you can take it, because it was frame gone there.
Yeah, well, that's what's your other option? Was your other guy cleared up?
Aye, exactly. It's mad. I think it changed for me years ago when I can't remember what I was playing in, but I'm pretty sure my opponent missed a black to the top left, and they've missed the black, left it in the jaws of the pocket, and left me no much of a shot. And I was going off my head at it. And it was, I can't remember, let's say it was old Mick. It says to me, are you off your head? The alternative there was you were beat, and I'm going, but I'm beat anyway because you beat. And he's like, but at least you got a chance to play another shot. As long a shot as that might have been, it's a shot. Aye, and it kind of slowly started to kind of, and I'm going, it's mad that now when you think about it.
Even if you don't have a shot or your snooker, you could just smash it 100 mile an hour and just try and get lucky.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And that's a moment before it.
You lose the frame, but you've got to lose the frame anyway.
Exactly.
It's better having any kind of shot, If you can get back to the table, you can do something, regardless of the position you're in.
That's the mad thing. It used to, and I now find myself saying that to people, and they'll go, I got, and I'll, what was the alternative? Was you were beat, so you got another shot that you shouldn't have had.
Would you rather not come back to the table?
Exactly. Rather sit in your seat and just get whooped. Aye, well, at least my opponent didn't get away with one. He never got away with one. He just missed. He wasn't trying to leave you in a awkward position. And it's mad that, as I say, years and years ago, and it was that moment, that exact moment. I remember the black, and as I say, it might have been old Mick, but I know it was somebody in one of the matches said to me, "You're off your head. You're." And when I think back, I think, obviously, definitely. Of that, there's no doubt. But and it's mad how it changes you, because as I said, Jamie, I spring off my seat at times now, and I think, oh, you're beauty. And then I'll kind of assess the table and go, yeah, we devil you, but right.
I remember I played in a team in Glasgow for 1 year. It was in Mick's team, Mick McGoldrick's team.
Right, and Elders.
And I used to, that's it. And I'd come off and he'd come up to me and say, Jamie, son, why did you play that shot? Why did you play that shot? And I'd tell him, he said, see if you do this and you do that. And I'm just on this team, I'm way out my depth here. Do you know what I mean? His knowledge of the game and everything he said, I'm listening to everything he said. Such a lovely, lovely old man.
There was me and Mick were playing doubles, and I didn't get put with Mick very often. And for a reason, back then I was a loon ball. I just was. And I say, right, Mick, I'm just going to 2-1 that, right? I'll 2-1 the first ball, then I'll play the double on that, kick that out, and then I'll 2-1 the black last. And he looked at me, he stared right through me, and he went, "Hey, you off your head!" And he started shouting and bawling at me. And look here, Max saying, "Chick, no, they're on stitches, they're loving it." And Chick's going, "Make sure you play with him every week, make sure." And he's like, "Don't ever play that with me again." But I took the finish, and they're like, "Let him do it, Mick, let him do it." And I took the finish, and I've turned around and went, "Mickey boy," he said, he just walked away from me. He just walked in. I was all right about it, but it was against Billy Henderson's team. It was like Davy Riggins and Alan Coates and all them at the time. But I'll never forget. And I missed that because he was. But
bad miss for score.
Wow. His knowledge of the game, and he actually in 2012 he took the finish to win the counties for Glasgow, and he was. I'm not going to guess his age, but he was obviously well known. And I mind Ross on the stage when he was doing the presentation saying it was already a relatively experienced team. I was probably one of the younger ones, and I was in my 30s. But it was like, if you could bottle up some of the things that guy had and sell it, it'd be worth millions. That was kind of what he said. He went, it's just pure, utter bottle and class and all these. But still at the age he was, but he would walk around the table as if it was nothing.
Yeah.
It really was. Honestly, it was so simple. This is the Mick McGoldrick SP8 IM series.
Yeah, named after a great man.
It's well named, that's for sure. Oh, he's managed to get the The last ball moving there. No, not the last one, but one of them. I don't know if it was 41, Ryan, but no giving him anything there at all.
I think 41's a bit unfair.
Aye, that's a bit harsh, but just talking about your monster break, mate. I don't know if that's something you've been working on, but either that or Davy Markey's copied you, because two of them are so similar. So similar, the kind of slight upright and then boom. It's a long day, Mark, yeah. It's... Jamie was just talking about it there, how long it... Now the shift you've got to put in, the players you've got to beat, the endurance that you need to win these, and anybody that does definitely earns it. Don't get me wrong, as much as I might want to, I don't think I'm ever... Even if it's hanging out of the bag, I don't even know if I give them away. Maybe on the odd occasion in a huff, but it's very rare. I'm just one of the people, you're just going pot. There's actually been times where somebody's looked at me as if you for real, and I'm like, pot the ball, mate.
Yeah.
Big miscue, and I am for real, mate.
I've done it a couple of times, Stevie, and I regretted it right away. No getting frames away. Just conceding frames.
Wow. I'm looking at the table, and I get why Mark's played it. It's a slightly big bag, but if you catch it high and thick, you're in a bit of trouble.
That's tough. If that was just a centimetre to the right, it's a big bag.
Aye.
That's a tough shot.
100%, that was tough.
Even if you could get Q in that straight, that was a tough shot, Stevie. I felt as if we had to go for it.
That's why I popped Jamie in here. Going in there with Walker. That's another. Charlie, that's... Honestly, I'll never forget it as long as I live, and it's one of the good memories. See that way, and I'm like, because everybody was in stitches because they'd set it up. They knew what they were doing, putting me with Mick. They knew at the time I would say something mental, and I was calling myself like the 2-1 king at the time because I was practicing them. So I really wasn't, Jamie, missing them. Scott knows there's a lot of played against some of the guys he was playing. I mind they say to me one day, I heard you were good at them, but that's just next level. And every now and again they'll be sitting and they'll go, easy meat for you, mate, and we have a wee laugh about it. But Mick's face that day, it'll live with me forever. It really will. I was quite lucky Charlie didn't slap me, but I probably bet that he was dying to. It was just the way, and he screamed it. Hey, you half your, and there was a few expletives in there. It wasn't just. And the other team was.
I don't think I've ever heard Mick raising his voice as well. It did be you, wasn't it?
Oh, brilliant. Oh, we need to get John Joe. Aye, we'll get John Joe on the podcast. Aye. It was one of the times years ago, mate. We're in the Petticoat Bay, and John Joe's obviously half scooped, and he's in John Joe form, and he walks right into the middle of the 8 tables, and he's shouting, "Wash! Wash!" At the top, he's in the whole arena just goes quiet, and he's like, "What is it, Jay?" Anyway, Wheel Radio. The whole place was buckled. Oh, right. Ross got him up on the table and gave him pelters. And
I tell you, if Ross hadn't bet Glasgow that weekend, he's been chucked out.
Oh, it was class, man. Absolutely class. There's Lewis McLostaplot.
Big man who's just got.
Louis boy. We've just been talking about you as well.
We're talking about you all night.
Your ears must have been bleeding in the way home.
Probably get stoked with Polis. Probably threw his cue at the window at them or something.
Oh, I was going to ask you there, Jamie, what would you play there? Because I wasn't sure he could flick the red and play that, so did he have to then go up the table? And obviously the answer's aye.
Yeah, had to go up, but it's a slack shot, isn't it?
Is there a hiding place here?
I think he's going to go for the double, Stevie, won't he? He'll go for the double. As long as he gets the angle and the yellow, he can back down the table for this yellow, he's alright. He needs to commit to it. I don't think he can get. There's nobody he could play like a shot to nothing or anything like that. You just need to commit to the double. Oh, took a wee slide there.
Aye, it's... Which I'm actually surprised at a wee bit, because they've been a wee bit more... Well, that slide's not been really shown on the tables this weekend. They've been a wee bit more different to that. They've been a wee bit more bouncy and pingy, to be fair, aye. So Jazza's phone's been ringing off the hook, guys. Ringing off the hook. And he's, I don't know if there's somebody there to pick him up or something, but he's nicked it. He's nicked it, but that was absolutely class. I do apologise for anybody that couldn't really be annoyed listening to. It's not very often we get somebody like Jamie Burnett in. So, as I say, I do apologise for anybody that was maybe a wee bit aggrieved that every single shot wasn't getting mentioned or whatever, but we don't get him in as much as... In fact, it's the first time I think I've ever had Jamie in. It's the first time I've ever had a wee kind of hour to chat away to him about the ins and outs of the world of pool, snooker and everything else. So I don't know about you guys, but I was more than happy to listen to what he had to say, and I would be more than happy to have him in again in the future. So absolutely buzzing there for that wee segment there with Jamie, and hopefully once again in the future. And Scott Gillespie with a wee bit of a reprieve here. He's going to pop this in the bottom right, bottom left, and then go up the table, and can I go for there? But guys, everybody even on the chat function, that was class, absolutely class, and hopefully a wee bit merry. He's going to come on the podcast. Lewis asked Jamie who he wants to bring on the podcast, because I want 2 and 3 bodies at a time on certain things, and so he wants it to be him, yourself, and Ryan. So it should be good fun. Should be good fun. Get you on. We'll have some fun and games, and we'll talk a wee bit of nonsense. Should be a good wee bit of fun, aye. So you've been summoned, mate, but you can keep your dry breaks in the house. Superb. Mark really... Scott missing the double there. Didn't really leave Mark any great opportunity, and it's a Renzi moment there. Sometimes all you can do is pot the ball. Mark's potted the ball, and sure enough, in off the red into the left middle. So a bit of a sore one for Mark. There's a few big moments in this match that are quite probably tournament defining if you want, but Graham, I've got the promo to shoot this week. It'll just be a wee short few minutes promo, but there's obviously I'll be having a big sit-down meeting with the production team, which is mad me talking like that, but I was going to try and do it all myself, and I just couldn't. I tried, and it's cost me 6 months this year. Had I done what I've done now, I would have had the podcast out probably March, April time. Instead, it's probably going to be maybe in the next 2 or 3 weeks at the very most, the first episode, and I would have loved it to have been earlier in the year, but at the end of the day, it's done when it's done, and now I've kind of got everything figured out at my end. So the Lola's Pool Party special will be the first ever Walker the Talker episode, whatever, I don't know, I've not actually got an actual name for it. The Talker Talks, or Talking with a Talker, or well, I don't know, we'll come up with something, but at the end of the day it'll be in a few weeks. But Lewis, you, Jazza and Ryan, so it'll be good fun. As I say, it's not just a podcast, guys. The people behind the scenes basically asked me what my plan was to make it different to what everybody else is doing, and the only thing I could think of that was different is that I've got a pool table that I can get involved, whether it's in here in McGoldrick's or whether it was in juniors or shooters or somewhere else. I can incorporate it in to the bit of fun and stuff that I'm going to be having. So no matter if it's a movie star, a football player, or just all the local pool guys, and that's the plan. As I say, I don't want it to be just about who I've got on. Of course, that's big. but I want it to be more about what the show's about and what it's based upon. That I'm hoping that gets me more viewers than just, oh, he's got such and such on. So everybody on this chat, guys, there's going to be more than a chance if you are in the right place at the right time and fancy having a wee bit of fun. So there's no doubt in that's the kind of road I want to go down. But as I've already got a lot of good people for boxers and stuff like and football players and all that calling going to be involved in it. So it should be good fun. I'm looking forward to it. Whilst talking about it, I'm just these two yellows at the left hand side. I'm looking at the delay cam. It's not even a delay cam. It's just I like that. Hey Barry, you're on. You're already on, mate. I need you and a couple of good swingers, mate. The blind pool player and the blind golfer, that's brilliant. That's absolutely class. I honestly don't, Barry, I don't know how, God's honest truth, people don't really understand, and I know the script with Barry and everything else, but they don't, because I've lived my life seeing what I see, I've never known anything different. I've never known what 2020 or I've never even known what 5-5 is, if you know what I mean. I've never known anything but what I see, and it's probably the only reason I've survived. But I think everybody or most people, if they could see through my eyes right now, you would be blind. You would 100% be blind. There's no way you wouldn't survive seeing what I see. And I know Barry, obviously, with the blind golf and all that, absolute superstar. So, mate, you're already lined up, and your dad. That would be a cracker, mate. That would actually be a beauty. Blind golf champion and ex-Celtic player. That's just class. And plus, you're only bad with a cue in your horn as well, Barry. So, aye, that sounds class, mate. That sounds absolutely class. Davy Gillis, thanks very much, mate. Absolute start. We were actually talking about you last week, mate. I don't know if you watched any last week when you went home, but when you were on playing in some of your matches, I think it was at one of the matches you beat George Fagan. I think it was George Davy you played in. I can't mind if it was Goobsy. It might have been Goobsy. It was Goobsy. Goobsy came in with me because Jazz in that was playing, and he was saying he was delighted to see you doing well and stuff like that. It was, aye, 100%. It's good to see you doing well in the tournaments, mate, because you always put your heart and soul into entering them all, whether it's Oddies and the Saltires and everything else. So, aye, we had a good wee blether about you last week, mate. Oh, Twads is lined up. I've got Twads lined up, and there's obviously a couple of guys that played with him that I've kind of got an idea on as well, that he's probably got more of a chance. I've not got phone numbers or anything for these guys, but he's probably got a chance of getting them. But there's a few guys that he played against as well, in the old football days, that I can maybe get on with him. So I want to get one or two. But Twads has got a big story. Twads has got a big story that a lot of stuff he went through, and I think that's a good story to tell. So I would probably like to just get Twads and one more person on, so that there's a big part of it about what he did. So it's all lined up well, guys. It's all lined up well. But the Fleming brothers, I want to get the Fleming brothers on, and I'll have Scott on that one. I'll have you all on, but the McInneses will be massive. Having Ross and the gang on as well. Scottish Pool's going to play a big part in it, because it's a big part of my life, so it's going to be a massive part of that, and I wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for this. So I can only thank the SPA and Saltire and everybody else that's given me a chance to do this. And if it wasn't for you guys tuning in, well, everything I'm talking about the new wouldn't be happening. It really wouldn't. I would be just constantly on my horns and knees tiring for the rest of my days, and I might still be doing that. That's just the way it goes. Big chance here. Wasn't sure if that went. But I tell you what, he's just had a stroke there. Because I think that red might go to the right middle here. If that goes to the right middle, he's got a wee stroke. But he said a few things go against him, Mark, so he can be forgiven for... he can be forgiven for getting a wee slice of it back. Indeed. This is massive because I don't think the red goes into the middle. So he has to take this. Is he maybe going to screw towards it? This is a huge, huge shot, guys. Oh. That wasn't he. He's played a great shot. He's cued it fantastic. He's tried to cue behind it because the red was not stone dead, but it was in a wee bit of trouble, and he had to play a shot. And he's actually played a great cue ball. He's just not managed to get on it. A wee bit of check side, try and flick this yellow. Yeah, controlled it well. This match is moments away from being over. It's going to be Morgan McInnes, and barring a big mistake, Scott Gillespie in the final. Big Zach Dingle. We just need to find the Sam and the... Who was the other? Butch. We need to get a Butch and a Sam. Find us a Butch and Sam and we've got the full gang. Yeah, Morgan McInnes, Scott Gillespie. As I say, barring a monumental mistake, that is going to be our final, guys. Please don't go anywhere. There's almost 450 on. Do not go anywhere. I'm going to get Renzi to join me for the final. Let's have a wee bit of fun, guys. Let's get the chat function booming and let's have a smashing final. Morgan McInnes, Scott Gillespie. Stay tuned, guys. I'm just going to get a quick drink and then I'll be back. Please keep the chat function buzzing.